Good morning, everybody out there. Welcome to TopstepTV, and this being the opening call segment to kick off the day. I am Jack Pelzer, joined by John Hoagland in a White Castle shirt. How them sliders doing, Hoag?
The sliders are in the gate, but doing fine, feeling good. Happy Wednesday. This is, the opening call. As always, our focus is on seeking accurate context, good risk management, and remaining patient in our trading. It's great to see you, Jack. Eddie's still on a little vacation here, but it's
Cooling
always a
his
pleasure to be here
heels.
with everybody. Um, Top of the chat, Anastasios, Sharon Turner. First time I think I've seen that in the early bird list here. Kanabascan, Adrian, Art, Naveen, Galvanizer, Man Cave, Amanda 88, Chris Flores, my good friend Nick Nichols. Good morning. At one time, Rick Quaz, Jerry, and Yabbersmack. Those were the top of the list. Great to see everybody this morning.
Also, special shout out to Hoop, Nightbot, Nick Dolby, Alonzo Miller, the Viking Trader. Just some that I saw there. Hey, if it's your first time here, like and subscribe to the channel. That is how we pay our bills and various things around here. Also, yeah, be nice with us today. This is the part where we break down the markets for the day going forward. A little bit of news, then Hoag will get to his charts. Looking around this morning, futures down a little bit following the GDP number, which Hoag will get into in a minute here. We're still digesting a lot of earnings information this week, plus non-farm Friday. And then the main event that comes once every 4 years, like a deadbeat Santa, is the presidential election on Tuesday. A lot of volatility around that. Bitcoin nearly reached a record high of $74,000 yesterday. It's trading around 72K when I looked a few minutes ago. Let's see if that's still true. 71,750 in the cash market is what I have Bitcoin at right at the moment. Yesterday, we talked a lot about that 4.3 level in the 10-year yields. Now, we went above 4.3. We've dived back through. Yes, down to about 4.254 right now. I was just checking after that GDP number. Something to keep an eye on there. We're at our highs since July of this year. That will be rather dependent on the election as well. Hoag will get into it more, but Alphabet, aka Google, was up about 7% pre-market after beating both the top line earnings, the top line revenue numbers, and the earnings numbers. But Hoag, something to watch out for Google. A Russian court has ruled that Google owes Russian media stations around $20 decillion for blocking their content. For
Wow.
those, yeah, decillion. You know how much $20 decillion is, Hoag?
It's got to be more than a million.
I didn't know what it was either, but that is 2 followed by 34 zeros. Yes, that is
Oh.
that is more money than exists on planet Earth. Must be paid from Google to Russian media stations. So be careful if you're investing in Google stock. By the way, as long as we're talking about that, none of this is financial advice. We're probably going to take some trades today. You would be a real dum dum to try and copy them or fade them or make any decision that isn't your own and in your own financial interest. Hey, you. There's a little disclaimer there. Don't be a lemming. Don't be a biff. Make your own trades. Have your own risk profile. All right, that's enough. We've been disclaimed. Hoagland, with that, what do you got for us this morning?
All right. Well, economic numbers this morning, 6:00 a.m., the mortgage rates and applications came out. Mortgage rates leaked up a little bit from the previous week of 6.52% to 6.73%. Applications were 0.1% lower. 7:15, what would normally be viewed as probably good news. The ADP employment change was up 233,000 after an expected 110,500. So is good news bad news still? Seems the markets aren't liking too much of what they've seen so far this morning. And a lot of that is based off the GDP numbers that came out, the preliminary number that came out at 7:30 this morning. They were looking for it to go from 3% to 2.9%. It came out at 2.8%, a little lower than expected. Markets are not
Hmm.
reacting very well to that. So we also had the core PCE preliminary today. They were looking for it to drop from 2.8% to 2.1%. It came out 2.2%. 9 o'clock pending home sales. 9:30. EIA petroleum status report is due out. Now earnings this morning, really mixed numbers. Lilly missed on both expectations for earnings per share as well as revenues. AbbVie beating on both, Caterpillar missing on both, ADP beating on both, and the majors after the close today are, of course, Microsoft, Meta, and Amgen. So we'll look forward to another bunch of important earnings after the close again today as well. VIX is up about 2% this morning. Last I checked, trading about 1975. And again, that's up 2%, but it's still lower than it was yesterday at this time, which was 20.13. The dollar index, 104.38, 104.2 at this time yesterday. And as Jack mentioned, the yield on the 10-year last I checked was 4.26%. This time yesterday was 4.24%. So that's what we've got as far as economic numbers, earnings, and the like. What else you looking at there, Jack?
Yeah, few housekeeping things before we get started. The first, Hoag, it's been a while since I've discussed this on air. As Thanksgiving gets closer, this is a teaser for later. I will share my dad would make Thanksgiving stuffing out of sliders. He would go in the morning to White
I've,
Castle on Thanksgiving and make slider stuffing. The stuff is incredible. Can't recommend it
I've
enough.
heard it's very good.
It is very good. All the stuffing ingredients are in those sliders. Besides that, we got a couple announcements here, but first, let's hit the tip of the week. It'll be the same as yesterday, but we're going to keep doing it till it is drilled
Yep.
into your headspace. Know your edge. Your edge can be anything, but it's specific to you. Going back to the not copying trades, you got to find your own edge. When you do, quantify it, use it, and when it stops working, find a new edge. All right. With that, we'll
Mm.
take that down. Just want to make it aware to everybody, by the way, today is the third day of our scouting for our brand new Top Step VIP teams kicking off in January. So between now and January, we are going to be dropping lots of check-in forms. Those that check in the most will have the highest chances of getting on one of those VIP teams. I believe we're going to 10 from our current 5. Look out later this morning for our third check-in form drop. It could be you, seen by those golden binoculars right there. I love graphic design, Hug.
Like
And
opera glasses.
yeah, little opera glasses.
Yes.
Well, fast markets today. We got Nick for a Tick is joining us. You guys know him. I'll introduce him with a little more info after Hoag gets to the charts. Also, Jared J is making his first appearance. You'll want to see that. One of our funded traders. But Hoag, with that, why don't we dive into the charts here?
Well, let's do just that. As always, starting with the daily and the S&Ps. Let me get this sized here. All right. So the medium time frame balance that I'm calling this kind of medium time frame. Some would say it's probably shorter time frame balance, but it remains intact. Price still relatively centrally located between last week's low, last week's high, weekly kickoff high, and weekly kickoff low. Lots of anticipation and indecision, I think, in the broader index here about impending new data, earnings, election. Markets really just kind of indecisive, and I can see this indecisiveness in the size of the wicks from the past 4 sessions. Just lots of auction probing in both directions. No auctions really being all that successful. We're seeing a pullback now after those GDP numbers and the ADP numbers. But I don't think that much has changed here in the S&Ps in the longer time frame. In the bigger picture, we're still really relatively centrally located. Jack, I used to talk about this like a tennis player. If this was a tennis court and the tennis player would be right in the middle, of the sidelines, looking for the volley. If it's going to come this way, they're primed to go get the ball. If it comes higher, they're primed to go get the ball. The market just seems to be just kind of really thirsty for information. a little bit of a hair trigger. I think we're seeing some relative thin markets here. I don't think that they're very liquid, so keep that in mind. Should something happen, you're going to see some slippage. You're going to see some thinner markets here. So just keep that in mind, especially if you're near your daily loss limit. If you're near your daily loss limit, you might want to think about just stepping away. If you do get stopped, you might get some slippage that could take you over that daily loss limit. Just a suggestion there. But these wiki
Hmm.
indecisive bars are kind of typical when there is a lot of pending information in the wind here, and there's uh, there's just so much. It seems like it's a little inundating. I think for a lot of traders, myself included. We don't know how these markets are going to react to anything. And remember on the opening call here, we're just really trying to put some sort of context, some sort of usable context over the markets, not suggesting the purchase or sale of anything. Well, here's the 30-minute chart. All right. We had a pretty decent rally yesterday, but the market overall really didn't go anywhere. We still stayed inside the range from Monday, I should say, Tuesday, Friday, Monday, Tuesday. Today's Wednesday. Yes, today is Wednesday. Let me get that straight. All right, overnight inventory is looking a little bit to the short side, but the market is looking like it's ready to open in range, in value. Gonna probably keep me back in my seat a little bit. I usually will think that I'll find better trade locations as the day goes on. So I'm gonna try and stay patient. We were kind of trading right in the middle of the range from yesterday, inside range, inside value. Try and stay patient. The profile yesterday was a normal variation slash trend day. The market opened, looked lower, and then rallied the rest of the day until, of course, that little sell off at the end of the day that everybody looks for on directional days like this. We did put in a weak high here. We don't have an excess high, which bodes for possible returning to that area to see if there's any liquidity above there. Uh, these weak highs tend to not to be lasting highs. Overnight high, really just kind of going to be staying patient today. I think that's going to be a wise idea for me. You be you. You see how this plays out. Let's take a look at the Nasdaq, which is in a little bit of a different situation after yesterday, but it is pulling back off those highs. So you can see yesterday the Nasdaq kind of broke out above this area of balance. Did it do well? Well, we added 7,600 new contracts on this attempted breakout above the previous area of balance. Volume was okay. It wasn't tremendous. By the way, in the S&Ps, we lost 15,000 contracts in open interest yesterday on an up day. A little bit of perhaps short covering yesterday. But again, in as far as the weekly kickoff levels are concerned, we tried to get to a decent opportunity up here at weekly kickoff high 20,832. We've been unable to get there. What doesn't happen can be equally or even more important than what does. So we're starting to pull off here. We're coming back into the area of balance. I'm going to be looking to see if this market can reaccept this previous area of balance. And I'm just going to kind of roughly say that area of balance. I'm going to put at the top of these candle bodies here, right about 20,640. And if we do see some acceptance back in that, that could bring another rotation back inside the area of balance that we just broke out of yesterday. I wasn't all that impressed with the price action and the way that the market did break out of that yesterday. Let me get that back up here. Let's take a look at the 30-minute chart. All right, overnight inventory, a little to the short side, in range, in value from yesterday's session. Again, says, well, let's try and stay patient. Let's find better trade locations as the day goes on. The profile yesterday was a normal variation trend type of day, and we're opening inside range, inside value. The market is still seeking new information to create a new area or a new direction um, in and around the current area of price action. The question about what is a weak high. So when we had the this is the NASDAQ again, of course, and this is a 30-minute chart. There is a relatively weak high on this chart as well. So this is probably not going to be a very lasting high. When we have the market open, it looks lower and then rallies right away. This is an excess low. Price got too cheap. Buyers came in and quickly moved price higher. Well, at the high here, we ran out of buyers. But we don't really have excess on this high. Here's what it looks like, and this is the market profile from yesterday's session, and this is just the very high of that session. We don't have excess. L period came up to this level. M period came up to this level. On the other extreme, this is what excess looks like. The market opens, looks lower. Let me get this. Market opens, looks lower. Sellers back off, buyers come in and take over and then push price higher. This is excess. This is a buying tail. This is no excess or a weak high because there is no excess. When we look at the auction process, auctions die in excess. So there's the NASDAQ, again, opening in range and value. Try and stay patient. Crude oil, a little action going on here this morning. Let's start with the daily chart as usual. So we broke out 2 days ago below the weekly kickoff low. We had some pretty decent volume, and we've been piling in open interest to the short side ever since. We added another 25,000 contracts in open interest just yesterday. Volume did fall off a little bit, though. I'm starting to think that we may be starting to see this market acting a little bit too cheap. We had a test of the weekly kickoff high prior to the open. The market has now opened. We're just going to kind of fall into range and balance here. This would be the third day of this area of range, kind of attracting price. Is momentum slowing to the downside is really the question that I'm kind of sensing here. We looked lower yesterday on lower volume. We did add open interest, probably to the shorts, getting too short, continue to break. So here's the 30-minute chart. Overnight inventory was pretty long coming into the open here. The market tested to and then rejected weekly kickoff low, which is 68.65. That's where the market kind of idled and then broke below it on Monday. Tuesday, we got close to it, rejected it, and we put in what? A poor low, a weak low, a non-excess low. This is by definition a poor low because there was one tick extension below the previous 30-minute bar, and then the market turned around. So this again might be looking at a non-lasting low. We have excess on the high from the overnight session. Are we going to come back into and reaccept range and value in crude oil? Value high, I'm kind of looking at this on this platform, is reading 67.64. Any acceptance below that level could bring a value acceptance play, which could take us down to, let's just call it 66.95, and then possibly another check of the poor low that was put in yesterday. Again, all about context, no prediction. Just looking at the nuances that the charts and the profiles are saying and trying to find opportunities in and around that context. Gold, one of the fascinating markets these days, if you ask me. Let's take a look at the daily here. All right. So broke out yesterday above weekly kickoff high of 27.60. Broke out the area of balance, broke out above last week's high, which was 27.7260. On higher volume, check. Open interest, check. We added approximately 23,000 new contracts on that push to the upside yesterday. There is still money coming in to the long side in gold. I've got a measured move that has this possibly reaching all the way up to 28.76. Not suggesting that's going to happen or not, or if it does, I'm not suggesting it's going to happen today, but in a measured move, that would be the target that I would look for this market to reach the next level, where we would be looking for longer time frame traders to adjust inventory. And that's what these weekly kickoff levels represent are areas that I believe longer time frame traders will want to, need to, or be forced to adjust inventories in those longer time frames, important inflection levels. The upside auction is continuing, ladies and gentlemen, and it seems to be performing pretty well. When there's a directional move, you're always asking yourself, what direction is this market attempting to go, and how good of a job is it doing going in that direction? And for the last 3 months, I've been saying gold has been doing a pretty good job, and it seems to continue to be doing a pretty good job of auctioning higher and higher pricing. Here's the 30-minute chart. Lots of weak structure down below. If this thing turns around, there's lots of visuals for this market to target if we do end up getting a really big pullback on this. But what we're seeing in volume and price and open interest and negative delta day over day, I mean, this thing is just continuing to build new business to the upside. And today we've opened above the range from yesterday. So we have gap rules. If we can't close the gap relatively early, we look for the market to continue in the direction of the gap, which would have us looking higher. We've already seen some pretty decent upside price action. We've got our all-time high, which was in the overnight session, right up here at $2,801.7, $2,800 170, and that is, these all-time highs that occur in the overnight session tend not to be lasting highs as well. So, market is open with a gap. We haven't been able to close the gap. Looking for opportunities, possibly for longs. And that all changes upon reacceptance and value from yesterday. Value high, 2782.90. We start to accept below that. Then I think we're looking at maybe a little bit of a pullback. We don't know. It's all about context. To me, this market, the auction process in gold has been performing very well for a long period of time. I don't know when it is going to run out of buyers. I don't know when sellers are going to take control. Just the probabilities and the nuances are saying to me that we're not there yet. Not there yet. And when I do say things like that, the market loves to make a liar out of me. We don't know when that's going to happen. So the profile yesterday, double distribution, trend day higher, kind of a P shape in that, which is not really supported. P shaped profiles would be short covering profiles. When we added 23,000 contracts approximately yesterday to the long side in gold. Well, all those longs yesterday still getting paid. Overnight inventory long, probably reconciled here just before the open, back to even as far as inventory is concerned in the short time frame, leaving those shorter time frame traders available to affect price. And right now, so far, they've been affecting price to the upside. Watch the overnight high. That'll be an interesting spot. And that's what we're looking at here. Ladies and gentlemen, as always, take a deep breath before you start trading. Always stay humble, grateful, creative, and centered in your trading. By all means, pray for peace every day. We need all the prayers we can get. Let's have a great trading day. I'm excited today.
I'm excited too, Hoag. And I'm especially excited because we're going to get out of here so we can get in before the bell with our next guest, which, as mentioned, Nick for a Tick, star of the market kickoff, which you can see every Sunday at 4:45 p.m. Central right here on our YouTube channel. He is at Nick for a Tick on Twitter and just earned the new XFA yesterday. I can see him in the green room. He's smiling. He's happy about earning that XFA. Also joining us will be Jared J. He's from Kansas City, Missouri. Currently awaiting the launch of his new live funded account. Trying to bounce back from a little loss yesterday. It's his first time on fast markets, so let's make him feel welcome. Later on today, we got David Green stopping by. We got Dakota stopping by. We got tons of guests, so stick around. It's going to be a great All Hallows Eve, I think today is. So sit back, relax. We'll be back in a few seconds with the opening bell and fast markets here on Topstep TV. Let's go!
All right, folks, get your sliders into the gates.
Oh, I like it. Welcome everybody to Topstep. Yeah, welcome everybody to There it is. Welcome everybody to Topstep TV. This is Fast Markets. We are now open. We got Jared in the house. We got Nick for a tick. We got MP in the house as well. Let's get going right away. Hoag, what are we looking at here? Oh, you're on mute. All right, MP, what do we got here? MP, we got Jared.
We're looking at Hoagland jumping back in here. That's what we're looking at.
All right, let's go.
Yes, there you go. All right, so similar situation in the NASDAQ and the S&Ps. We looked above yesterday's weak highs in the overnight session. These weak highs up here probably aren't going to be lasting highs. We're right in the middle of the range from yesterday. We're inside value, which usually says to me at the open here, try and stay a little bit patient. We're probably going to find better trade locations as the day goes on. We started pushing lower after that GDP number came out, some kind of unnerving numbers in that. There's so much information coming at these markets between earnings, between economic information. Here's the NASDAQ. We've opened here at the low of the overnight session, right in the middle of potential repair. Inside range, inside value says to me, there's going to be better trade locations later on in the session. Probably not right off the open here, but there's going to be better trade locations as the day goes on. So for me, I'm going to remain patient, let this market settle in a little bit, and then find opportunities as the day goes on.
Let's do it. All right, we got some gold sell. Hey, by the way, gold new all-time highs. Gold, get your air horns out. 28.01 last trade.
We got some divergence on that because silver is down quite a bit already for the day.
Silver is down big on the day.
Yeah. And gold is like, even though in the overnight it hit all-time highs, yet it quickly reversed, I would say.
Jared, this is me, and this is new for me. You on here? Give me your background. Tell me a little bit about you, real quick, real quick, because get the market moving.
All right, real quick. Options trader, did that all wrong. Finally decided trading's really hard, and I got a lot to learn. So I jumped in. This is probably 4 or 5 years ago. Jumped in deep, grabbed every book, found that every indicator's pretty much junk out there. And that you actually have to understand what you're doing. You have to practice. You have to build a strategy. You have to be a business owner. And then you have to figure out how you're going to do that business.
I like that. Eddie, that's a big thing. Eddie's always said, my old man was always of that. He's like, You're a business owner, and the things that you do, grab the broom. If it's a dirty floor, start sweeping. Blah blah blah. From the very bottom, the very top row, you're responsible for them all. Buck stops with you. What better line of business than trading is? It takes pretty much exercise.
The worst thing about trading is that you are the business owner, your own boss, and the employee. So not only do you have to be strategic, but then you have to be tactical, and then you have to remind yourself to stick to the strategy. It's the worst. In the one way, it's the best of best because you can walk away when you want to. But again, how many of us walk away when we want to for the day? And, at the same time, how many of us are reminding us you're not going to win unless you stick to your strategy?
So really quickly, again, that's very helpful. You're trading what? You're in what account? How long you been with that? How long you been trading at TopStep?
Yeah, so been with TopStep almost 2 years now, and
Right.
so just switched to live funded last week. Haven't traded in that yet, but yeah, the great thing about TopStep was that one, it forced me to realize I don't have a plan, I don't have a strategy, and so it really kind of took me that long. I'm a very curious person. I if there's danger or fear in it, then I say let's go, let's see if we can do it, which is great when you're on the ski slopes, anything like that. I'm a snowboarder. So I love that, right?
All right.
Let's, anybody says, hey, you can't do that. I'm like, hold my beer, right? Well, in trading, that doesn't work.
Where's he going?
So I really had to change my personality when it came to trading. Still be curious.
What do you think about this board? You like LibTech. What do you ride?
I literally have a LibTech 500, I think. I love it.
Oh, nice. Okay, cool. We'll talk that. We got a soft going off.
All right.
So
you found a common bond here.
What product are you watching right now?
InQ. So I am very curious about the level right where it's at right now, the 620s. And the reason being is it's just below the expected day move. And we got some other levels there. I'm not saying that I would buy it, but I'm saying I'm really curious about it. But right now it's still continuing to go down. So either we try to get in short and go with the flow, or we are hoping to catch a reversal.
Okay. So when you're looking at it right now, go ahead. I'll let house account manager, like John's really jumping in here as a house account manager. He's going to pull out the thoughts and opinions that Nick for Tick has, you have, and on the markets, whether it's I like this area, I do like this area I'm looking at, sit on my hands, blah, blah, blah. But this is going to help people more and more here that tune in, understand the minds of traders that we bring up to the live funded account. That is very, very special moment for everybody to have, is to get in the head of a live funded. If they're getting called, if Jared's getting called up, that's a good thing. So we can talk more about his call up a little bit later. But
so on the ES, the 5860 level has a high volume level for 0 DTEs and also another level for some other stuff. And I would consider it also some support and resistance. So to me, if we lose 5875, we got problems on the ES.
75. All right.
Back to your idea in the NASDAQ, I was just looking at that, and that level that you were mentioning, right around 20,614, 610, that area, that's the 100-session moving average on the 30-minute chart. It would be contrary to price action at this time, but if we do see some sort of reversal from that area, then that might be an idea to take along, but I don't see it just yet. Not really seeing that level personally. In the S&Ps, we do have the 200-session moving average on the 30-minute chart. That's 58.65. You were mentioning 58.75. Losing that level would be a bad thing, right?
Yep. So I say we try to get short to go with the flow.
Well, when you say get short, go with the flow, I like that on a momentum play, but what's the risk play? Where does that...
What do you want, on InQ or
stop you
ES?
out and then say, hey, you were wrong. Stop. What would stop place be?
Either, Jared.
So on InQ, what if we go short around 638.25?
Okay. And then you have a risk that you're risking. Do you typically do risk in dollar amounts? Do you do them in or both? In price levels, areas,
ticks. So I do my risk and ticks. Yeah. So my entry has to usually afford me only 20 or 30 ticks risk.
Got it. Okay, cool.
All right.
So what do you,
Nick for Tick?
You got.
Go ahead, MP.
Go ahead. No, Dre, go ahead.
No, I'm saying once Jared gets called up to the big leagues, he's gonna be number 65 on the leaderboard. 65 on the leaderboard. We got top 100 trader in the house. We got Nick for Tick, top 10 trader. Yeah, we're bringing the big boys on board today at Topstep TV. Nick Tick, come on. What's going on, my man?
Well, I'm currently short from the overnight. I'm having trouble sleeping. I got a lot on my mind these days as I'm in this countdown to, having my first child. So I was trading last night around 3 a.m. for the London Open quietly. I've been short since 760s. I just covered one down here, excuse me, for about 2,500, and I'm letting these ride, to be honest. I would not be shocked if we can break 600 here, that we unwind majority of yesterday's slow grind up and even the earnings pop that we've already kind of, unwound from Google and AMD. So would not be shocked to see us rotate back into kind of yesterday's opening range, at least the first, initial balance period, the 30-minute opening range, whatever you want to call it, back down towards 526s. I think Hoag and I have been shouting 530s for the last month. So I would not be shocked to see us go all the way down towards there. And that's what I'm looking for, honestly, as a full cover of this position.
Couple of bears in the house.
Man,
okay, Hoag.
That's a wonderful position. I might have to stop sleeping.
Well, it's funny. I've been very frustrated.
I mean, Nick's going to be stopped sleeping here soon.
I've not been trading I have not been. Let me put this a different way. I have been reading the market very well. I have been executing my trades very poorly and managing them very poorly the last couple of weeks. And a lot of the time that has come down to the move has happened in the pre-market or in the London session, and then we've kind of just chopped around RTH, and I have been a victim of getting chopped up. Not letting certain trades ride and just trying to get into moves too late and be on the wrong side of them. So I just, when you see something and you're not sleeping well and you've been struggling, I'm going to kind of let this trade play out a little bit.
All right.
Very nice. Nicely done.
Shorts. The shorts are paying. If you took those shorts, they will be paying last trade 20,594. Again, we're looking for maybe perhaps 20,530. Jared, we didn't. Did you take the short, Jared? If you do, Jake, Jordan,
No.
anytime you are going to take a trade, please holler it out. Let us know so we put it up on the board. Again, this is currently going from XFAs.
Hey,
funds are being transferred into live.
Do
What's
you guys
up,
have
Jared?
anything at 576 on the NQ?
5 what?
Right there, 576.
Yeah, the next layer down is going to be that 550s to 530s spot.
I have a serious itch to try to get in at 576 long.
I mean, I can
Ooh,
see
you're
it's
getting in front.
it's an LVN on a longer time frame, and then we do have last week's value area
Never
high
mind.
at 550s.
Yeah. It just went poof down through it.
562 was last week's high.
It's holding up at 68s thus far. So
Yeah, it is. You called that short nicely, Jared. Value area low. Yesterday, value area low, 576. I think you'll see pinned to the top of the chat. You got Topstep daily levels. I've got those open. MP's got them open. Hoag definitely has them open. All right, we're still got some more selling here in the NASDAQ. 20,000. Hey, 570s. 62s hold back up to the 70s. Found some buyers.
62 is last week's high.
Yes,
I'm
being
not ready
below
to
my
buy
weekly
this thing
pivot
yet.
from Sunday at 58.60s also makes me a little bearish. It has kind of been that level we've struggled to get up above or below, kind of chopped around for the last few sessions. So same thing here. The longer we are below 58.60s, the more I'm thinking maybe more downside here.
This
Is anybody watching gold right now?
Do we get an air horn?
Oh, tell us what's going on in gold.
Well, here.
Nothing.
So
Nothing.
the market left the opening range at the low of the session. There's that opening range. Okay, the high of the opening range, 27,887. Market looked higher, came back, closed the gap to yesterday. The gap close was 27,849. Traded into value and is now rejecting value, potentially leaving a failed downside auction. This market, gold, has been performing, I think, very well to the upside. This nice little failed downside auction does offer opportunity. If we're in the mind to think about that, we've got about 7 minutes to find out for sure if there's any confirmation that this will, with great likelihood, remain a failed downside auction. I will keep an eye on that, and if it offers opportunity, I'll bring it up. See what the experts think here.
Still selling off here. Jared, what do you want to get short from? You want to get Jared, like 530s incoming. 530s incoming. Perhaps along here, guys. I know 530s are a key level for the last, I don't know, 2-3 weeks. Nick for a tick. We're coming on 530s last trade, 545. What do we think?
I think we might base there a little bit, at least for the next 10 or so minutes. If we get down there, I would be shocked to see us kind of chop around base and try to find buyers in that spot. Let's see if they do show up. If not, yeah, this could get ugly. But
There's
I am
quite
seeing
a bit
them
of
step on the tape
liquidity
a little
down
bit
there.
right here at that 550s, last week's value area high spot. We just had talked about that. So buyers trying right here, right now to potentially push us back in, probably above that 570 spot we were just talking about.
This is one of those classic scenarios where if you don't know how to get into the market, this is like, I totally see this about myself. If you don't have a strategy or plan to get in alignment with the market, with the price action, whatever that is, then you default to the next thing. And that is picking the top or the bottom. I don't know why, that's human nature. But it's just one of those things that's like, when we don't know what to do, then we just try to do the next thing that's obviously in front of us, which is right now we see a bottom but that's all we see right now, in the candle. The candle hasn't even finished, as an example. So that's one thing that I've definitely noticed about myself, unless there's a strong reason or you have a strategy that says, okay, this is why I'm picking this level. And I know this level has a 70% probability.
I like that. We miss out on the momentum. Your next plan is, where do I call the top or the bottom? Actually, doesn't
Much
make
easier
sense.
to
it's not
call
gonna be
bottoms, it seems like, in this regime.
I've definitely done that before. Definitely, yeah, Jared's spot on. Who said that in the chat? Alexander Kennedy. Yes, pretty much spot on. Yeah, that's exactly what I do. Shoot, I can't get
Currently
with
at
the
the
most.
200 session moving average on the 30-minute chart in the NASDAQ, relatively close to that 530 level. Let's see if we do find some basing here.
All right. Perhaps a long down here, Hoag, looking at Topstep daily levels. What do we
Yeah,
do with that,
can't do it
Hoag?
yet, but
530s.
might be interesting.
Big fat round number. All right, Michael. 15 minutes in. See the upper left-hand corner, hashtag fast markets. We're kind of doing hashtag power hour. Hit us up at TopstepTV on X. I think we crossed over 1,800 followers already on the X. Here's some cool stuff. We'll turn that around to you guys in power hour today. Again, don't forget, we got Alex Ferreira, the Olympic medalist, half pipe skier. That's half pipe, super pipe skier, not a half pipe skier. He's a super pipe skier.
Yeah, what's the difference?
Super's bigger. Super way bigger.
Super's bigger. I think it's deeper and bigger.
Half
I think
pipe.
the biggest super pipe in the world is here in Buttermilk, where X Games
Definitely the most
is,
famous.
where he'll be
Definitely
competing, where he has won gold.
Super pipe.
I'm meeting up with him in a couple hours.
Sure.
Do a little walk and talk.
So the question is,
Sliding my stop down a little bit.
is this
What do you win?
building another little? Go ahead.
Nick, what's your position? We got you short 2. 759. You dirty dog. When you get short those?
That's the 3 a.m.
Get
trade.
short those.
In the
That's
overnight,
the
man.
3
I
a.m.
couldn't sleep.
Well, good morning. My goodness. Good morning, Nick.
Right?
Wow. All right, dude.
We want to see pictures of you holding the baby while it's sleeping, maybe a bottle in its mouth, and you trading. We want at 3 a.m.
There will be. I will be telling Dee I can jump onto the London session as she's behind me in a baby Bjorn, like bouncing passed out with a passy in her mouth or something, as I'm degenning NQ probably. I think that's very likely here in Q4.
Incredible.
You got to pay for the diapers
dude.
somehow,
right?
Yeah, Nick, I don't know if I completely agree with your strategy. Like 5 or 3 kids into it, 5 years after having my first kid, sleep as much as you gosh darn can possibly handle. Be as lazy as you possibly can handle. Do not do it. Like, just do nothing. Like that is
nothing.
the joy that you'll never have ever again.
Just enjoy nothing, huh? Nice little bounce there. We bounced from the 42s all the way up to 82s. Big bounce there. We never got to the 530s in the NASDAQ. They preempted that.
MP, I'm not as optimistic about my trading performance over the next couple months. I'm definitely going to be winding it down. And come back
blame the
hopefully in
baby. And then
you don't
January
wanna
as I'm
bring-
more comfortable, a little more rested, and we have a better routine, and she's more comfortable too.
Well, one big thing too, my little recommendation having a kid is trading. I don't know, you're pretty even keeled, but everybody feels emotions. Trading brings out emotions in you. And he's a newborn, or it's boy or girl?
Girl.
Boy, girl. Okay, cool. She's a newborn. Last thing you want to do is pushing that energy, whatever energy you have, and usually it's never satisfied when you're in the trading world, so it's not the most chippery every day. Pushing it on them, so you got to be careful with that one. Bring it.
Mhm.
You babe, blame the baby.
Yeah, because I mean, you bring it home, you're actually at home, so blah blah blah. So you get that.
Yep.
Guys,
'Cause now
I'm
you have
watching
somebody else
the
that feeds off
600
you, so
level
to speak.
to
Which
to see
level?
if we potentially can the 600 level on the NQ to see if we
Okay.
can get short again.
Ooh.
And the
Okay,
reason
why?
being is because we've moved.
Oh, jump in here.
You know, we're not down like 10%. We didn't have a little overnight dip, right? We fell out. So
Right.
there's going to be a little pullback, but we're still under what VWAP. We're still under the 1 minute EMA or the 21 EMA on the 1 minute, which I use constantly. So for me,
Why the
I'm
600
going to
level?
try to get in line. I have a level here. It's called a blind level. That's a significant. The EMA is at the 600, and the VWAP, the session VWAP or the RTH session VWAP, is at 605.
And point of control is there, and there's a low volume node there. I kind of like that level to see if we can
Ooh.
kind of get a short up against that level.
Right, MP.
Nick, are you seeing anything there?
1,600.
At the 600 spot, we do have, it is kind of going to be converging with the weekly VWAP from the Sunday Open as well as the RTH one thus far, kind of in that same general spot too. So I wouldn't be shocked to see us come up there.
And if you
Then I
look at
think
the
we can
bigger
let- we
time
can-
frame, yeah, go ahead.
Jared, what would you do to manage the risk at that level?
Yeah, so if I'm looking at the 2 minute here, I'm probably going to try to get short. I have this big bar, impulse bar right here.
600's incoming. MP.
Yep. So I would have my stop just above at 615.
That's a nice low risk play.
And I'm not fighting the market. So I'm going to try to get in at 607, 75, and then 615.25 is my stop.
All
Very
right.
tight.
So
I like it.
that's pretty tight though. That's pretty tight, but you're trying to catch the
It's
very
tight.
corner of this, right?
Yep, that's right.
1 second.
And so what
Got
I'm
it. That's
like,
called
hoping for,
Carving the market up if you can get these low risk entries, and then those are real fun trading days.
Yeah,
Yep.
they are.
and we have a drop
It's
base and then hopefully another drop.
I mean, it's
Well,
it's
we
a low
got
volume.
how about this? We got tilt on 74% long right now. So tilt is starting to
Ooh,
the community
confirmation.
out there that is either listening and watching and
Here
or
we are.
not.
Jared, you in?
Yeah, we're right.
Nope.
He was looking at the 607s, I think.
It got
Right
stitched
to your
back.
RTH VWAP right there and rejected off of it so far.
Yeah, it didn't quite make it to the level.
Threes.
It might try again. I'm gonna wait just a second.
Okay. We do have a
Delta
failed
isn't
downside
infinite.
auction in gold right now.
Did we get it?
Failed downside in gold.
We take the 600s. Or we waiting for 607.
I'm still
The man
606.
with the
75
plan
myself.
was talking 607s.
You're like, okay. I like it to the tick. We might get another shot here. Hoag, we're getting short from 607.
That's what the man says.
Now this
Like
starts to now,
got good
does that
reasons,
change
got
for
good
you?
risk.
While we're staying patient, waiting for this, does this change for you, Jared? Do you ever go by JJ? You got two J's.
Yeah, that totally works.
I
I
love
wouldn't
it.
be the first. Yeah. Will Smith was up the bat last night for the Dodgers. You think he's ever been called Will Smith? You know,
Fresh Prince.
come on.
But he's been called Fresh Prince. Here we go. 606, 605 trade. Getting it up to the
Come on.
607s.
Oh, it didn't. I'm off one tick.
Well, you were watching the
Very
Dodgers
precise.
yesterday, huh? You were watching
Come
the
on.
Dodgers.
It'll
All
get
right,
it.
so
I'm
we
not
just
moving.
oh,
We're
you're
in?
not. Okay, we're out. Right. Now we're out.
Should be in
All right,
now.
I've got filled
Okay, so do I.
at
All right, what do we
606,
get, guys?
75.
That's pretty much 607s. All right, Michael, how many were you short?
We're short 10 from 3 half. 3 half.
Dude,
20,000.
you didn't tell me you're
half.
going 10 deep.
Don't
It's
worry
the
about
big leagues.
Oh, we keep that out of the conversation so it doesn't. We'll go micro if we want to go micro. We'll go
Exactly.
100 if we want to go. We're set up to do whatever, kind of whichever the way the wind's blowing of risk.
Hello,
appetite.
Manfred. Good to see you, Manfred. Good to see you in the chat. All right, how's it count short? 10 from 20,603. Hoag,
Where do we
take it from
currently
here.
have the order that shall not be named?
17 because he was talking 15s, but that needs to stay fluid, and I need to know that, and then I need to know target areas. This is tight, so that's the
It is
Yeah.
tight.
Out. I'm sure. Oh, maybe not. Yeah, it'll take me out.
what's that?
My trailing just got tagged.
You're talking 15. Hoagland, I need your backup on this. Was it 15s? Was
Yeah.
it 21s?
I mean, I like 20s probably better
20s.
for the stop. That's going to be another high volume node. It's got to get all the way through this low volume node, but we do now have a 3-bar
do you know what
reversal on
just
the
traded
5-minute
right here?
chart.
Yeah.
Do you know what just traded right here? Do you guys want to know what just traded right now? 21s traded. I can't even see it. We got stopped out. 21s traded.
Man, did they really?
Like prior to that,
We got
when it was trading 18s, it did a little
Oh, here it goes.
and 21.
That's
Oh.
why I covered. This is why I hate shorts, man. It's just ridiculous.
we do have a 3-bar reversal now on the 5-minute chart in the NASDAQ.
Yeah, you
So I'm flat
right.
up 83 70s.
You got flat on that? All right, cool.
Shorts, man.
Now you have tilt getting super long. It's like super long. I say micros is 78%. NASDAQ, 75% long bias. Minis, NASDAQ. Average price 08s, 003s. So in the O range, 20,600. Below the 10 range.
20,629. Now 630 trade. What a V-shape bounce. Look at the S&P shot out of the cannon.
Mhm.
5870.
Why I hate shorts, man.
5070. Jeez. Just a
They're not natural.
That's what
just a ho-hum 25-point bounce here in the S&P. It's just no big deal.
I welcome the day we actually finish minus 2% on the day versus dropping down 2.5% in the NASDAQ and then closing down 1% because we V-shaped at some
Right.
point by lunch.
Man.
They're
Yeah,
so
Squeeze
rare.
still on,
Sure.
Rockstar says. Rockstar says
I could be
squeeze still
right.
on. I feel
Could be right.
they squeeze you quickly here in these new
They squeeze you real
V Valor. V is for victory. V is for vendetta. V is for
Yeah.
valor.
Now,
Lots of things.
Down
if
to
you
highs.
guys
3-bar
with
reversal in the NASDAQ. We got a failed downside auction in gold. What are we doing next?
what are we doing next?
this.
72% long on the tilt. Looks like all the numbers are pretty much in the rear view mirror. We had ADP this morning. We had GDP as well. Hoag, what do we think about GDP? Any thoughts on what
I'm going
the
short
number came out
again.
there? You're getting short again, Jared?
Yep. And my stop is at 41.5.
Yeah, I don't mind still trying to short this, but it's just hard. Especially when we have Microsoft and Meta on deck too. It could very much be like yesterday with you had positive out of Google. Why wouldn't, single stock call buying be occurring today in, Meta and Microsoft as well to just kind of keep us afloat in the Mag 7 and
Absolutely
continue this run to the top side. Nothing would shock me. Google's up 5%.
GDP was was obviously a disappointment. I'm
Number two.
not sure I like shorts here because we do have a 3-bar reversal. And on the 30-minute, the price targeted and bounced directly off of the 200 session moving
Yep,
average.
got
We
you,
talked
Freddie.
about that. It's 544.
Number 1 minute, guys.
Oh, now
Let's
he
trade
tells me that
20.
after I go short.
Pending home sales.
Yeah, guys, we need a heads up. Production, 5-minute head up. Eddie's great on that. We need 5 minutes heads up. Nobody, JJ even got caught on that one too. So did I.
I got my
Let's
financial
step it
juice off
up.
right now so I can focus on you guys.
Yeah.
The juice.
I need to,
All right,
we just need
20,000.
to listen,
6
man,
2
here. Home sales in 1 minute.
Pending home sales, not new home sales. These are pending home sales. The ones that have already been on the market, Michael.
And that the tape isn't really thinning out much, so I'm not going to sweat it. I'm staying in my
Ooh.
short.
Where's your stop?
All right, you're short from what price, Jared?
41.5.
Okay. 623. All right.
I would maybe wait if I wasn't already in it, but
What a pop,
there
Nick.
it goes.
What a
Wow.
Never getting short again. Never getting short again, man. Never. Betting against America. Betting against America. And look at the Dow.
Back to settlement.
Boom.
My
There we
goodness.
go.
Right back to the overnight low.
I know. It went right to 42s.
Dow on an absolute
Has it
tear.
even come out? It's not doing a tear like it typically would.
No, it's not that big of a number. But let's see. Did it come out?
It's just going to squeeze.
Pending home sales change month over month, 7.4%. They were looking for 1.9%. Much bigger than expected.
That's much bigger. To the moon. Here we go. Almost like they had the number. Almost like they had the number. 77% long in the NQ. Last trade, 20,635. Well, we keep pushing. Last trade in the ES, 58.70.
So here might be one theory for this week, because this week's just been rough, right? Everybody's kind of complaining about this week. So everybody's positioned, or like options markets are positioned in anticipation for next week. Like the positioning on them, if you look at it as far as like the put call skew, it's just insane what's positioned for next week. So basically everything has to stay kind of within line this week in anticipation for next week to keep the delta neutral and, you know, gamma and all that kind of stuff. So until next week, it's probably there's going to be hardly any conviction in the price action all week long. And it's just going to be, we're going to feel constant hedging all week long, which basically feels like we're just getting slapped around the whole time. Does that sound about right?
I'll be wrong.
Sounds right to me. I mean, when we look at the S&Ps, it's been very range bound for the last, few sessions, we're right in the middle of that range. The market is just kind of idling, waiting for new information.
Yeah.
Here's the daily.
And I think you can feel when the hedging, the delta hedging is going on like aggressively, because there's just normally when like a certain level is broken, you'd be like, okay, now we're actually going to get some momentum. And instead we don't. We just immediately get slapped. And it's not even normal range bound where you like kind of hit the sides of the barrel. It's more of just this really random because people are kind of hyper sensitive, hyper focused and risk adverse, or, all the different hedging. And so it's just, they're like completely on top of it.
Yeah. Royce Hill goes, we're in a short squeeze, fellas. That's kind of hard. It's kind of hard because like, when do you like, we're always in a short squeeze. If we want to go
on the daily chart.
You're not wrong.
Yeah,
You're not wrong.
I mean,
And hindsight capital trading here. I mean, we to the tick almost bounced off last week's value area high and just shot out of a cannon. So still NGI ruling this market, and when you bounce off value area high like that, that just says like the market is one time framing higher on the following week. So we're building volume above last week's range basically and continuing the move up. So you should be long in theory. If we bounce off that, I should have covered and got out of my trade and looked for longs, because that's where buyers are showing up, the top of last week's range.
Does anybody feel like going short at 58.75?
You want to get short again?
I do, and I have a reason for it. I have
All right,
a
hit
reason
me.
for it. All right, so on the 5-minute, we have a green bar right here, and then we had an impulse down, and we had 3 impulse red bars down below that.
Right.
So is that an order block? And can we get short in that? And it's right back at RTH open.
All right, let's do the same thing because we're gonna play. We're gonna play flexible bias here.
Yeah.
Tell me why a long's a good trade right now. Tell me
Yeah.
why a long would be
There
a
you
good
go.
trade right now.
For me
We're
or
in this
someone else? Someone
victory.
needs
We're
to
in
go
this
against
victory
my theory.
formation. Well, that's kind of the part where I like to do that is it challenges us to like not get so biased. Like a flexible bias is what I always learn in trading is very good to have. Because like anything can,
Well,
anything can
yeah.
happen. But
So
you're
maybe
talking
reasons why.
58.
Yep.
So I'm just
The
going to do a
price
little one
action
lot
is
right here.
pretty
I'm just doing one lot short just to put a line in the sand on your 58s.
This
One
is gonna
lot
be the-
short with a 20
this
with
will
a
be the
20
big
tail.
winner.
So while you're talking about this, talk me into why long, and then we'll still be able to play this out.
All right.
58,
So the reason to
68,
go
78,
along is
34.
the price action is indicative of short covering, and it's very strong, and you don't want to go against it.
Okay.
Anything else?
Nvidia was pulled down by AMD and is like a beach ball underwater. Not the reason to go long. It's off its lows.
Ooh, you're
Market
calling
went
your
back to
video getting
140s.
pulled down a beach ball underwater. That is very bold.
That's pretty good. I know exactly what that means.
Yeah, it's pretty
I've
good.
never heard that before, but I get it.
But
I mean, I've never heard that before, but I know exactly.
1.5%. It was down almost
Instantly,
2,
you know what it means. Yeah.
likely just from the weakness in AMD. So why wouldn't people pile in and buy the dip like they already have so far this morning? Go back to 140s, which seems to be a relatively new area of interest that we've been having the last couple sessions. I don't know. We'll see.
How's the count short a oneer from? We got S&Ps or NQ?
75 was it?
58,
Oh yeah,
75.
sorry about that. Yeah, when I put that on, it was 62 evens. It was when he was talking about the 58s, and when we were talking about talk me into why long would be good. Now, right now, we're just sitting around 62s. So it's squeezed. Now it's pausing. This isn't. Yeah, I won't even call this a pause yet because it's not consolidation.
20,670.
Yeah.
Oh, remember we talked about like does this base at 550s before we find buyers? It didn't. It just V'd right out of that.
Mm-hmm.
We really didn't even have a chance to kind of think about it. To really watch and see buyers stepping in and trying to defend it. No, we just took off.
Yeah, it just ended and ran the other direction, and it was right off that 200 session moving average on the 30-minute chart.
All right, Robert.
546. And then it set up a 3-bar reversal on the 5-minute chart. We're still holding over
to the tick on
under
last week's value high.
overnight session VWAP and the NASDAQ, but we've given up both regular session VWAP and overnight session VWAP in the S&Ps. S&Ps are now above settlement. Pretty good move there. I haven't gotten back to
so far
settlement in the NASDAQ yet.
NQ is struggling at the opening range high here. It was the dead ass high of that open anyway, and then we kind of just melted off of it. But so far, struggling. Sellers kind of stepping in, defending.
What is it?
Still has like a 70% bias to the long side. 70% bias to the long side.
How's it going short from? 20,662. Last trade 20,659. Low day 20,542. Just a casual 100-point bounce going into that pending home sales number. That came out much better.
Nick holds a 100-point trade from 3 a.m. Instead, I could have just longed. 550s and a 100-point trade in 5 minutes and not stressed about
Last 15 minutes going into that number, we just bounced 100 points casually. I wonder why. It's like they knew. All right, 20,662.
This is still the Coach Dakota mindset. Where do you buy it?
Pretty much.
That's the only thing you should be looking for. Where do you buy it? And I hate it.
Why are traders all inherently bulls? Why are most traders inherently bulls? I just don't.
I
MP's
was.
I'm
I
sorry,
was
bear.
until
MP's
July.
a bear.
July broke
You're
me.
a bear. Didn't COVID break anyone?
Because you
All the bears.
because after you're
the
trading
bears
for a
should
while,
be
you
like
just want the
COVID.
whole world to fall apart.
Why are you guys all bears? Like what? I mean, it's just a COVID broke me. I was a bear until COVID. I said,
Well,
this is
I-
never
it's just
happened.
like anything else. I was- We're in August and we get the August low, and I'm like, okay, great. We're gonna have some two-way trades. No, it just goes up and to the right nonstop since then. It's like I don't even get days to kind of do two-way rotation type trades to catch large moves going both directions. Maybe a swing short at some point with options. Nope, can't happen.
No, cannot. All right,
we're very
all
much-
right, Robert, come on. All right, I don't think we got to EIA crude numbers here at the bottom of the hour, so that's not till about 20 minutes. I want to bring Robert. We got some top 5 live, ready to go, ready to rock. Robert, come on in. What's happening, man? Happy Wednesday. Happy hump day, Robert.
Happy Wednesday, happy hump day, and happy bounce day on that NQ. Is that something? Like a blink of an eye, 100 points. What the hell is going on with that damn thing? All right, so what we have, we know what's going on with our top 5 live funded traders, and here we go. Let's pop that graphic up there. Thank you very much. I love these guys back here. Faye, this is the talk of the town right now. Faye is up $12,600 in the live account, in her live account. We love that. You're going to see her name coming up on the big board, so make sure you stick
Is
around
Faye
for
the gold
that.
trader?
But what I want to say, I'm sorry?
Is Faye the gold trader?
Yes. Faye's a gold trader. Good, yeah, good memory. Now, what I like about Faye, 55 days in live, has taken $70,000 at $69,996, but $70,000 in payouts to date. And the best day for Faye was September 20th, 28,000. So we're talking just about halfway there with yesterday's profits. And of course, we have Caleb up there. You can see that name again. Alcaron's been on there before. Nicholas and Zachary, those names have been up there before. But Faye, we have to give a shout out to Faye, doing absolutely fantastic. We're going to back out just for one moment, update and overlay. We'll be right back in with the XFAs.
Thanks, Robert. Man, Balcaron. I see that name more often than not lately. Faye killing it in the gold. Pretty much just buy, hold it overnight, and watch it make new highs, get the air horn out. Yeah. Like to see
You're
the
not
breakdown
wrong,
of
Andre.
Faye's. Like to see Faye's breakdown, long versus shorts in gold, under gold trades, which you can do. Go click on your performance dashboard analytics on Topstep X. Take a look at your long
We've been
shorts.
talking about it. I want to see gold at 3,000.
It's coming. It's coming. I mean,
yeah.
End of year.
I said Q1, Q2. It'll be there. Yeah.
All right. Last trade in the NQ 20,670. Last trade in the ES 5878. Dow just shot. I can no insight on the Dow. What's up?
Balcaron, by the way, OG Topstep. He is one of the top 5 all time as far as payouts combined with account balance.
Nice.
I've been hearing that name for years now. Balcaron. All right, here comes some sellers. Will they win this time? NQ. Last trade, 20,662. Look at the tilt. Got 72% long on the crude oil. Last trade in crude, $68.22. All right, Robert, come on in. What do we got? What are we looking here for top XFAs? Come on in, Robert.
Okay, here we have it. Nick, you asked about some information here, and Faye's winning percentage is 75, and she only takes 3, 2, and 1 trade a day, and that is in gold, as you had known. And win rates are 75%. Before that, 100%. Before that, 100%. Before that, 100%. Before that, 100%. So she is definitely doing a great job at this. So what can you say about that? Okay, so here's the XFAs. We had to give you an update, right? Saeed. Number 1 spot. I'm going to show all these top 5. They're all single XFAs. There's no copy trading on this. Saeed's the talk right now. And the XFA, 16 trades in NQ. Get this, 81% win rate. But as I always say, you need to talk about the risk reward as well, because you can have an 81% win rate and a negative risk reward and you are screwed. But no, 10 reward to 1 risk. So it's a 10 to 1 R&R ratio with an 81% win rate. The average winning trade, $2,969. Average losing trade, $267. So congratulations to Syed. That is 1 XFA right there. No copy trading on any of these. Diana made it up on the list. Vikram made it up. Oscar, and we've seen Benoit before also. Congratulations to all the XFAs.
Hey, well done. Well done. JJ gives a double fist pump there. All right, JJ, I'm calling you JJ now, if you don't mind.
I don't mind.
What's up, Pete? All right, JJ, what do we got here? You got JJ short. JJ, you flat? Hey, got you.
I'm short, still at the 250 or 658.75.
658.75. How many times?
One lot. My conviction
One
is
lot from-
strong. My stop is at 677.75.
Thank you.
Just the other side of overnight session VWAP, right? Is that did it have anything to do with your decision to short that?
It didn't. Sorry. Not this.
That's all right. Just asking.
Cracks me up. All right,
all see
MP,
things
how's the count
our own way.
short from 662? Hey, watch out for that Dow. The Dow, there's no stopping that thing right now.
No.
Dow
So
just-
what I see in the
Please.
NASDAQ on the tape, so I see that it's probably someone's shooting for higher up at some point at like 674, 75. But we might get a little pullback. And what I'm going to be watching is if this 645 level holds, 650, 645.
Oh.
If that holds, then probably the short's not going to work. And the reason being is because I have an EMA right there at the 647.
Right. People were fired up yesterday, MP. A little bit more chill today, maybe because it's a Wednesday. We got some heavy earnings after the bell. We got Meta, we got Starbucks, we got Microsoft after the bell today. We're just getting started. Earnings season's off and running, MP. I know you love a good earnings season.
Oh yeah, I do.
The time that
If I can
Tesla.
Tell me how
If I can
many
ask
billions
Nick,
you brought in.
Nick, do you see the volume bubbles at the highs here in the S&Ps on the daily on the session chart? Like there's the high volume node is 58.78.5. Oh, maybe a little bit of buy iceberging
Yeah.
up here.
Yeah, and the point of control for yesterday was right around there too, if I recall. So a ton of volume up here, and we continue to
there
build
is.
and move a little bit higher. Yeah, definitely some buy iceberging there, about 1,500 positive delta and building off that spot, that 78, 79 spot.
Mm-hmm.
And off to the races we go.
Here
Off
we
the
go.
races.
See if NQ wants to catch up.
Yeah, NQ. Someone's got to nudge NQ. Wake up a little bit. NQ stuck at VWAP. VWAP is
Hey JJ, I know you got we both got this short on. House is just really light. Sorry, house is really light on it. But we're drawing the line and staying with you. But while we're talking about that, what's your balance on your live account that's being opened right now?
Roughly 50,000.
50. Have you taken any payouts yet?
Yeah, it took 15.
There you go.
I was
you
at
had nice
67. Yes, no, I was at
Okay.
67 or 69. And so on the transfer, I took out a 15 payout.
Very nice.
Nice work.
Sweet.
That's really
Seriously.
good. So you're 65, 69 around. Yeah. I remember when I had the, it was literally like my dad goes, shoot, I'll get off the pot. You need to decide if trading is for you or not. I was 23, 22, 23. So I'm like, that already blown out $30,000. So 90 grand. And it was my vending company money. I had to sell that company. But long story short, I then said, I'm going to keep pursuing trading. I went to Chicago and I learned on a simulator. And then when I was learning on a simulator, he's like, you need to decide if this is for you or not. I go, Dad, I love it. He's like, I don't give a shit. He's like, does it make you money? I'm like,
Yeah.
God, okay. Here, real talk. Here we go, Dad. He's like, all your buddies are making, 60, 70 grand coming out of college, blah, blah, blah. Which they were like, no, it was back in 2002. They're like 50, but I let him go with it. And then I go, fine, I'll make 75 this year. He's like, no, do you have a number? I'm like, no. He's like, I want to make, a really good amount of money. He's like, you don't even have a number on it. It got me into position. I'm doing this because your balance is 6570. When things turned around after I lost $30,000 trading account, it wasn't $1 million a year after that. Hell, I've never had $1 million a year trading. I've had 6-figure years consistently, mid 6-figure years. And there was $1 million traders, but I couldn't have that psychological swing. I didn't like that. So I would trade in the 1 to 10 lot range. They were like the 100 lot guys. But you have the 65,000. And for me, my first profitable year when I considered myself a trader and actually had a profitable year was $75,000 a year. And I told my dad I'd make 65. He's like, I go, okay, fine. I'm going to shoot for 65 this year. It was like the beginning of the year. It was like Christmas, around the table. Like, what the hell are you doing with your life? Conversation.
Wow.
And,
Merry Christmas.
Yeah, Merry Christmas. A lot of people have those on Thanksgiving and Christmas. Yeah. What are you doing next year? Well, same thing. Well, same thing didn't pan out. Okay. Yep. So that really changed my game around. And I worked backwards. Sorry. I worked backwards.
Man.
How much do I have to make? And I got in the $100. It was like, I don't know, $150 a day. I don't even know if I can go back to 65 grand. It's probably less than that. Like, I just need to average that. I need to have a batting average of this. And I put my batting average as what I needed to do, which is my daily trading P&L average. And that's where things changed, when I actually brought my expectations way down to something attainable. Like all my buddies did coming out of college, they got 9-to-5ers, W-2s. But no, I'm going to be a independent contractor trader over here, killing what I eat, eating what I kill, whatever it is.
Hockey, here I come.
Got stop down there. Yeah.
Yeah. Same. Yeah.
So the good number. So my point is good number. You have 65, 70 grand that you just put together. Solid. I was off to the races after that.
Nice.
All right, Nick for a tick.
Yeah, makes up a lot of losses.
Hey, Nick for a tick. S&Ps are about 6 points off the highs here. Dow's sitting at the highs. NQ hasn't quite gotten up there. It's a little bit choppier in the NQ. What's the next level we're looking for there, Nick, for a tick?
We want to see, does ES take out the previous day high here at 83.25? NQ, let's see. Probably do we see it kind of come back to the bottom of the overnight consolidation range, that like 710 to 715 spot? That'd be the next area I'm watching.
Hey, JJ, can we get a P&L update, please, now that we're flat?
Nick, you see that week high we put in the S&P regular session yesterday? NASDAQ as well, week highs.
No, I didn't. I shut down yesterday.
You shut down. Shut down your machine, or shut down physically, or you just kind of checked out, Nick?
All of the above. It's just not my. I missed.
I've been there.
So I was sitting on the bid at 430s yesterday, and the low of the day was 432. And then instead of doing what I need to learn how to do, which is, I guess, market in or not be such a D for a T, and just limit in a little higher and kind of let the trade still play out, if I'm that strong in my bias, instead of then waiting, hate watching it, and then getting chopped up trying to then, fade the opening range high and then fade another exhaustive move up. But then it just continues to grind. And we didn't really get any pullbacks to buy yesterday. You kind of had to close your eyes and buy the highs if you wanted to, make money yesterday. I think the pullbacks in NQ were like 10, 15 points at the most. One of those days. It felt like the middle of summer.
Have you noticed this? Like, when something is nagging in your brain, it just causes you to be just a slightly off, slightly delayed. Wow,
100%.
MP, what'd you give me now? And so, like, for me,
Right?
trading live on the session caused me to be just a little delayed, and those lows that we had today on the NQ, I was really feeling that. And we had an overnight high at that level, but I had already kind of said a couple things that had gone not well. And so then I just didn't say it and didn't stick with it. And then once that happens, it throws you off. And then now from then on, you're just basically toast. Have you noticed that? Like, and I'm wondering if you'll notice, like with a baby or something like that, if it'll just throw you off your game.
Yeah, I think it definitely can. If I know very quickly, like if it's just something I'm working on myself. If I miss those trades, rather than potentially saying like, hey, I might have missed the best setup of the day, let me just kind of wait and see if there's anything else, or just say, you know what, I missed it. no big deal. Come back tomorrow. Just because then we start getting out of my like hours that I'm a good trader in. It makes more sense to come back the next day versus just try to force trades like I kind of was doing, pre-London close yesterday. And you just lose money and you get frustrated, and then you can, tilt off that versus just come back, wait for the next setup. Like granted, the setup was in the pre-market or in the overnight for the next good trade that I was seeing, but I'm still learning things about myself. And I definitely think if you are not in the greatest headspace, and I think sleep deprivation that I'm going to be in the coming weeks is not going to help that cause either. So I probably will phone Mick and say, do not let me touch my live over the next until January. And I'm gonna do the show. I'm gonna have some fun. I'm gonna do some combines, but I am not putting large amounts of capital at risk over the next couple weeks.
Anything that's happening outside of trading in your life can certainly affect your life in trading. I mean, any major life changes, anything like that, you got to expect a little bit of a different decision making process when these things happen. JJ, you were saying, you're on this stream here. You were really feeling those lows in the NASDAQ and you hesitated because something else didn't go right. And maybe it's just being on the screen that it was part of that. Of course, anything that affects that decision making process is going to affect it. Just one thing I want to point out: there's like 1,400 on the bid here in the S&Ps, 58.74 quarters. They just took some of them off. Some of them off. Hey, that's the alarm. We're 5 minutes from the EIA petroleum status report, guys.
No, Michael's favorite number. Marcus Stalker D's favorite number. Yeah, I know. Hey, JJ, can we get a P&L update really quick so we can update the board?
Oh, yeah. Negative 2,500.
Nice, 2,500. All right, let's dig ourselves out of the sucker.
We just went to settlement. On NASDAQ, 696.
Yes.
Yeah,
we did.
I mean, it's so easy, I think, to see these things in other, like snowboarding. Like if you've never snowboarded and you go to the slopes and you're falling down and everything, there's nothing consistent. So it's just like at the end of the day, you're exhausted, you're tired, you're beat up, and you maybe had fun. But if you've been consistently going and you know your skill, then you'll start noticing on one day, okay, maybe I'm a little tired, or maybe there's something extra in my pack. Like buddy says, hey, can you hold my jacket for me? Whatever, something like that. And it throws your weight off. And then you start noticing that. And like trading we want to think it's not. We want to think I can step into the market and force my way into it and force that money into my pocket. And it just doesn't work. And so then we start saying,
in the backpack so it doesn't throw your weight off.
Put it in the center of the body.
I know what you guys got in there.
Speaking of skiing and snowboarding, we got the star, the Topstep partner, recently introduced to the whole world last week. We got Alex Ferreira joining us at 1:30 p.m. Central Time. Oh, it's about 4.5 hours from now, or so 3.5 hours from now. Make sure you guys stay tuned for that. Talk about his trading, talk about his training as well. Got his training and his trading. Both. We're going to follow his journey.
Well, Andre, you want to hit a few news things? I see if I can squeeze them in right before the EIA.
Perfect timing, Jack. Yes, please. Come on in.
Yeah.
All right, let's do it. Unless you're trading crude. GDP numbers. Hoag and I talked about it this morning. Came in at 2.8, 2.9 was the forecast. What's new? Consumer spending advanced 3.7%, the most since 2023, and the GDP was held back by a wider trade deficit. That was the 730 number. As we also mentioned this morning, Google had great earnings, but a Russian court fined them $20 decillion.
Wow, that's a big number.
By 34 zeros. It's more money than exists on planet Earth.
I mean, at that point, at that point, I'd pipe back and be like, "Yo, that's not real money anymore."
That number's too far. I've never heard that.
Not real.
We're gonna send you a message.
That's a lot of money, Michael.
Get interest on there too.
Yes.
2 minutes before the number, we also got the Yankees survived in Game
Good.
4 of the World Series, but also did the yankiest thing ever. Have you seen these two goobers?
I love it.
my
It's so
goodness.
Yankee. It's so Bronx. It's so New
It's
York.
so-
I love it.
It's
Yeah,
awesome.
watch the video. I can't show it, or
They're the
MLB
best.
will drone strike my home. But check out the video of this guy.
So New
with
York.
the
He
kid.
opened up the glove. He opened up the glove. I didn't
Yeah.
see this. I watched
Yeah.
the game last
They wanted
night.
to wedge it
Didn't see
open.
this one.
Give me that ball. Give me that.
Hey, this is
Yeah.
my ball bear.
I mean,
Give me that ball,
yeah,
Mookie.
so- they
Never
call
bet
it
against
sixth man in
and-
football or in basketball, don't they?
So
And
New
lastly,
York, man.
Crowd.
we talked
12th
about cocaine pizza in Germany last week, but United States
That's
has
right.
responded. A Wisconsin pizzeria has apologized for unintentionally contaminating their pizzas with THC oil.
What is going on?
Indeed, the people felt the effects, and that's when they realized that they had dosed themselves.
What is going on?
So they're
What?
dripping oil, or they just hot box the kitchen so much that it get infused into the
What's hot? What's hot
They
box
say
mean?
that.
Oh, you know.
Oh,
What's
yeah,
hot
yeah.
I was in high school once.
They drizzled the oil. All right, we got about 20 seconds right now until EIA, so I'll get out of here to eat some weed
Thank you,
pizza.
Chuck. All right, EIA.
Pizza
What's
makes you
expected
hungrier the more
here?
you eat it.
EIA 0.6 million barrels, and the gasoline, the crude 1.8 million barrels. Previous was 5.47. This number is notoriously off from what's expected. Buckle up, folks. Let's see what they give us now.
Minus 0.515 million barrels, 515,000 barrel loss. We were looking for
That's not actually
1.5 million barrel plus, loss of 515,000.
terrible miss.
Yeah. Not that, I mean, like D says, probably going to be a storm in a teacup.
I'm waiting to be able to
Thanks,
put my
man.
resume in to be an analyst for crude inventories, where I can just blindfold myself and throw a dart, just throw a dart at a wall and see what happens. That's pretty much the projection, it seems.
Someone in the chat here, Michael says, looks like Michael needs my help. I made 20K today and 30K yesterday. Call SOS when needed.
Oh, Jesus.
Oh, what's up, Danny Trades?
Everyone's coming out of the
Hey, I
woodwork these
remember-
days.
I know.
I'm obsessed.
I like Danny
I'm
Trades.
obsessed with.
Yeah.
I'm obsessed with the characters in this
He's a
space.
cool guy.
The characters in this space are just hilarious.
Danny, you're
It's just
you're
so
a cool guy. Kind of wild. You're wild, but there's a lot of wild guys out there.
So good, man.
Andre, how do you feel about Lambo Raul?
I love them all, man. It's like a lot of it feels like WWE. You got Stone Cold, you got The Rock, you got The Undertaker.
That's a good. That's a good
It feels like you got Triple X, you got Triple H. I mean, it just feels like wrestling, man. Some of this feels like a little bit of wrestling. Granted, there's big bucks at stake, and we're all grinding and trying to make some money and outthink the market. But man, a lot
We're
of
all
this
just
has like
trying to take
WWE
money
feel.
away from the larger institutions, as I like to say. Just get
Well,
your
if we're all
funds
trying-
paid out.
if we're all actually in the live markets, we're all trying to take money from each other. Technically, it's a zero-sum game.
That is technically
I'll
true.
play it that way. Yes.
It does
Yeah.
remind me of the saying. There was some famous investor who I believe once said, if the CFO has a $10,000 watch, I buy the bonds. If he has a $500,000 watch, I short the bonds.
Oh God.
I'll just leave it there.
I mean, at that point,
How
you're
about
just
that,
pretty
Mike?
much calling it a casino. Like it's like, I mean, you're now just playing the game of gambling, which people like action.
That's an
More and
indicator.
more people
It
on
is.
this planet like action now. It can come right to your hand. I mean, we went from fantasy football. You can bet on fantasy football to all of a sudden it's a sports book app in your hand. Like that went pretty quick.
I mean, with
Yeah,
zero,
you gotta-
betting on the
zero date
presidency.
expiration options, this is a casino. It's hard to say it isn't when you can hedge positions minutes before news releases with options.
Yeah.
I think it's more
especially if
respect.
they
Hey, I
lock
can
in the trading
confirm
hours.
real quick, guys. Hey, JJ, I do have some news for you. I can confirm that JJ will be getting the keys to his live account this Friday.
Woohoo!
We'll be looking forward to that. We'll have you back here. Be live trading into the big leagues. Pro ball. We got a pro ball trader getting called up to the big leagues. XFA live funded because what we do: real trades, real executions, real P&Ls. Only Topstep.
Danny trades. You want me to set up a boxing match with PW and you?
Oh my gosh.
I think Rips is probably going to be
We're
in
not-
there. He's going to with the bell rings. It'll be like WWF. You just tap each other and tap it. But no, Danny actually can box, so I think you already have a competitive advantage there. Verbal boxing is what everybody's doing on Twitter right now. It's kind of a.
And I'm just trying to trade to pay my bills. That's all I'm trying to do.
Hey, that's like means you're like a real trader, and you're not just looking for clicks and stuff.
Oh, you're gonna be once you have that ball of joy in your hands, you're gonna have more of that pressure on than ever. Once you have the kid. Okay,
Nick, once we have a chance, whenever we have a chance, I know that a lot of people that are watching would like to kind of take a look back and see what put you in that short so well earlier, well, at 1 o'clock in the morning while you were not sleeping, 2 o'clock in the morning, whenever it was.
Yeah, let me see how I can describe this. I'll get that.
Awesome. Not really getting much of a pullback here in these equities. Gold still holding the IB low as support. Still have that failed downside auction in gold. Starting to roll up now.
You do more fun coupons. Oh man, I'm catching strays on the internet again. Pull that up.
Are you
Hardman caught one? Even Hardman caught one?
Are you checking that like right now, like when we're on screen? You're watching the social media stuff.
It was Slack.
Hoag, I simply looked at the Slack channel. I simply just looked at the Slack channel. Hoag.
No,
that's where all our communication's done. Hoag. That's where all.
I don't really do social media, so I
right
don't
there
just checking it out.
MP, why don't you read what they just posted in Slack? Incredible.
I have a social media account. I've already seen it all.
Oh my God.
I'm updated. I'm updated.
Anyways, last trade in the Nasdaq. Yeah, we gotta get back focused on all this WW Nasdaq. 20,688 last trade in the Nasdaq. We got VWAP at 670. Just chilling above that. I'm gonna trade sideways a little bit.
Crazy.
Looking at the ES 5881, about 5 points off the highs there. It's pretty tame. Keep an eye here on the Dow. Dow's been creeping higher, but that's the one that really took us higher. 42,600 last trade. 632's high of the day. All right, let's go around. All right, everyone's flat right now. JJ's flat. Nick for a tick's flat. House account's flat. Correct. Everyone's flat.
Yep. And
okay, all right. Don't say it all at once there, JJ. Do something. I like this.
I really want to go.
I don't have them. Short.
That's okay. Here we go. We haven't had a pull out today. We need to get polls going. Just get thoughts and opinions. Here's a poll. Do you believe a strong bias helps or hurts you?
What made you
when you come into trading? I see a lot of people say it's going to do this.
Going
to do this basically means that you're totally hook, line, and sinker bought into that. It's going to do this. And there's other folks that say, well, it could do this or it could do that. In your conviction, in your game of trading, does it help or hurt you? This helps the newbies too. It helps veterans. It helps. I mean, let's say they know, but yeah.
So what did you ever hunt, MP? Like deer hunt?
Yeah, quail, pheasant and quail.
Okay.
And sometimes we just shoot squirrel's nest for the fun of it, which I don't like.
Yep. So like in hunting, you would have, you always try to pick the deer stand that you thought was going to see the most action, right? And usually you would say, well, the wind is coming from the north or from the east. And so that stand is setting up on the correct side of the pass, so then they can't smell it, Well, that's what you would be planning like the day before or whatever. Well, then what would happen? You wake up in the morning, the wind's changed, and it's now coming from the south, let's say. And so then you would need to pick the other stand. Well, I think in trading, it's the very same thing. Your bias is when you look at it, you say, well, if price is below this or price is above this, VWAP, whatever your program, your strategy is that you have that gives you an edge in trading, then you say, okay, this is my bias. But if the wind were to change, if price were to change and go below such and such, then my bias would need to change because based on my trading strategy. To me, that's how I think about it.
I love that. I think it's
Yeah,
also
me
like
too.
the reason why I asked
Same
this
though.
question, because I think it's a good question. Look, I was like, I've watched a Big Short 100 times, and what's his face in there is completely convicted that the housing is this, and it took him forever, taking
Right.
heat, all his investors, the whole world telling him he's an idiot, taking all the paper, and then in the end he crushes it. So that's long term. And somebody said in here about it works when you're swing trading. Yeah, that's not long term. I'd say that's midterm or whatever. Like you're holding it for a week or weeks. But day trading to me, you have to have a flexible bias, or else you can get steamrolled. Like right now, I'm sure all of us still want to get short because we were short earlier and it got stopped out, and then short that got stopped out. So it's not like all of a sudden you're like, yeah, I'm totally looking at seeing the longs all of a sudden. So you can get caught in this quicksand of bias. That's why I've always had the flexible bias, strong opinions, weakly held, like that kind of mentality. So you stay loose. You let information come in and out, and then you just like, okay, boom, and then you hit and then that timing ends up being good trading of knowing when to and when to get in and what direction to get in on.
Yeah,
without
and I think you
staying
got to know what changes your bias, because it's very easy to go off of just what the lines that we see on the chart, like the candles, and that doesn't necessarily, like, to me, levels win. They always win. There's always, gas is expensive at $3 in our mind, at least here in the Midwest. That's expensive, and when gas goes down to $2.50, you're like, buy, fill up the tank, right? And so it's just this arbitrary level to some degree, and the markets is really about the same. There's some arbitrary level where gas is price is too cheap or too expensive.
Yep.
It's an auction.
Yep.
It is an auction. And I never knew about that whole deer hunt, that hunting. What do you call them? Deer stands?
Oh yeah.
You got to know where the wind is
Easy
blowing. Dude, I know you're going to. Oh, that was so bad. That was so bad. That was so
what
bad.
do you call those deer stands? Yeah, you're
Damn it,
stand.
damn
You're
it,
waiting
damn
for a
it,
deer.
damn it, damn it. No.
Yeah.
The whole wind thing.
There was this old timer that he smoked
Sorry,
like
man, that was bad.
a chimney pipe, and here I was a new hunter, and my friends were like, oh, you got to get the you got the smell or the odor killer, and you got to wash your clothes, and you got to do all this kind of stuff, right? That's how the thing. So I go over to his place because he was going to take me out, and I show up, and he's got a cigarette hanging out. He smells like cigarettes. He's got just his old jean jacket on and jeans on. I'm like, what is this dude doing? I'm like, I thought you were going hunting. He's like, yeah, we're going hunting. Like, you're not ready. He's like, oh, I'm ready. He's like, all we're going to do is sit up over there. We're going to be downwind from there. They'll walk right past us at 4:05. I'm like, what in the world?
No
So we
way.
show up. Yeah,
No way.
4:05. Here they come trooping down the trail. I'm like, seriously?
Really?
I mean,
are you kidding me?
There's something about that. Yeah.
4:05. I love that, man. I love that. All right, we did see some sellers try to pop down really quick in the NASDAQ. Last trade, 20,683s. I thought we just bounced right off VWAP up 20,671.
Yeah. On my way in today, I passed about 6-7 trucks. Guys getting out are already up in there because it's hunting season now here. I do have a rub as a Nebraska kid with some of these folks around here in this is Aspen and Snowmass, 2 communities. And there's like BLM property, not Black Lives Matter. It's Bureau of Land Management, blah, blah, blah. When it first came out there, it was BLM. Because I'm a kid from Chicago. I'm like, okay, I know that.
Yeah.
But then you find out that BLM is all the land that everybody can go hunt on. There's a piece of land here. There's a piece of land here that there's like 10 trucks that can, like, you can't fit in. And it's like literally surrounded by, there's a neighborhood and then this big BLM piece of land. I'm like, dude, there are kids, right? So I pulled up there next time. I go, hey, I'm from Nebraska. I've hunted before, blah, blah. I go, this isn't sport. I kind of look out there. I go, this is a sport. House there, house there, house there, house there. They literally walk across and almost the kids pet the elk or the deer, and then they step over the fence to BLM and get shot. It's like, I don't know. Like, I go, take it up somewhere that's a little more sporty. That was my little rub with him. And he's like, well, it's BLM. I got a tag. I'm like, okay, yeah, you're right.
Did you honk the horn to scare the deer away?
I honk the horn every now and then. Just give the old wildlife a fighting chance.
So bad.
Deer season
Anyways,
starts
somewhere
here
else
this weekend.
They're wide open places. You got to drive hours away from.
Yeah, I grew up.
All right. Well, we do have
bow
got some
hunting
hot-
only. My dad was like, "Guns are too simple. You need to learn how to hunt, and if you can do it with a bow, that's good enough." So that's what we did. So you had to learn.
Real. We got some hunters in the house today.
Wow.
Hey, we got some hunters in the house. If you like these old hunting stories about sitting up in deer stands, being downwind from whatever the hell that means, click subscribe. Give us a follow on X. We're trying to catch up to MP's amazing 12,000 follower count. He got the blue check mark. We're trying to get that blue check mark as well. But without further ado, I want to do hot streaks and top 5 payout. They are ready. Robert, what do we got?
Thank you very much, Andre. And yeah, the deer stories are great. I'm from up north in New England, so I'm very familiar with that sport right there. So you got me on the side. What we have to do is we have to practice one thing for everyone on here. Can we all, in 1 second, we're going to go like, oh, and there's a reason why, because 3 traders fell off of the hot streak. So ready? 1,
no.
2, 3. No.
What is it? Oh,
Right?
Aw.
Oh,
Who was it?
okay, so here we are.
Oh, there we go.
Oh,
Nice.
give it to the team.
Dude.
Delesh is still number 1, though. Delesh is still hanging on. Way to go. Awesome. Another $4. Congratulations. Fair is still up there, 39. But we have 3 new ones. We have Derek M, XFA, Joseph O, XFA, and Cassandra S, first time on the board, XFA. They're doing good to keep those streaks alive. Unfortunately, 3 lost it. Yesterday was a pretty tough trading day. All right, and let's move on to yesterday's payouts, the top 5 payouts. Here we go. Pop the graphic. We have Chung,
46.
top
Nice.
spot.
Those numbers. Look at
Okay.
those numbers.
Yeah. The impressive one is Chung. That's a live account. It's the only live account on here. Chung, $46,000 on a payout on a live account. Man, congratulations. Caleb
PW
is 2 XFAs. I'm sorry.
Oh.
2 XFAs for Caleb. Z is 39,000. That is 5 XFAs. Johnny, we had like a whole bunch of Johnnies on the air yesterday, but Johnny is on the board today for payout $32,000. That is 2 XFAs. And I think I've seen this name somewhere before. I'm not sure if it's the right one or not. I'm just kidding. PW, we know the guy. 5 XFAs in the top 5 list, $31,200. And how about the over-under on the payouts? I will tell you, it is again over $1 million. We're going to hit that streak and keep pushing it up. $1 million a day, every day for another week. Let's go for it. What do we think?
1.2. 1.25. Nick Fertick's good at this game. I got 1.25.
139.
139. Jared.
I'll go with Nick.
139. Jared, do you have a number?
All right.
Under 1.4.
Just under 1.
Under 1.4.
Well, he just said it's over $1 million, Jared. He just said it's over $1 million.
1.5.
There you go, Hoag.
All right, let's see what we have here. Number of payouts is 536 for the average of 2,400 per payout, and that accounts for 15% of all the payouts. These 5 counted 50% of all the payouts. What?
We got average.
Nick, you just said 139, so I'm thinking it's 1309 is what you were thinking.
No,
I thought
if you were, that's 2,000.
1,390,000. I thought like under 14.
I'm trying to work you.
No, I was dead on like last
over,
week. I think I got one
it's
like
to
the tick.
Yeah, it still is over. We're
well, there you have it.
Right
Here are the top 5. We're going to turn it back over. We'll be back. I will be back later on for the big board. But we have Jack coming in. We have James coming in. Some drop-ins and Coach Shay coming up. So stick around. We got more to come.
Love it. Thank you, Robert.
Yeah, and always, guys, disclaimer on that. That's a small percentage of folks that are doing well. PW, great job with the payout. That's good. Glad you did that. A small percentage of folks. can get to payouts. Small percentage of folks can get to funded, all that kind of stuff. So there you go.
Zero-sum game, folks. For every winner, there's a loser. That's how this
We need a
goes
different
in this game.
disclaimer for that one, guys. That was different. That was a copy
What,
trade
zero
disclaimer.
sum or the one?
That was a copy trade disclaimer. Just a disclaimer about how not everybody's a winner.
Disclaimer for a disclaimer for a disclaimer.
Wow.
Yeah.
Lots of disclaimers. All right, let's get back to these markets.
Different
Last
topic.
trade, we're starting to see a smidge, a hint of selling here in the NASDAQ. Don't look now, but they're trying to stay below VWAP, 20,666. Nothing really showing up on the tilt just yet. Dow chilling. Feels like a little quiet right now. Some people look on the 5-minute here in the ES might say, hey, that might be a bull flag. We're just kind of consolidating, chop around lower end of the range right here, 58.78. Call it upper end of the range. 58.82-ish. About a 4 or 5 point range right now in
This
the
day should
ES.
stay really tight, right? Because like people are expecting some hedging for some, or planning for some movements tonight on the earnings. So it's going to cause things to try to stay within a tight range. You said
Yeah,
Alphabet's out
curious.
tonight, not Alphabet, Meta, right?
Meta.
Let's see what,
Starbucks,
I'm gonna see what the IV on Meta is for tonight.
Thank you, Nick. Yeah, Nick. Also, let's take a look at the option. All right, we got some more selling here. Can we push lower here? 20,662 in the NQ. Oh, look at all that.
Andre, we just took off a whole bunch of positive delta in the S&Ps here. Really just kind of range bound for the last half hour, 45 minutes on the 5-minute chart. Right where we opened the overnight session is where that range started. So we're starting to see some maybe a little aggressive selling coming in here. And we did just put up a failed upside auction in the S&Ps. Looky here. There's that weak high we put in yesterday, previous day's high, today's high. We just took 2 little ticks above the initial balance and came back inside the initial balance. We got about 10 minutes to wait before we can confirm that is a failed upside auction. The IB high is 58.82 half. Seeing sellers coming in on this already.
Thank you, Hoag. Good stuff. 58.82 half. IB high. Yup.
82 half. Yes.
Here comes some sellers. All right, more sellers coming here then.
My options traders in the chat, someone can confirm, but it looks like the implied move in Meta after earnings tonight is plus or minus 9.5%. So someone can check that, but that's what I'm seeing so far.
Sounds volatile.
Which is a lot. That's a lot.
Yeah, it sounds like we got some movement. Yeah, it is a David Green Wednesday. I'm sure he'll give us more. All right, more selling coming in here. I have not seen the headline at all, but we are seeing some sellers pushing it to the downside here. Just Hoag was talking about IB high in the S&Ps, 58.82. Hook last trade, 58.74 half, down about 8 points from there. Sellers coming in here in the NASDAQ. How low will it go? Last trade, 20,000.
Right back to settle. Right back to VWAP, Andre. Right back
Unreal.
to VWAP.
Uncanny how it just goes right back to VWAP.
It
Why I'm saying no, not so. What's that? Uncanny? You do or don't like that word?
You do.
It's a good word. It's uncanny.
I know. I hear you say it. I like it too.
It's a good word.
It's uncanny. It's a word for the markets. I've said it for years for the markets too. I know you say it too.
The rally, just the way it rallies. Uncanny how the way it rallies. The resiliency is uncanny. You broke my flow there, man. I was flowing there, and you just broke it. Now I don't know what to say next. I don't know what to say now. So you take it from here, Michael. What are the markets doing?
Yeah, we all have a plan until you get punched in the face, says Tyson. Dre, come on.
Very true. When's he gonna fight that Jake Paul? Anyways, that's another conversation for another time.
That Joker fight? That ain't real. That ain't real.
Never gonna happen.
They're both smirking at each other as they look each other down. Yeah.
Wink, wink. Did that check clear for you? Sure did. All right, cool.
Exactly.
All right.
100%. We got all these suckers.
So we're moving.
We're moving here, guys. Sounds good, James. Let me know when you're ready.
60s. What are we looking at?
Right now, coming in on NQ, right back to the 1-minute opening range low and the RTH VWAP right there. So kind of a spot I would expect to see buyers continue to defend. Otherwise, we may go back and rotate the other side of the initial balance range. Maybe we just have a violently range bound session here as we wait for Mark Zuckerberg to save the world once again with a 10% up or down move.
What happened to the metaverse?
I
I
don't
was
know.
pumped for that.
What happened to the? What was it?
When you look at, I mean, maybe something will come out of it in the future. But when you look at their balance sheet, 99% of their revenue is still just ad revenue, and then
Yeah,
you
it's
see
advertising
Meta
agency.
Labs, which is the metaverse and all the other, the glasses and things that he's working on. I'm not saying it's not going to turn into anything, but it's still just hemorrhaging money. He's just taking billions of dollars of cash and throwing it in a dumpster and lighting it on fire, and has been for years. So it's just an advertising company at the end of the day, which is kind of crazy to justify the valuation.
Been great for Nvidia though.
It has. Yeah, they're just
What's up, Jack?
Nvidia just selling, as always, is just selling the shovels and pickaxes for the AI revolution that is going on. And Jensen Huang making money
They're powering this thing.
hand over fist. Doesn't matter to him.
No, it doesn't. All right.
Yeah.
Look at
What was the other thing that he had? Was it the
Google
Lira?
glasses?
Lira?
Oh, Lira. What
Oh,
was
Lira?
that? Currency, wasn't it?
Yeah. He was selling beachfront property to Code World and then Lira at the same time. That cost him a cool few billion. But he's got a great batting average.
Libra, apparently.
Libra.
Libra.
Is that what it was?
Right.
Libra.
Thank
Lira's
you,
that
chat,
club you
as
like to go
always.
to.
Lira's the old Italian currency.
Yes, it is. It is the old Italian.
Isn't that
Yeah, it
It's also that club he
Cicero
likes to go
clams?
to in the West Loop. He loves that place. Anyways, still seeing some selling here. 20,631. Like Hoag said, ES went right to VWAP. VWAP at 58.72. All right, new 5-minute candle just got started. We got 5 minutes to the top of the hour. Hoag, I saw Dakota in the chat saying 3-bar reversal is working nicely today.
Yeah, we've seen a few of them.
Probably carving this sucker up. We're right in the middle of the range right now. Last trade. Let's take a look at some of the other markets. Gold making new all-time highs overnight. There's a new all-time highs 28.01. Last trade
Hey, Nick, do you
27.91.
have anything at 576.25 or in that area there?
576.
576. 576.
Let me check my longer chart.
Hoag, take a look at those as well. 576s and the NASDAQ.
Like
Looking.
575, 75 maybe?
I don't know if we got anything there.
No, outside of just some 4-hour candle wicks that I don't have marked in that area, which means I didn't
Are we?
observe anything like crazy happening with Delta or larger orders or anyone stepping in, but everything else was back towards 550s that I had.
Wow. Look at the buyers. Just say, nope. Nice try, shorts.
About it.
Gosh, just vicious, man.
This is America. We
yeah.
don't short here.
That was a nice, just
so-
a cool, just a 30-point facing right there.
Just
So
right
on
down
the
the VWAP.
I know.
EQ, it traded right below
Gosh,
that VWAP that was on 635.
How do you stay short?
Ripped around it and ripped over it.
Choppy.
How do you stay
Yeah.
short?
Yeah.
Hey, Jared, some people want to, why were you looking 576s? What was down there? Hoag, I didn't see anything on our Topstep daily levels.
I didn't see anything down there like in market generated information really either.
Either. Cool.
People are going to laugh at me for this. Like, you guys really
No.
have this guy on your show?
Nobody's laughing at you.
Oh,
People
we're here
laugh at
now.
us every day. People do laugh at us every day. We
All right.
keep coming on
I'm a
the show.
pinata, dude. Pinata this week. Don't you worry about it, man. Don't worry about it. Go ahead.
Well, welcome to the. It's
on
not
the-
called the trading pit, but this is exactly about as close as you can come to the modern day trading pit as you can find.
All right.
Yesterday was a
So-
good.
Mhm.
Ugh. All right, we're all here. All right, so on the 1 minute, if you follow the trail down from the reversal, that's the last red bar that happened on that area. And it's there also on the 30-second. And there's a volume node right there also. If we chart a fixed volume range on just that movement up that occurred on the reversal, there's a volume node right there. And what I like to do is I draw a box and I got a 50% line inside that box, and I like to put my entry on that 50%. The thing I also like about this is I have the RTH open at 661. Price came up, traded again. So price traded through that here in the last 10 minutes, traded through it. They came back, tested it, and that looks like is resistance. And so now I'm expecting price to come on down to another level. What other? And that might be at this 600 level, something like that. So that might be, I might be too aggressive on the pullback. But that's my thinking on that is, like, since I don't really have anything else that I would use right now to trade against. So I'm thinking, I still got this little tiny short on. I got stopped out of it. I put it back on again. So I'm at 683.50. I have a stop at 668.25. It might be a little tight. And that's a stop in profit. That's not a stop for a loss. So actually, I'm looking at this again. I'm going to move it up to 670.25. And so I'm looking, saying, okay, if price were to come back over through the RTH open, then it'll probably take me out, but then I wouldn't expect it to continue on down. But right now, that RTH open seems to be resistance.
We got a hand.
And
Look at his hand right now.
Sorry.
It's
And
okay.
so coming on down. So maybe the next level would be this 597.5.
597.5.
Ideally,
all right, no, they should,
yeah.
there's a method to your madness, is what you're saying, JJ. I like that.
Yeah.
So when do we get into? And I'm not following closely the short, the 6079s. That's a great entry. Where were we at there?
And the reason why I took that was
we were hold on, JJ, you were in this on the short. So as it sold off, you were in 79s. I missed the whole
stopped out on it once and got back in.
Yeah.
Okay.
So on the let's see, what was it? On the 5 minute, I was looking at that block. I got stopped out, and then I saw, okay, we got a little gap right here on this 5 minute candle. So I thought, okay, that might, I'll get in there. And what was happening too was, here's actually, let me jump back to, I think the 1 minute. So this little block here was building right here. I really need to turn off the other drawings here. Hang on a second. It's really messy for a second.
All good. Don't you worry. All good. Trading sideways.
Right,
81% long with crude oil. Go ahead.
So it was building this little box right here. And what I noticed was that it was falling off. The candle bodies were going lower. They were getting lower and lower. So it was like curling over price action. So I had an entry in there, but I just had it too tight. I should have put it up here, and I had it here, and it took me out. But I was like, wait, my box still isn't valid. I just had my stop too tight. So I went in again and moved my stop up. And so then when price fell out of that, came down here, then I moved my stop to above this RTH open. And there was this block here, right over here on the left. So I was watching that. So I was like, I'm going to be right above that block. And so now I'm in this area. So that's what happened on that.
Nice.
All right. Good stuff.
Nice thought process through all of that. I really like that.
Thank you.
Are you going to take that short all the way down to your new long level down there, that green box?
Yeah, unless it were to come out and take me out at the 670.25. Now
that level, that's
again,
that 675 level. Does that really invalidate the trade, or just a kind of a swing high that you're putting your stop above?
To me, it does, because the RTH open matters to me. So in my strategy, if it gets back above it and stays above the RTH, then I'm expecting either higher prices or that's going to be the range, and I'm probably done.
And the RTH open that you're mentioning, is that just the actual opening tick, or is that an opening range, a minute? What is the zone on that?
Opening tick of the 1 minute bar.
Okay, so just the very opening at 8:30 Central Time.
Exactly. Yep.
Got it. Okay. And that is 20,661, right?
Yep.
All right.
And one thing I
All
would
right.
say too is like, you asked, am I going to try to go all the way down to the green block that I have down there? Well, once again, like I would say, well, yeah, but I also have other levels that I'm kind of watching on. So if price were to come down to, let's say, this red bar, and we have kind of some action there too, if price comes down and it looks like it's going to build a base on that, then I might say, well, I'm not going to get that farther target that I want. So it's the same kind of thought process that I have as far as, is it building a base? What does the price action look like? Also, there's just in the NASDAQ, the 590s, the 580s, they seem to be a key level very often. And that this second box right here kind of lines up with that.
So that could be another way that you could kind of follow your stop as we get through the first box, move your stop above that.
Yes, spot on.
Awesome. Thanks
right.
for taking us through that. Appreciate that.
Good stuff, fellas. Good stuff. We are at the top of the hour. With that being said, I got James. James in the house. James, you got some announcements. Hit us. What do you got?
All right. Just a couple here to burn through really quick because we know we got some more big, cool, awesome stuff coming this morning. First up, Roast My Trades, the popular segment where Jack and Ben take a look at your trading report and then they boom roast you. Are you having a winning streak? Are you having a losing streak? Do you want someone to roast you? If you submitted yesterday, stick around tomorrow. Maybe you'll have your name show up. Maybe they'll say nice things. Maybe they'll say mean things and make you cry. The only way to find out is to tune in at 12 o'clock Central. Moving right along. Topstep Discord. Have you heard about it? Have you heard about this one? You seen about it? Topstep Discord. The image says 75,000 members and climbing. But I got a little insider scoop for you. We're already actually at 93,000 and climbing. So be a part of the movement. Join Discord if you haven't. You can connect with all your coaches. We got great mods in there. You might see me in there every so often. I'm just hanging around. Give me a DM. I'll delete it. Next up, we got other TopstepTV programming. Once this show is over, stick around right here on YouTube for At the Buzzer with Coach Jay and Coach Paul at 3:15. And that runs Monday through Friday. And you can always watch it back on YouTube if you miss it for any reason. But tomorrow, they're going to have a special guest. That's right. Halloween Spooktacular. Nick with a Tick is going to be there. Nick for a Tick, not with a Tick. Nick for a Tick is going to be there.
Ooh, spooky.
Spooky. Nick, you wearing a costume tomorrow?
I may dress up as, my idol in the trading world. We'll see.
Oh, God.
Oh, boy.
Wait, now you
can't
can't
wait
just put
till
that
you
out
see it.
there, not tell us.
This is
Yeah,
so
who is that?
WWE. This is so
called a tease.
WWE.
You got to tune in to find out.
You got to watch At the Buzzer. We're going to
At
be
the
going
Buzzer,
over some earnings.
3:15. So there you go. And in addition to that, we got London Open with Deanna at 3:30 in the morning, Monday through Thursday. Deanna also has a special guest this Halloween. It is Coach Ray. Will be joining her on her Thursday show. So Thursday, 10:31, 3:30 a.m., Deanna and Coach Ray. You're not going to want to miss it. And then additionally, Coach Jay is going to be a special guest on Monday, November 4th. So be sure to come back, run that one back. We got a lot of great programming. If you're not watching it, take 40 minutes to check it out after the show ends. It's really worth your time. A lot of great information. And with that, I'm going to throw it back to you, Andre.
Thank you, James. I'll see you later tonight, James. James and I are going to a haunted house tonight. How about that?
It'll be really scary.
It's going to be spooky.
Is
That's
it one
gonna
of
be my
those
second
weird
haunted
ones I'm
house.
a waiver for?
Not those hardcore ones. This is a
I'm
kid
not a
thing.
fan of those.
All right, we got gold selling off
Not
here,
going
guys.
anywhere
Gold.
near those.
Yeah.
Gold down about $7 in the last 8 minutes or so. We got, looks like the YM is starting to roll over a little bit. Crude catching a bit of a bid, but right now I see out of the corner of my eye, I do see gold selling off. Last trade, $27.85. We're down about $15 off the all-time highs. Get your air horn out, Nick, for a tick. You were up at like 1 in the morning. Maybe Nick, if no one's around and you blow your air horn, does anyone hear it? Do you do the air horn was just you? It was just you and your air horn. Do you just let it rip sometimes?
If a bear were to have an air horn and it would be in the forest,
It would still
really
hear
happen.
it.
Anybody hear it?
If the market crashes in the overnight and then is green by the open, does it really matter? The answer is no. Go back to August 12th, whatever day that was.
So true.
We were like
Crude
within
moving to the
what
ups-
a few points of a limit down lock on the Nasdaq, and we didn't get it.
No.
Didn't matter.
No.
Didn't matter. Closed green.
All right, so JJ, you got the short one lot from 83. We traded down to 30s, firming up. We're at the 60s, 20,660s, or sorry, 50s.
Yep. So
what
I'm
are you
still in
thinking?
the short, and
Nick, what are you guys thinking about anything in the world of trading now that it's kind of
NQ is stuck
rolled
in
over
the
a bit,
dead
like-
center of the 1 minute opening range, so not a lot to do there. Let's see. Yeah, it's kind of the bottom of the overnight consolidation that we were in, but still hanging above the 30-minute opening range. Yeah, tough trade right now. Nothing I'm really
why do you
seeing or
use
jumping
the,
out to want
30-minute
to enter.
opening range instead of like the 1 hour?
I'm with you on that.
I use it on my 5-minute chart in TradingView, but then when I really execute or on my execution charts, I use a 5-minute opening range on ES and a 1 minute opening range on NQ. Just a different way to see part of the initial balance range as well. One of my mentors back in the day, like he had a lot of stats to back up the 30-minute. It hasn't held as much true, I would say, this year. Like the opening range low to mid to high trades, when we were a little more range bound, they tend to work well in a 30-minute, but not in this regime we've been in the last, I would say 5-6 months. It's definitely been shorter time frame opening range seems to be the better or more respected levels rather.
Okay.
Yeah, Jay and I were talking about last week, the 1 minute and a few great opportunities last week that NQ offered with the 1 minute opening range, where it kind of peaked in, retested the low, retested the mid, and offered some great entries. So I'm still trying to observe it and see, where those opportunities are. Are they the high? Is it longing off the low? Is it longing off the high? Things like that. If you get that sort of reoffer or rebid in that box.
Gotcha.
Right.
JJ, is there a time limit on this trade? I mean, is this going to wear you out eventually, or are you going to let it play all the way out?
That's a good. Sometimes when this is happening, I will leave. I'll have my stop on and I'll walk away and I'll have my target order in. I don't have a target order right now, but I will do that and just walk away so it doesn't stress me out.
Walk away.
Because it's not going to get any better. I have my levels that are there. Now, there's times when I don't walk away because the market's just kind of really maybe volatile at the moment, so nothing's settled down. But in this case, one of the reasons why I'm not changing is because it's stuck under the 21 EMA on my 1 minute chart.
Okay.
All right, fellas. We'll keep it on that. Jared, keep us posted on that short of yours last trade in the NASDAQ, 20,623. Of course, if you guys do see any trades, please holler them out. Any times, interrupt anybody and everybody that is speaking, because trades are most important. Markets come first here. Right now,
Yes, is bouncing off previous day close right here at 71s.
Yes, 70 up.
Gold is just getting
71 last
smushed.
trade.
Previous day's close. Wait, you got me curious now.
Okay.
On the
We'll
NASDAQ?
investigate that some more. Michael,
Yes.
guess what I got for you? I got a VIP update for you again. We just did check-in number 2 yesterday for VIP. We're scouting for talent high and far. We were looking for talent here. We got the VIP update from Mr. Lunatic, the Lunatics himself. Jack, come on in. Let's do this.
That is correct. I'm here with the head lunatic himself, Coach Jay. Jay, what's going on?
What's going on, guys? How are we doing today?
Doing
You're
well. I
awesome.
love that little light up thing on the mic. This is your
Oh,
lovely
yeah.
little logo
Very
and
cool.
photo here. Jay, I thought we could take a look at your leaderboard right now for your team, highlight one of your traders, and then kind of feel where you're at right now with your team.
Okay.
All right, so let's see. We got a leaderboard right here. Right now, what we're looking at are the top 5 performers here. One in the XFA right now, that's Wei Shan, and she is killing it, which we will get to shortly. She'll be the feature of the card today. But in the combine, we have a few people who are close to passing with Dana E, Eric J, TopstepTV's own other Jack P, who's always a riot to have on, and Jonah. I don't know if you talked to any of these traders, but overall, how have things been going this week with your team?
It's funny. I actually talked to I think 4 of the top 5 yesterday, uh, where they all joined. Wyshawn, we went over the trade report yesterday, and eligible for a payout in the XFA for 5 days. All 5 days over $200 worth of profits, and just looking really good. We had one other trader, Travis, who was in an XFA, took $2,500 a payout, ended up losing the account. But we have a couple of people, very close to that. To moving up. Dana shared her trade report yesterday as well. We talked about Dana the last time I was on for an update. She was $90 away. We talked about just taking it slow, scaling down. She self-admittedly felt pressure from being on the leaderboard. Took $1,000 drawdown and now is back to $70 away from passing. So a lot of the conversation yesterday was about exactly this, right? Where it's good to see the updates of everyone on the team. It's good to be on the leaderboard, but not letting the pressure. And Nick, you can talk about this a little bit. Being on the big board, not letting that pressure affect your decision making. And then the same thing for these traders, right? We're sharing their names because they're doing well, but they aren't doing well because we're sharing their names. Right. So remembering what got you to this point and just focusing on that.
Well, really quick, let's take a closer look at Wyshawn right now because they've been killing it over in the XFA so far. Just 5 days of trading so far, but you can't do much better than 100% win rate. $459 today. Remarkably consistent performance. Each of these winning days is between up 247, and the high day was up yesterday on Monday, up 637. Trading the NQ, MNQ, 80% winning trades on an over 1-to-1 reward to risk is pretty impressive. I'd maybe warn her a little bit that, that's probably not sustainable at that level, but you're killing it right now. So, fellow New Yorker, what do you got to say about Wyshawn?
Yeah, shout out to Queens. I know exactly where Kew Gardens is, and that's exactly what we talked about yesterday, Jack. It was, the 76. I think it was a 76% win rate, close to 80, like you said. That may not be sustainable. So making sure we continue to limit what that downside is, right? Because in the event that you do have a losing day or a streak of losing trades, you don't want to say, well, I'm striving to keep this high win rate, so I'm going to open up my stop loss. That's where we see a lot of these accounts get into trouble. So I think if keeping that stop loss where it is, having a personal daily loss limit where if things go catastrophic for this account, it's not that bad. And then you can get back to process and stack a couple winning days the way you have been.
Awesome. Well, way to go, Wyshawn. And Jay, you have any parting words for everybody here before we get back to the markets?
No, we're actually going to meet now while the markets are open. We did a VIP call last night, and then we'll do another one while the markets are open just to see how everyone's day is going. So that's where I'm going from here. So if you guys are listening, I will start that segment in just a couple minutes.
All right. Awesome. Be sure to check out Jay. He's on Fast Markets quite frequently, but also at the buzzer 3:15 after the trading day on YouTube, on Topstep YouTube. Check it out. Jay, thanks so much for stopping by.
Thanks, guys. Have a good one. Nick, good trading. JJ, nice trade as well there.
Thanks.
Thanks, Jay. And the rest of you guys, I'll let you guys talk markets for a minute or two here. But when you're ready, I do have the XFA to live call-ups ready to go.
Oh, yeah. Awesome. We've got one right here. We got one with us on air right now. Mr. Jared is an XFA to live call-up as we speak. Shout out to the Lunatic Coach Jay. Very hands-on coach, hands-on approach. I love it. All right, last trade.
Jared, how you feeling now?
I put in a long order that will close out my short and add me 4 longs. I put that in at 576.75.
76.75. 576.75
on the NQ with my stop at 570.50.
That's your order block down there, right?
Yep.
Got it.
So
You
now
like
it's
to look
time
at
to
those
go
really
make
short
like
time frame charts, huh? To 1 minute.
yes and no. Like if I don't first mark it up a little bit and find like the zone, the zone has to be there on the bigger time frame, and then the smaller entry, like 30-second, is to figure out like to pinpoint it in. But what'll happen is if I don't do that, I'll see all sorts of entries on the 30-second or whatever that time frame is, and they're all wrong, and I just get annihilated. So yeah, I cannot look at the price action on that the 30-second time frame and take an entry. I'll always get it wrong. But if I use it to like help confirm a level, then I'm good.
You kind of got to see the level on the longer time frame and then pinpoint it in on the shorter time frame chart.
Exactly. Yep.
You're not really taking trades on the shorter time frame chart. You're just kind of honing in a level from a longer time frame chart that you're interested in an execution.
That is correct. Yep.
Jared,
Yeah,
not to
and
shake you out
it's
of this.
so
Nick, you look
easy.
like you're into something there.
Well, I'm not in a trade, but I was going to say, not to
That's
shake you out of
crude.
this trade, but I am maybe seeing buyers looking to reverse this here.
All right, crude just popped about 50 cents here in the last 5 minutes or so. Crude making new highs on the day, 68.93.
Crude,
I'll catch you.
Crude initially left a failed upside auction. If you want to take a quick look at this, and I think there's a really good example. Look at how small the initial balance was. You'll look on my charts here. It's a very small initial balance. It looked above the initial balance initially, the high of the initial balance. Again, for those of you not watching, 68.40. It looked above and came back inside. It didn't really rotate all that far, but I mean that gives you the opportunity for a potential short with some limited risk on that. Once we came back inside the initial balance, we're risking maybe 10 ticks on that. When the market came back up and took out those single TPOs above the initial balance and held above the IB high, the IB high again is 68.40. That was an opportunity to look for a long, and it's currently paying those longs as we speak. Gold has been a little bit of a pickle today because it did set up a failed downside auction, rejecting value from yesterday. And this is probably one of my favorite opportunities to look for the long. And if you took it, you got some pretty decent price action up near value high, but I would be looking for more on that. I would be looking for maybe a move all the way to the other extreme of the initial balance high, which is 27,995. We haven't gotten there yet. You could have gotten stopped out on this push back into value from yesterday, but again, 3 times we've rejected range and value yesterday. So I'm looking for gold to recover this push down and see if we can't kind of push back to near the highs. Any sign of acceptance of value from yesterday, all longs would be off, and we'd look for the market to rotate to low of value from yesterday down around 27.72 and a half. Just kind of keeping an eye on some of these opportunities with these failed auctions. Sometimes they're fabulous, wonderful opportunities. Nothing works 100% all the time. That's for sure.
No, they don't.
Can you keep it here?
All right, here we got in about 10
Mike,
minutes. We got a little check-in coming up. You know what to do. That'll be check-in number 3. Make sure you guys do go start telling all your friends, your family, your neighbors, your enemies. Tell everybody. Another VIP check-in coming here in about 9 minutes or so. Make sure to stay tuned for that. But with that being said, I'll throw it to Jack. Are we good to go for call-ups?
James, we got those fired up.
We sure do.
Ready? All right, let's do it.
Then I'll fire away. All right. Time for the XFA to live call-ups. This is from 10/28, aka Monday of this week. Let's actually start with the certificate. Let's hit the certificate first. So we get the kudos first to Thomas J. Thomas J had the highest starting balance of the people moved up that day from Ringwood, New Jersey.
Nice.
$27,000 is what he'll be starting with in the live funded account. He's slinging the NQ. And with that, we can now see the board of the others that were called up on Monday. Some big payouts here. All right. So Thomas J, in addition to that starting balance, he's taken 23K in payouts from both that XFA and the transfer that he made when he moved from XFA to live. High payout of the day from the accounts goes to Angel. Angel on high, $33,000 in total payouts, starting with a $16,700 balance when they go to the live funded account. Here's 10 traders today that are going from XFA to live from Monday. Great job. This is the pinnacle. As they say below, only a small group of traders get to this level. So kudos, congratulations to all of you guys.
Thank you. Shout out. Switzerland I saw on the map there.
Hitting the very
Risk and
top
trade.
step here at Topstep.
What's up, MP? I was just going, MP. Love it. He's here. Love it. We got about 71 minutes. We got about 30 minutes. Also, we got Alex Ferreira in the house later this afternoon here in the States. Very, very much looking forward to him joining and checking in with us. Again, about his training. You go hand in hand. There are a lot of parallels. You might be asking, why did you guys partner up with an Olympic skier? Yeah, believe it or not, there's a lot of parallels between skiing.
I had a
lot
guy
of
say that
parallels
to me yesterday.
Oh, it's a fair question. It's a
Sure.
fair question, but you'd be surprised. There's
He's a guy that is had an office here. I saw him in Aspen, and he goes out of his car. He's like, Alex Ferreira, huh? I go, what? He's like, skier? I'm like, oh, he trades. Oh, he trades. And he's a professional skier. And we got this talk. I go, there's tons of crossover between regiment, routine, blah, blah, blah. I was on my way into, I always stop to get coffee at the gym club thing that we have free coffee at in the morning. And she's like, oh, you're all dressed up. What's today? I go, I got to go do like some stuff. And she's like, skier? And she's like, I know Alex Ferreira. He's badass. I go, skier and trading? I'm like, yeah, and then there's a gym right there. I pointed. I go, the gym, the workout, the routine, the discipline, and all that to get your like body and health and performance and the professional trade. There's a crossover there, and you do it in trading. Yep. You got to stay patient. You got to have a regimen. You have to have a routine. You have to reflect. You have to eat healthy. You have to get good sleep. All these things. So yeah, huge crossover.
Yes, make sure you check in for that. And P will make an afternoon appearance today on TopstepTV. So at the very least, you can see that beautiful face again this afternoon. He's loving the trading today, folks. Yeah. All right, let's get back to the markets today. 20,653. Crude making a move to the upside here. New highs put in there. Can crack the $69 handle. High of the day, $69.04.
Equity's coming back too.
Yeah, Nick, you did say you could see some buyers coming in here. Nick, for a tick, what did you see there that kind of led you that hey, there could be some buyers stepping in here?
So the way my candles paint inside of Motive Wave, they basically will repaint based on the delta for whatever set of candles that I'm looking at, and they went from red to neutral to green, and it basically flipped to blue. So it flipped positive for me right off that low. So it went from negative to positive very quickly, and you saw it, the candle structure start to reverse anyway. So I'm seeing the delta basically go from negative to positive, basically how you would see kind of on like a cumulative volume delta too. Similar type of how you could look at it there. And you see buyers starting to kind of defend and throw in some market orders, and then we're off to the races. So it's something you can look at on a more smaller time structure to find those reversals. And of course, it happened like right before the weekly VWAP too. So kind of made sense, but here we are kind of back to the top of the 1 minute opening range again.
Nick, you called that nicely. There's did step in there.
Nick, I mentioned earlier, if we have a minute, can you kind of go over what you were seeing last night when you took that short in the middle of the night?
So I wish I could show you. I mean, okay, so part of this is challenging because the reason I had this level marked goes back to the July all-time highs and us falling off from there. And I just was alluding to the way the delta structure kind of changed on that low. The reason I had marked this going back in July is another kind of not necessarily market generated information, but some of my indicators that I use, how they generate initiation from sellers in certain spots. So, and this goes back to when we were selling off from those highs back to July, that I marked something with a horizontal line at that 750s to 770s kind of box on my older chart. So it just gave me an area saying this was a spot during that sell down, that sellers really like showed some real initiative, like some very large selling
Dug
type
their
orders
teeth
coming
into it.
in on the tape. I wish I could show you going back to, my other charts from July, but I don't have that type of like, tick data still in there. So I mark when things like that happen on an intraday basis. Like if you notice something happening in the auction, whether it be on a 1 minute, 5 minute time frame that seems interesting like that, I just always make note of it in my longer time frame, like 4-hour chart, that if price ever comes back, what happens when we return to that area. And I also noticed right in that box that I had marked was basically where the candle from Google last night stopped at 760 is basically when we were trading then. So it stopped like right there. So it just kind of said that level means something to someone, as Coach Jay likes to say. And then the same thing happened in the overnight. I saw the delta flip from positive when we kind of were piercing in the 770s, came back, flipped negative in the 60s and the high 50s, and I jumped in short. So that's kind of my logic. But I think it's important to mark those longer time frame, like Hoag, you like to say, those longer time frame buyers or sellers may be present when certain things happen.
Right.
That was an example of that. You saw them initiating back in July when we were dumping off the all-time high, and I just made note of it.
You hear that? Right. He's looking at levels from back in July for opportunities today. That's fantastic. Thank you, for going through
you
that.
gotta go back
Really
and see like, okay, what were candles like? Because the last time we were trading here was back in the middle of July when we were making 7 all-time high days in a row. So you gotta find something. Otherwise, you don't have levels to interact with outside of like fibs.
Sure. Do you find it difficult when we're all like all-time highs, with areas that we've never traded in because you've got no reference in the past?
I do, just because that's my style. You guys have seen me trade on here long enough. Like I interact with MGI like day in and day out. That's what makes me a good trader, is kind of leaning into those levels and then using kind of, price action information as it's happening, time and sales type stuff, how price behaves when we're at those levels, and then make a decision long or short. That's how I trade. And when there is no MGI, you take 1.5 of my equation of being a good trader kind of out.
It's close your eyes and buy.
And I'm just not good at that in general. I guess I'm too much of a cynic these days.
Yeah, I'm the same. Well, thanks for going through that. Yeah. That was excellent.
So I'd recommend people do that too. If you notice something weird in the auction at any point, something that's interesting to you, or you see price reverse at a certain spot, sometimes it just makes sense on a longer time frame to just make note of it. Just mark it, color code it, whatever, type it out in text in TradingView or whatever you use, just to make note. And if it come back to that, just kind of explain to yourself what happened.
Awesome. Well, seeing somebody got that gold trade I was just called out a little while ago. That's nice. Good job, Freddie A. Nice. Good job. And again, Nick, thank you very much for going through that. Fantastic information.
I think it'd be really cool sometime to do a short talk on what it means by multiple time frames. And what I mean by that is generally time frames are shaped in the term of what do you take a trade on, the 15-minute or 1 minute, or you find a level. But that's only a part of the equation and that's really not actually why it matters. What matters is trying to determine which time frame is in play at the moment. Like, is there a daily level, a weekly level? Because that time frame is going to play out over whatever period of time. So yeah, time frames are fractals, right? Like inside of one of the other. But if I'm coming up onto a 1 hour level, that's going to have a significance. Even though I'm using a 5-minute time frame, I need to understand that, even though saying, okay, well, I'm on a 5-minute and I have another level, 3 bars down on the 5-minute. Yeah, but if you're on the bigger time frame, it's in play, like whichever's in play for that day. And like in this case, there's a weekly time frame that was in play.
Yeah, for those of you that are kind of interested in kind of expanding your view of looking at markets through multiple different time frames, Brian Shannon has a good book. It's technical analysis using multiple time frames. It's a really good book for those of you trying to kind of get better at getting that 40,000 foot view and then honing in on shorter time frame opportunities and shorter time frame levels. It's a really good book. I've been through it a couple of times. Great book.
Ryan
And
Shannon.
it's exactly what these guys are talking about. I mean, you know, you're looking at the bigger picture and then honing down and bringing in the shorter time frame information based on some of that longer time frame information. Really good book. JJ, thanks, man. That was excellent.
All right. Ryan Shannon, I think we've heard him. I think he's been a guest on Top Step TV. Hey, without further ado, I'm going to throw it to my man, James. James, the moment everyone's been waiting for, they're not watching for us. They're not watching for JJ, Nick Tick, Michael Patak, or myself, or even Hoag. One reason they're here is why. James, what do we got?
Well, Andre, I think they're here for one reason and one reason only, and it's not just our good looks. It's for Topstep VIP scouting. That's right. We're scouting for new traders to join our Topstep VIP program in January. And if you need a quick refresher, what you get as a VIP, you get 3 free months in a trading combine, 2 free resets each month, no activation fee once you pass that combine. You also get access to a private Discord chat room with your coach and the rest of your team members. Now, the way it works, how we're going to do this Topstep VIP scouting is throughout the next couple weeks, all the way until January, we're going to be dropping check-in forms into the chat. So keep your eye on the chat. We'll pin it to the top. We'll put it in the cryon. We'll try and make sure you know it's there. Fill out that form. Every form you fill out is another entry into winning a spot on one of the coveted Topstep VIP teams. So the best way to win, keep watching Topstep TV. You never know when we're going to drop these forms, and you may not believe it. We don't know when we're going to drop these forms. So they just show up on our calendar one day, and we say, all right, we're doing it. So when is the next form coming, you might be asking. We see it all day. How many forms have been dropped? Have they dropped the form yet? Where is form? Form is who? Form is now. We're going to be pinning the Topstep VIP form into the chat. Right now, we're going to be leaving it up for about 15 minutes. So go ahead, get your little mouses clicking as fast as they can. Those hot, grubby fingers typing your name and your Discord ID. And then keep watching Topstep TV for more opportunities to win a spot in one of these teams. And I can't wait to see what's going to happen in January, Andre. We're going to have a bunch of really good teams. We're going to have a bunch of really good trading. And hopefully a lot of really cool stories are going to come out of this. So Topstep VIP, get to clicking.
Here we go. The Trader Moxies, 3 for 3. Wizard TP, 3 for 3. Solo Trades also. Fiona Ha, 3 for 3. Good job, guys. Don't worry. There's going to be many. We're going to take us to January, like James was saying. 10 teams. A 10-team league, if you will. Expansion is real. We'll expand if we've seen some success.
JJ, right back up to your 675s.
Yeah, and my short got closed out for I think it's like 600 profit, something like that.
Hey,
Nice.
profit.
Okay.
Give you another shot there.
Not bad.
Hey, can we update your P&L then there, Jared?
Dug out to 2200.
Oh, 22. Good job.
Yep.
Look at all these 3 for 3ers. Good job. Hey, don't worry if you're just 2 for 3. You still have a shot. There'll be many more. Again, we're not doing the draft until January, so we still got to get through Thanksgiving. We still got to get through Halloween. Halloween's tomorrow. We got to get through Thanksgiving, and then we got to get through Christmas, and then the New Year's. There's going to be plenty more times to check in and see if your name gets drafted. 10 teams, 50 players a team. I'm thinking that's 500 people, if my math is correct. Michael, 500 VIPs? It's a big
yeah, we're going to have more. It's going to keep
more.
Yeah, they kind of told me to pump the brakes with it a little bit, but I want to do more. But we got to vet more coaches. It's honestly, this is it cost us a lot of money and it cost us a lot of time, and it just shows our dedication to those that lean in to conversations, that check in. Will have a higher probability of getting invited. All that kind of good stuff. But it also allows us to know that who we're working with are ones that want to be worked with. So all that being said, we're learning as we're building this plane in the air of VIP, and we have a good amount of people in it, but we have tens of thousands, if not in the 6 figures, of traders that are in our community trading with us, and we want to give them the opportunity. So it'll keep growing.
Right. What's your role in this? Are you the Roger Goodell? Are you the Vince McMahon? What are you? What's your role in the VIP league?
I'm the hey, there's traders out there that I want to work with more closely, and if they want to work with us, let's do this.
He's the
I
Bill
don't know, it's
Belichick.
like a good olive branch. It's a good olive
Bill
branch.
Belichick.
Like here's our way of helping you get to the funded level,
The
and then
Topstep
also
way.
builds camaraderie, team
You're
way,
like Jerry
Topstep way. Yeah,
Krause. You're like the Jerry Krause scouting for
I'm
good
not
talent.
Kraus. What Kraus? The Bears
Once-
coach?
No. The Bulls, the dynasty in the '90s. The Bulls, the guy, the architect behind the Bulls
I'm
dynasty.
thinking, yeah. I'm thinking of Flaus.
Yeah, yeah.
What's his name? Yeah,
Oh, Eberflus.
like, dude,
Eberflus.
he should be
No,
gone.
no.
Listen,
No, not Eberflus. No, Krause, the architect of the Chicago Bulls, kind of looking for talent, scouting talent, putting the best and biggest and best together on the floor. We got our Phil Jackson.
this is coachable.
Mindset Hunters. Yep.
Yep.
Coach
This is
Ray's
coachable
mindset
No
talent,
Hunters.
right?
VIP
This-
room
well,
for me
there-
right
there's-
now. Nick's got to become a dad. We'll go from there after.
Oh boy.
Yeah, and I wouldn't put that on you. Yeah, it's too much because you got to help people and
Yeah,
you have to be there and all that kind of stuff. So the coaches
not a good
we
time
have
for
are
me.
committed. We vet them. Yeah, we vet them. We make sure that they're all ready to go and lead a team. And then we got to come up with the team name, the structure, who's invited to the team, how do they manage the team? Does somebody do they fall off the like, are they not participating in the team? Do they need to be replaced? Like, we're learning all that right now, and the team's going to get really good at it. We're very good about execution at Topstep. Sometimes we need to step it up, but yes, we're all working to be our best too, and know what to do. But we're figuring out what to do in VIP.
Right, last trade. We got about 18 minutes or so in fast markets. Again, the VIP check-in form is up, pinned to the top of the chat. Oh, we got the countdown clock. Look at this. The VIP form countdown clock. Boom, lower right-hand corner of the screen, MP.
There you go.
20 minutes till
Go
that
tell your
countdown
That would be
clock.
perfect.
Perfect.
Something. At least I could scoot that over using the space bar in this spreadsheet.
Let's see this.
VIP checking for guys. That's what we'll be taking down. So go tell your buddies, post it, get your Twitter world or whomever, your neighbor, go knock on their door.
Hey, Sally, get a load of this.
Mhm.
Here's some warm
Call Aunt
cookies.
Sally.
Here's some warm cookies and some VIP check-in form. All right, I
with
got
the
a
good
high
hair,
here on
let her know.
the S&Ps. We're about 4 points off the highs right now, 58.82. The high of the day, 58.86. We've been looking at these same prices, what it feels like for a couple of weeks now in the ES. We can't get above the 5900s. Anytime we get down to 58.50, the buyer step in. Hoag, it's been a 50-point range. Maybe I'm wrong. I got to look at the charts, but Hoag, it feels like we've been looking at the same prices lately.
No, you're absolutely right, Andre. I mean, we've been just by looking at the daily chart, we've been kind of overlapping these prices since the 9th of October. I think that's when we put in the low of this balance area, then put in the high of the balance area, 5,900. Let's just call it that. Let's call the low of the area of balance 58.25, something like that. And we've been just bouncing back and forth in between there. Look at the daily bars here, Andre.
Okay.
1, 2, 3, 4. Now another fifth day with very long wicks and very small candle bodies. That's indecision. We're waiting for new information. And as long as we stay in this area, I mean, basically in longer time frame, we're using balance to breakout rules. We're fading the extremes of the balance. And when we get a substantial breakout, we have to go with it. But with so much information coming out, so much economic information, earnings, and the presidential election on Tuesday, nobody knows what to do.
That's what I was going to ask you, Hoag. Is that enough to move the needle? Is a Microsoft, a Meta, a Starbucks, an Apple, an Amazon, jobs reports, presidential, is that enough to get us to break out of the range? If that's not it, like, what will do it, Hoag?
I'm not sure if any of the earnings are going to be enough to do that. Eventually, we're going to break out of this range one way or another, because the market's job is to facilitate trade. We're going to get some good earnings. We're going to get some bad earnings. If the Mag 7 is all good earnings, that's going to have a much bigger effect on the NASDAQ, of course, than the S&Ps. It's not going to really have much of an effect all that much on the Dow. The presidential election is going to have probably some volatile periods of time in and around it, but eventually everybody's going to calm down and digest, and the market's just going to continue to kind of push to the upside. I'm of the school of Peter Tuchman, who says, the market's just going to keep going up. There's going to be pullbacks, but the market just has that tendency when there's no bad news to continue to grind higher. We're waiting for a lot of news. If none of it's bad news, then we'll see the breakout to the upside in the S&Ps.
Good stuff, Hoag. All
Mhm.
right. 15 minutes left here in fast markets. You know, we're going to save the best for last on fast markets. And I'm not talking appreciation. I'm talking about the big board, the Topstep big board. We got one of our traders right here that's on the big board, but I'm throwing it to Robert. Robert, let's get into it. Got any movement on the big board today?
All right, Andre, thank you very much. And we actually do have some movement on the big board. The two that have not moved, though, is Rafa at the top and Coach Dakota still holding on to that number 2 spot. I think those guys are going to be up there for quite some time. I wanted to highlight 3, though. We have trader rank number 18. This is Moharam. Made it. This is the second gold trader, GC trader on the board. That's all they trade. They moved
Let's
up
get the big
to
board up.
the top 25. They were at 27 before, and
No
they moved
board.
9 places. The big board.
Maybe we see the.
This is why we need Eddie. Go.
There we go.
There's the board. Okay, so we will talk that again. Moharam, number 18 at the rank, moved up 9 spots, was 27, but now making it to the board. I wanted to highlight Moharam because it's the only other gold trader on the board. Second one we have, which means we have to talk about Faye, because Faye is number 8 on the board, moved up 2 spots from 10 to 8. That is the other gold trader. We featured Faye on the live top 5 about an hour ago, so congratulations to Faye also. And the other one I wanted to talk about on the big board is Franklin W. Why? Because Franklin W. right now is at number 17, but that's the big mover of the day. From spot number 98, moved up 81 ranks from one day to the next, $102,000. The total balance and payouts trading the NQ, 50% win rate. Congratulations to all of us. Those are 3 I wanted to highlight. Top 25, the big board. You know where to find it. Hashtag it, tweet it out there, put the memes up there. And Andre, let's go.
Thank you. New highs in the ES are almost just about a point beneath that. ES and Dow, stronger of the two stronger of the 3, I should say. NQ doesn't really want to budge just yet. I figure out what else do we have? What's going to take? Can we push higher?
I could buy some meta calls. That'll probably send us down the elevator shaft.
Yep. All right, last trade in the gold, 27.95. We can push up in the 2800s one more time. We did crack the 2800s earlier this morning here in the States. About 2.5 hours
JJ,
ago.
When you get your live account, what about your trading will change, if anything, or nothing? Mindset?
Yeah. So my plan is to trade a lot smaller than I normally do until I get the heebie-jeebies worked out.
Get your feet on the ground.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I even suggest,
But the
I even suggest
strategy,
for
the
people-
strategy won't change. And I was actually thinking that the other day, is like to talk to Nick Fatick or someone, just like, what was the moment when you got that account that was like that you could settle down, or what was the one thing you wish you had known before you started trading in the live?
I don't know. I've had my account since January, basically, my live account. And I've gone through ebbs and flows of it. I mean, I've had it, I have more than 30 winning days in it, so I can take as much as I want, whenever I want, in theory, out of it. Honestly, for me, it's been less about, because I've traded a personal account and been live on, exchange for forever since I've been trading futures. So it wasn't like the speed of the tape changed at all for me, but the psychology of trading real live money, not sim money, live on the show, the leaderboard stuff, all of that has affected my psyche more and my trading more than I would say, just the overall account has in the past. So kind of just block out the noise would be my advice. Like screw everything else, just focus on you and your trading. Everything else doesn't matter. I mean, this stuff is fun for the show. It gets views, it gets clicks, it gets, idiots chiming in and fighting each other over who's a better trader based on being on the leaderboard for 5 seconds. But that's all noise. The really thing that matters is you and your P&L and you against you. I know there's somebody else on the other side of the auction, but it really just matters on, what are you doing every day? Are you taking your setups? Are you doing your prep? Are you entering random trades in the middle because you're trying to hit home runs versus actually waiting for price to come to you and taking the right trade? So when you get in that mindset, you're going to have a bad day. When you kind of focus on what got you there in the first place, you're going to do fine.
Agree.
And that's my rant for the day.
JJ, if I can make a suggestion for you. When you get that account and you open up that platform, just look at it for a day. Just look at it. Just let it sink in. Take your time. I like the idea that you're going to size down a little bit till you get through those heebie-jeebies, but it is different. It is a different mindset. It is a different feeling. Just look at it for a day or two. Just watch it. Do all your homework. Maybe trade on a practice account, something like that, just to kind of get yourself over that initial, oh boy, this is real kind of feeling, because it does change the decision-making process. So just look at it for a day or two and then get in.
Love it. Thanks.
All right. Look what's back this week. It is Wednesday. It is back. We were talking about boxing earlier today. We're talking about the jab. We're talking about the uppercut. We're talking about the right hook, Michael. But right here at Topstep, we're about the jab, right? Jab, jab, jab. Jab yourself out of the corner. You're back to the corner. That's how you get yourself back in the middle of the ring. You're back in the middle of the ring. You got a fighting chance against your opponent. So we'd love to see the comeback story here at Topstep TV. With that being said, I'm throwing it to my man, Gabe. Gabe, what do we got for jab, jab, jab?
What is going on, everybody? It is good to see everybody. It's been a while since I've been on here, so hope everybody's doing well. Now, we all know Eddie's out this week. We miss you, Eddie. Hope you're doing well, enjoying your week of vacation or time away from the stream. Definitely deserve it. Jab, jab, jab looks a little bit different today just because he's the one cracking the jokes. This is technically Eddie's thing, but I wanted to come in and give some traders a shout out just because we do want to encourage those that are, pushing forward and persevering. So I got a few, starting off with Streets Runners. The up like 19.5 on a funded account trading silver. So not a lot of silver traders currently. Obviously, we talked a little bit about that last week. But the precious metals taking advantage while they're hot. Up 19.5 on an XFA. Great work there, Street Runners. Lulu up 1,300 and another account was down over $600. We got Alex pulling some of these from Twitter as well. Alex coming in for the 28th trading day on the XFA. Took one trade in the NQ, made $75. Taking those base hits. So great work there, Alex. You have OP Futures Trading Tuesday. Requested my 6th payout and now just waiting for it to be approved. Thank you to Topstep. So taking those consistent payouts, continuing to push forward. Great work there, OP. We got Mega Michael, just blew my only XFA. Now I put this out here because I wanted to encourage you, Michael, while you're, looking to slow stuff down. It's really easy to get ahead of yourself and really easy to focus on the outcome of taking those payouts. I encourage you to size down. Size down, look for those base hits, develop that consistency, right? Our payout requirement for eligibility is one of the smallest in the industry. You just need 5 days of $200. Trade those micros and get your payout, my friend. You'll be back, and we're looking forward to seeing what you do next. So keep at it. We got Evan. Evan's been in the dark, coming back better than ever. Took a break after blowing some XFAs back in the end of
I think that Gabe might have been
That's the way the
knocked
news
out.
goes.
That's the way
Well,
it
let's get
goes.
'em. Yeah, all right. Well, while that was going on, we got some new highs being put in here in the ES. Just to uptick the new highs, 58.86 in the orders. That's how they say the pits, the orders, or 3/4 or 0.75, depending on how you roll. But yeah, 58.86.75 new highs there.
I'm looking to try to get long in the 663, 665 level, something like that. I'm in long 3 right now at 677. I think I was a little impatient. I think originally I wanted more like 663.
Right. Well, it's come to the point of time where we like to do the appreciate. Oh, and also, real quick programming update. For those that were just salivating, just like, where the hell's that Series 3 pop quiz? Where's my damn Series 3 pop quiz? We didn't forget about you. We'll be having that to you guys back in Power Hour. We find, like, why jam everything into the front? Why front load the entire show? We can give you some goodies in the end, give you some dessert at the end of the day, if you will. So we'll have some. We'll have that Series 3 pop quiz for you this afternoon in Power Hour. But at this point in the day, we do like to do appreciations. What are you appreciative for? We like to throw it to the chat. What are you thankful for on this Wednesday? Jared, I don't think you've ever done this before. But before I throw it to you, I want to throw it to the chat. Chat, what are you appreciative for on this Wednesday? Let's let that cook for a second. Here we go. Wreck in the chat saying, where's my damn Series 3 pop quiz? I know, I hear you, man. I was thinking the exact same thing. That's what I wanted. That's just what I need. Math at 8 p.m. D, I'm sorry to do it to you. There we go. Appreciate it. What are you thankful for? Let us know in the chat. It's a positive way to end the trading session. Keep things in perspective. Absolutely. So, chat. Here we go. What do we appreciate for? Fried chicken, his Royal Trade says. Me too. Fried chicken is delicious. So, anyways, Mr. Jared, what are you appreciative for on this Wednesday?
Yeah, my dad. He's not here with us anymore, but when I was young, he was constantly telling me, well, just give it a try. I know you can do it. Just try.
Man, that was good stuff, dude. All right. We'll throw it to Hoag. Hoag, what are you appreciative for on this Wednesday?
Well, as always, my God, my family, my country, and appreciative of the opportunity to work a little bit closer with the traders here on Topstep TV, and didn't really get a chance to kind of ask you. I think you might be right, JJ, on this long that you took here, but I didn't really have a chance to look at it much. But I appreciate you being here. I appreciate Nick for Tick being here. Appreciate everybody being here. And man, I think about my dad all the time, JJ. So I'm going to join you on that. And I'm going to appreciate my dad too. He's been gone for a long time, but he's a great man. Taught me everything I know. And that was a great one.
Right. Excellent. It's excellent. I'm going to throw it to Mr. Nick for a Tick, soon to be a papa. Nick for a Tick, what are you appreciative for?
I'm appreciative for, my family, my wife, obviously going through what she's going through right now until we do have our little bundle of joy. And I'm also thankful to the Topstep TV team and the community here, because without this show, I would be stir crazy, losing my mind probably a little bit in this last couple of weeks countdown. So giving me something to keep me busy, and also something that I love and do, which is to get to talk markets and hang out with cool people and have a little fun here in the morning. So thankful to all of you and the, everybody in the chat who's hanging out with us and having fun with us every morning, every day, bell to bell. So I appreciate you all.
Very nice. Michael, he called us cool.
Man.
That's pretty sweet.
I thought we were
Also,
going to have to
real
break
quick-
out the tissues there for a second.
Oh, what about what you said, man? I want to start crying after what you said, Jared. Jeez.
Yeah, I mean,
Very
yours is a
emotional.
little deeper, JJ. Yours is a little deeper.
Hey, real quick, lower left-hand corner of the screen, you'll see the Topstep VIP form coming down in 4 minutes, 11 seconds. So before we do that, MP, what are you appreciative for on this hump day?
I appreciate Halloween. I love fall. I love Halloween. And I love everybody gets in these wild ass outfits and they let it go. So I appreciate all that. And JJ, I do appreciate Jared. I appreciate you on here with us today. Big step. Making it on the leaderboard, call it the top 50, call it the top 100. We have tens of thousands of traders here. Tens of thousands. Hundreds of thousands if you want to go further. But if you go top of the funnel. Like, you are one of the top. So have you come on here, talk about it. You did awesome. I enjoyed my time with you. Thanks for coming on. We will have that live account ready for you. Jab away at it.
Awesome stuff. And I'm appreciative for very cool segments like we had today, having new traders on. You can call it from XFA to live funded like Jared. Also, we got Olympic professional skier Alex Ferreira joining us this afternoon, but not without further ado, we got David O coming up on the other side of this. Power players. He's from Washington State. Trades the NQ. I see him in the green room right now making his second Topstep TV appearance on the other side of this. This is Topstep TV. Let's go.
All
right, there was some overhead supply at 10s that they just swiped out. This is good. This is good. 13s are trading.
Here it comes.
Can we
Here it
come on?
comes.
14s are on the docket. There goes 15s.
Get him.
And it's down.
Yes! Hell yeah! Hell yes!
Woo!
We did it. We did it.
Hell yes!
Winner.
No, this one is fast.
he's
This one is
passed.
fast.
Oh, he's
Yeah,
let's
this
go.
one is fast. Yeah.
Yeah. go. Let's get it. We got David O in the house making a second appearance here on Power Players on Topstep TV. Also got Dolby Time live on the set of Jimmy Fallon. I did not know you were on the set of Jimmy Fallon, Dolby. How'd you work your way on the set of over there, Dolby?
Well, I started as an intern, Dre, and I worked my way up. And then my year ended, and then I've just been living in the building ever since, and they haven't been able to find me. I'm actually streaming from a cell phone into Topstep TV, free rent.
It's a 30 Rockefeller there in New York City. Great to see. All right, David O, let's get right into it. Dolby. Oh, David O, what have we been seeing so far today? I do believe you're an NQ trader, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, primarily NQ. Today I'm on the micros. I put myself into trader rehab to help me size down and give myself a little more room on these trades.
Trader rehab, you say, eh? Trader rehab.
What is that?
Okay, so that's when you go from. Is that when you go from minis to micros, there, David?
Yeah. That's basically time to refocus back on my discipline and just start worrying about trade setups as opposed to the P&L. Sometimes I get a little too focused on the P&L side of things, and so sizing down helps to get rid of some of that.
Do you switch markets? Do you go from like NASDAQ to ES or to YM? Get off the bucking bronco that is the NQ?
I have traded ES a little bit, and I've traded a little oil and a little gold, but like each of them have their own little characteristics, and I've just spent the most time with NQ, so I'm more familiar with it. CL and gold always have those weird, like, huge spikes, and then they kind of settle down again. And at least with NQ, the spikes are always there.
Oh, are
you don't
they
get
ever?
lulled into any sense.
No sense of false security. Yes, David O, want to let everyone know this is a recently funded top step trader with us. Also in the top 100. So you're looking at some of the best and biggest here. We got a top step. All right, Dolby Time. What are we seeing here in the NQ?
It's our favorite pattern, Dre. You already know what I'm gonna say. It's the Dorito. So I have a Dorito pattern in the NASDAQ on my 5-minute chart. Here, I can remove some of this other stuff so we can see it more clearly. But we have a series of lower highs and higher lows. Typically, this happens when the market is expecting news, when volatility is low, and we are expecting all sorts of things coming up. We still have some tech earnings. There's an election on the horizon, so anticipate more Dorito-like patterns going forward. Probably get some big moves in the morning, and then things are going to settle because there's just nothing really to drive the markets. And I don't know if people want to speculate on longs the closer we get to earnings and election. So, that being said, be careful. But there's always a range somewhere to trade. So, I'm always down, Dre. I'm always down.
Always down indeed. All right, David, have you taken any trades yet today? You said you're in the MNQ. You're in trader rehab. How's that going so far?
It's going okay. I'm doing 2 combines just to get back to my XFAs. I'm up 391 in one and up 1100 in another one. So part of that is no more copy trading. And then,
What got you into trader rehab? What was it, like a specific drug?
Intervention?
Intervention? What are we talking here?
Yeah, I think Hoag calls them the moron trades is what got me in here. So just getting a little too aggressive in adding to some of my positions. And so, 3 to 5 contracts adds up pretty quick on the old tick meter.
What do you think was
a lot of it was the volatility has just been so high that I hadn't also seriously I hadn't been my stop should have been placed out wider, and so I was getting clipped a bunch, and then that just kind of sent me a little frustration. So I'd get back in, and then I'd still get stopped out, or I'd make a little bit of a move, or I'd size up to try to get some of it back, which you shouldn't do.
Classic.
Classic indeed. Last trade in the NQ 20,657. Looking at my Top Step daily levels, we are firmly into zone 3 right now. Top are 20,658. We are just beneath yesterday's value high of 20,666. So about 10 points beneath that. Pretty much the VWAP is the same as just 20,666. Take a look at some of the other markets. Got nothing here on the tilt.
Speaking
Don't
of
we? Yeah, we.
666, Dre, my band has a show November 30th. If you are in Chicago,
Is that
come
right?
hang out. We
Where's
do.
it?
Playing a
Tell
metal
the people.
band. So there's the segue. But if you are in the Chicagoland area, November 30th, Toys for Tots. So bring a toy.
I think everyone should come out for that. Everyone should need to come out
Yeah,
for that.
maybe a little trader meetup. We can do there's a nice bar
Topstep
nearby.
TV.
Get some chicken wings. I think we did a meetup last year or 2 years ago. I think we'll probably get more people to show up this time just because we're on air a little bit more. People are more familiar with us. So hopefully, yes, people will come out. That'd be a fun time. A little trader meetup before a gig.
I like that. Yes, Death Metal. Trader Hacks wants to know. Hey, David, this is my first time meeting you. I always ask this question to someone, I guess, first time on Power Players or Topstep. How did we find you, and how did you find Topstep?
So I think I found, it's probably doing the YouTube time where I've found the prop firms themselves. I've been trading for about 3 years, and so I was in options and stocks, and then just kind of moved over to futures. And so, yeah, I found you all, I think probably what Trades by Matt videos, or the other infamous trader that you guys like to have like trolling matches with. So that's where
it's wild out there, man.
He's been on the sidelines a little bit. He's not gotten into the fray of WW, whatever we're calling this. What would you call this, Trey?
If
you had to brand
Wild West, well, worldwide entertainment. I don't want to know what you call it. World Wrestling Entertainment. I don't want to know what you call it. It's definitely it's ramping up. Maybe because the year end, it's Halloween, maybe holiday season. People get a little stressful. The markets haven't been easy to trade. I don't know, Dolby. I just know that everyone's fired up lately. I'm finding it very, very amusing. If I must say so myself, I did see I caught a stray out there. Love it when that happens. It's just so much fun. It's so much
who would
fun.
you?
I don't know.
Who would you suplex if you had a chance, Trey?
Oh, out there. Well, if I say their name, then I'm giving them clout, so I can't say the name.
Oh,
but
that's true.
I don't really. I'm more of a I'm more of the ringmaster in this. I just want to see it go down. I just want to see them body slam each other. Take a 2x4 and smash it over another person's back. I just like, what is it called? World Trader Federation. There you go. WTF. Instead of
nice. I like that. That's good.
Horse broke dad. I like that. WTF, World Trader Federation. There you go. We need to copyright that, to trademark that. Pretty good idea. Anyways, yes, let's get back into the markets. We've seen a bit of a sell-off here. Downticking a little bit here in the gold, 27.95. David, you like range trades? Do you like trend trades? What kind of suits you?
I usually trade between zones. So I look. So these zones right here are from a Discord community I'm in. It's called Limit Day Discord. But essentially, like if you zoom out, like we're looking at different places of lots of price interaction, and so it's like there's a strong likelihood that there'll probably be some price interaction in there. And so I try to, when I'm doing a good job sticking to my system, only trade between my zones, or at least get into trades between my zones. So they're essentially like support resistant lines.
David, if you don't mind, David, if
and
you
then
don't
I'll
mind.
do a little bit of momentum.
David, if you don't mind, you don't need to whisper with us. We're not keeping secrets around here. We can. It's us and 5,000 of our best friends. So if they all want to hear what you have to say, you are a top 100 funded trader here at Topstep. So we want to keep the secrets amongst us. Let us know what you're thinking here, David. Tell us, you like going from zone to zone, box to box. Please, David, tell us about these zones
box
you got.
to box. So they're just support resistant levels, like from higher time frame charts. Right now, I have them hidden on the hourly because it gets pretty messy when they're pretty tight. But then I'll mark out like levels here too. I'm mostly I chart on TV, and so I just transcribe some of my stuff over into Topstep X. You guys really need some custom indicators.
Yeah, what kind of custom indicators would you like? What kind of custom indicators would make David more profitable? Hit us with it. Give us some suggestions.
I just need to be able to enter in zones, so I can. We have some tools that we share our levels with each other, and so I just copy and paste the level values, and then I render the zones with the TV scripts. So that's really all I need.
You,
Basically, I need your top step levels extended so that we can enter our own levels in.
Oh, all right. Well, what levels are we looking at? Tell us about your levels. What are we looking at right now?
I mean, I'm looking like if the price actually wasn't so bad today, I would probably short it up here, looking for another move down here. But we've been chopping around so much.
where's that? Like
looking up to the
680s?
hourly. Oh yeah. So this right here, yeah, the bottom of this is 680. And then the top of this range would be 706.
680s.
And so I would be looking for a move closer down to 603. And I did take one of these a little bit earlier, but I took a trade off of this zone coming up. That's where I'm at, 391 on the day on this in this account. But
so you short? You grab a short off the 680s, or did you grab a long off of 620s?
I would have grabbed a short off the 680s here, or a move back down into here. But since we've got your Dorito pattern here,
very Dorito,
I may not actually hold it all the way here. So, like, this is not a place where I would enter a trade. Even though my zones look good, like we have an ascending line here. I usually don't do the trend lines. I just kind of visualize them.
That works
but,
too.
Like I wouldn't trade here because the price is coming in through at this level. So this is not a good potential entry for me.
Right.
And then also SPY and Qs have been fairly divergent today. So that's historically not a good day for me to try to trade NQ. I like to use a lot of confluence between SPY and Qs. They're usually pretty related. If one's making a good move in one direction, the other one will typically follow. Today has not been that day really. Although they're starting to line up a little more.
Starting to get a little bit of wiggle here in Dolby time. Starting to feel a little bit of wiggle. Just a quick little reminder. In about 12 minutes, we've got the Euro close. You got 12 minutes Euro close. You might be thinking to yourself, no, it was typically an hour ago. No. They changed the clocks over there. The United States has not changed the clocks just yet, so we got to catch up. So Euro close now in about 12 minutes. Dolby time, I'm starting to see a little wiggle. A push to the downside here in the US. Push to the downside in the NQ. YM as well. Dolby, we got the range. Hey, and also David, I mean, what are we thinking? 640s maybe? Bottom end of the range here, Dolby? What are you seeing on your end?
Bottom end of the range. Depends on how big of a time frame you want to go and how loosey-goosey we think NASDAQ is. I mean, I could see like 609s. I mean, if we're on a 30-minute, I mean, that's a pretty nice... Okay. Yeah, that's a nice range.
I see that.
Yeah, like we got like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think 30-minute candles, all kind of barcoding, consolidating in a range. Pick whichever phrase you like. So I mean, maybe shorts down to 600s, and maybe try flipping long at 600s. That's kind of what I would be looking at if the thesis is like Euro close sell-off, then maybe we can get down to 600 and then maybe catch a bounce again. But I would assume that they're probably fine being risk off just because of how crazy things are.
Right. Our last trade, 644s. Looking at the tilt. Nothing showing out there. We do have 70% short the YM right now as we do continue to chug lower. Last trade in the YM, 42,580. We got oil selling off here about down 20 cents in the last 5 minutes or so.
Yep, they're selling off too. That's pretty typical. So for crude oil, when I was trading it, I was kind of always curious and like how big the reversal was. So if crude oil went up a bunch earlier in the day and then the Euro close hits and then it typically ends up selling off a bunch, I always like kind of seeing how much volatility comes in that last 10 minutes when Europe is closing for crude. It doesn't sell off a ton. Typically, that's kind of bullish, and then maybe it just continues to the upside. It's only down about 20 cents right now, which is not a lot. Not a lot at all.
Right, David. Oh, we did see some buyer stop here right around those 40s. 41s to be specific. David was trading the micros, right? We're trading the micros. What's your typical default size? Now you're going to trade a rehab. What do you triple when you trade a 5 lot in the micros, a 10 lot in the micros? What are we looking at here, David?
Right now I'm doing 5 to 10.
Okay.
If I'm trading micros normally, though, I'll do like 15 as kind of my starter position. But I typically trade NQ, and from NQ I'll trade 1 to 3 lots on NQ. So I'll usually have a starter position. So if my zone, like this zone up here, is a lot tighter, it's a 15-point zone, and that's kind of what my stop would normally be on NQ. I would actually probably just go in with 2 contracts here, 2 NQ contracts.
Where's here?
On that, sorry, if I was shorting here at 743 down, because this is a smaller zone, my stop will kind of be at the top side of the zone. And so I can put on 2 contracts there because the risk is okay. I try to risk around 650-ish or so per trade when I'm trading NQs. Yeah,
150K account.
I'm 100. I find the 100K account works best for me.
Oh, nice.
Why does it work best for you?
Good. The 50K does not have enough drawdown, and the eval or the 150K eval threshold encourages me to put on more size than I normally trade with to try to pass the evals quicker. And so I find the 100K is the sweet spot. I'm like, okay, I can keep my normal size and I can still pass the eval in the time frame that is acceptable to me. And then once you get into an XFA, the account size really doesn't matter other than drawdown. I don't trade more than 3. I shouldn't trade more than 3 NQ, and so the limit between the 100K and the 150K doesn't play into that.
Let's pull chat. Just type in what trading combine you're in right now: 50K, 100K, or 150K. Just slam it in and let us know.
50, 100, or 150. Let's see it. Go crazy, chat. Watch this. Watch all these numbers come flooding in here, Dolby time. I want you to make sense of all these numbers we're about to see, Dolby. You tell me what the breakdown is between 50, 100, and 150, Dolby.
Oh, man.
Break it down
It
for
looks
me.
like 50. So many. This is awesome. It looks like 50K is in the lead.
Oh, baby.
Yeah.
I see a lot of 50s.
This is the time where if you want to type literally anything in chat, you can do it now.
Yeah.
So this can be gone in about 2 seconds, and no one's
Yeah,
gonna be able to
you
even
can really
see what
bury
you
anything in the chat right now. See
Yeah.
some more selling coming in here. We
Good
just
luck to
broke
the
the
mods.
640s. Look at that. A lot of 50Ks. I would say 50Ks in the lead.
Yeah, I would say 50, then 150, then 100, based off of this quick
Should have
little
been a poll. Dan Emmett
should have
says,
been.
you don't
That's
say,
all
Dan
right.
Emmett. You don't say.
You don't.
The sturdy gentleman trying to get something across to the breezy bar trading. No chance they're going to see that. That just got buried in the chat. Dakota's saying 250K again. You did see that a couple times. Oh, we got the poll up. What kind of my size are you in? 50, 100, or 150? Should be interesting.
So, David, what levels are you looking at for trades here? We're kind of waffling around 20,640. I see you had a little gray box around 20,600.
Yeah, so this-
Is that what you're looking
this
at
is
for
600.
longs?
If I were going to take a long, it would be in the 615 to 605 range here.
Okay.
I would take a long looking to come back up.
Got eyes on something.
But I mean, it's about a 20-point stop that I'd have to put on here, and so that would give me enough room back to the top to make at least the trade conceptually worthwhile.
So you're saying long 5 at 20,600, stop at 580?
Yeah, if I were to go, so I would long probably somewhere in this area here, and then put my stop down.
What's the price?
Area.
David,
the price
David,
would be
I'm going to let you in on a little secret. David, not everyone can
Can't
watch.
see the text? Come on.
No, I know. I love it. No, but not everyone, believe it or not, a lot of people are just watching. We're just like kind of background noise.
Or
to the
like
trade.
radio
so
show.
Like looking at the screen.
Yeah.
We're kind of, think like we are on the radio, theater of the mind, if you will, even though we are a visual medium on YouTube. But so you say right here, it's all good. I had to learn too. Took me a couple weeks, but I'm trying to give you the cliff notes and trying to shorten up the learning curve.
Yeah.
So what price are we talking about here?
So if I were to go long here, I would start smaller and I would accumulate a position starting around 605, 610 on NQ. And then if it pulled down to like the 600s to 590, I would look to add again. And so I'd put it on 5 MNQ each time. And then my stop would be around under like 577. If it got past that, then I'm not terribly interested in this.
Would you like
in general,
me to
though, I'm not terribly interested in making this trade.
Place some
right now.
orders in the house account for you?
I wouldn't trade this, so I wouldn't suggest you put them in the house account either.
Well,
Like the
you don't
setups
have
here
to
are
do it.
just pretty terrible.
You don't have
If you want to risk your own money, that's fine. I do have matching zones that are also on SPY here, so QQQs are technically at a level here that I would be interested in adding a position to. So I don't know. I wouldn't put a trade on here. Like keeping my discipline from trader rehab, this is not a good spot to add or to put on a position.
Love it. All right. Well, I
So-
do want to shoot. All right, we got the poll results back here.
I know it's boring that there's no trades going on, but like unfortunately that's the realities of trading. We like the excitement, but it doesn't. This is the day most of the time.
Good trading can be boring, David. You're absolutely right. Good trading can be like watching paint dry, but we do have to constantly be paying attention. You cannot replace screen time. So what quote unquote might be boring for some, there might be opportunities for others. Yeah, the market's not going to be like my man Dolby always says. We're not going to be stuck in this range forever. Nope. Pay attention. When are we going to break out? How are we going to break out? There's going to be volume to push us through and keep the movement going. Well, with that being said, we did get the poll results back. A quick 500 vote banger, like about a minute or so. What combine size are you in? 50K, 150K, or 100K? 71% came back saying $50,000 combine size. So there you go, 71%. Overwhelming majority there. Also, you saw pinned to the top of the chat. We got the group coaching form pinned to the top of the chat. David Green in the house. Make sure you can submit those questions. We'll have David Green joining us as well for Power Up. It's David Green Wednesday, baby. So get those questions in for David Green. Form pinned to the top of the chat. Yep, I'm sure we'll have some thoughts on earnings coming up, market action, even gold making new all-time highs. All right, Dolby. 20,648 last trade. We've perhaps bought the 40s. That 41s we could have got. Nothing quite yet. Looking at the tilt here, 50-50 across the board.
And we still have 2 minutes till Europe close. Like this, if it doesn't go down much further, like maybe you just throw a bid in and see if it just perks back up again to like 20,700.
Well, here's
this
the
is
thing
not
from
much
yesterday.
of a sell-off, to be honest.
It was not. Isaac Rivera was on with us yesterday during Power Players, and obviously Euro close happened this time yesterday. And once we got that out of the way, we did see some movement coming in. Jack was able to take a house account short there. Even though it was an uptrending day, Jack did take a short. We were able to get some profits, capture some profits, and close out for a winner right after the Euro close. So something we'll keep an eye on here. In terms of the calendar, looking at the juice, we're in the clear. A couple of ECB speakers. Got one ECB speaker later this afternoon. Then we got the big boy earnings, Meta, Starbucks, Microsoft, all to report after the bell. Well, let's see what happens after this Euro close in about 45 seconds. David, I got to ask you, what time frames are you typically trading? Are you like you do the 5 minute? You looking at that 4 hour? Tell us about your chart setup.
Yeah, so when I start the day, I kind of take a look, starting usually at the daily and the hourly, just to see what's going on, and then I do my trading from the 5 minute chart. But after about an hour and a half into the day, I will flip my SPY and Qs charts over to 15 minute. Just so I'm always looking at kind of the general day context. And then I'm keeping my NQs, at least on Topstep X, I keep them pretty much on the 5 minute. But I'm always looking at the 5, the 15, and the hourly in my trading view charts for it. And so, like, oftentimes I'll be like, oh yeah, this is looking like a decent setup here for a long. So I'm going to go double check on the 15, and I'm like, this 15 looks kind of like garbage. So maybe I actually don't want to do this. Like, I'm in the middle of this range. Like, it's hard to see this sometimes, that there's this range from 547 kind of up to 700 here. And the 5 minute, it's kind of like snaking. It looks like we're making highs. Looks like we're going to be pushing up. And if you look at the 15, like, okay, we had this huge kind of sell-off volume that spiked all the way down to 542. So we had like this, like 150 point bar out of nowhere that bounced off of a level I had, but I'm like, this doesn't seem like a significant area, so I don't quite know what's going on. And then just kind of rips back up, and then we kind of just chop around between these levels of 680 and 630. So like this is kind of a no trade zone, even though it looks like it's within my system. 15 minutes telling me to go do something else.
Dolby time. We're talking about throwing in a bit after the Euro close. Sure enough, we're starting to see some buyers stepping in here. Up about 10 points in the NASDAQ, Dolby. Closing in VWAP, 20,666.
If you have time to talk about NASDAQ, then NASDAQ's not moving fast enough.
It's so true, dude. Crude selling off here.
Is it now?
Really selling off here.
Oh, yeah. Look at that.
Crude down about 50 cents in the last 20 minutes or so.
Anything cool? Yeah, it looks like crude is kind of stuck in that gap down that we had. If I delete all this garbage, it's basically just a 3-day range. Very, very clearly defined. One of the reasons why I think crude oil is a pretty fun product to trade if you're a range trader, because it tends to stick pretty closely to its range. It's not too wicky like the NQ can be. So this range, 66.98 to 69.04.
69.04. 69.04. We're talking crude. Yep. More so.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. You got me on that.
I was talking about crude. I got to keep up, Andre. Keep up, Andre. Go ahead, Dolby.
No, now I'm done. I don't have anything left to say. We're stuck in the range. It's selling off a little bit. If you like longs.
The good thing about crude is, you're wrong pretty quickly.
Crude is a great product.
It starts moving. It starts moving.
A lot of fun.
Yeah, crude will smack you up across the face and say, "Nope, I don't think so."
Yeah.
See if the YM wants to follow along here. We're taking a look at the NASDAQ. We're coming back down to these 40s, 20,640.
According to Dre, NASDAQ is rolling over. It's down 5 points right now from previously talked.
Don't tell him my secrets. Don't tell him my secrets, man. It's a lunch hour trade, man. I got to keep people awake. I got to keep people awake in the power hour, man. If I don't yell and scream, how are people going to stay awake? The markets may not. If the markets ain't going to do the heavy lifting, I'm going to have to. Someone's going to have to. My main man, David O. from Washington State, top 100 funded trader, joining us here on Power Players. Dolby time in the house as well.
About your audiobook, Dre, on how to host a show. It was really good. Really good stuff.
Dre on Dre.
Dre on Dre. Yeah, just turn up the volume. When in doubt, just talk louder. I learned it from
That's right.
Never mind. Anyways, $68.56 last trade in the crude.
Little 5-minute range here in the NASDAQ. Kind of waffling between 640s and 650s. This is incredibly slow for NASDAQ. This is wild.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. Yeah, if you look at the 100 tick and it's barely moving, like it's time to go have some lunch or something.
What's on the menu? What's on the lunch menu? Yeah, what's on the lunch menu for a David O?
Whatever's out there when the wife feeds the kids.
Whatever they serve at Trader Rehab. Special menu.
Yeah. I'm getting ramen.
Out there when the kids
get
fed.
afford.
That's what it's come to. All right, the NQ did want to push higher here. Wanted to make a run for the 666s. Come on.
Yeah, we'd be up
just go 10 lots to VWAP and you can make your day.
It's not the wild, yeah.
10 points?
10 lots to VWAP.
10 contracts is pretty good.
It's not bad. That'll do the trick. That'll pay for a nice little lunch there, David O. That'll pay for a nice lunch.
Don't get a spike down.
Nope. All right, let's see if we
can
want
afford the brisket at Chipotle with that.
You said it's $3 more.
Side of guac too.
It's like $2.5 more than the chicken. Yeah, I was kind of surprised. Push my burrito. Typically, I get like chicken, guac, chips. It's like $15 or so. I went with the brisket. It bumped me up to like $19. Like, there's just no way. This is not 30% better in price or whatever it is. You know what I mean? It's crazy.
Chipotle.
Put it together.
I missed how the earnings were yesterday, but man, with that type of inflation, I mean, their top line better be just soaring through the roof if they're going to be doing that. $3.
I think they use
$19 meal
to hedge. I think they use futures to hedge, Dre.
I certainly would. What, like cattle and stuff, or what? What would they be hedging? Like?
I bet they do.
I don't know, cattle, chicken prices. eggs.
Do you
I don't
remember
know.
when Southwest first
Rice,
came on the
dessert
scene?
like
Southwest Airlines, their whole competitive advantage was they had the best oil traders out there. Jack, if you remember that, I don't know if you remember that. Southwest Airlines, that's what their big competitive
I don't
advantage. They
even
really came over
know if. So we can go back and look at this. I don't even know if it was that they had consistently the best oil traders, but they had some huge long-term oil hedge that worked out very well
That's
in
what
their
it was.
favor.
Yes, that's what it was, and they were able to charge such low fares because they had some like incredible hedge or trade on, and well, then it came and went. Now they're just like the rest of the airlines, but yes,
And they didn't spend it
Evan,
all on computers.
no, they didn't.
Certainly did not. Certainly
There it
did
is.
not.
Still ran on Southwest, still on
Remember
one
that?
computer in a warehouse in Jersey somewhere.
Yep.
That was last year. That was like right around Christmas last year, right? People were stuck in the airport for like 3 days or something.
It was the year before, I know,
similar.
because I was stuck in Midway with with not even a toddler, with a baby and no car
Oh my
seat.
gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
Good food court in Midway, though. Ever flying in Midway?
That should do the trick, Dolby.
Pretty solid.
Oh, let's just smooth things over with the wife and the mom. Anyways, let's get back to these markets. Looked like we were going to go to VWAP, but Marcus said nope, sellers did step in right around the 50s. Excuse me, the 60s. 660 sellers came in here in the NASDAQ. 20-point sell-off. I mean, hey, there's 20 points right there, guys.
Avalanche. Avalanche of price right there.
It was.
I still think those 600s are in play. I think they might even be in play for this trading session here.
I think 607 is a good target down here.
We're putting one in.
607.
We're putting one in.
It's just like,
yeah,
we believe in you, David. We're putting one in at 607.
Okay.
And 3/4.
Okay.
We're gonna have the market come and get us.
Okay.
607's come and get it.
Yep.
It
might take 2 hours.
But
Put it
by
in there.
golly, they'll come get us. All right,
You
looking
can report
at
back in Power Hour.
Yes.
Yeah, right.
David O, do you watch Topstep TV frequently?
I watch some of the recap stuff. I
Cool.
cannot watch this stuff because it messes with me. Like, oh, these people are thinking long. I was thinking short, and no, it just confuses me.
Have you ever faded
I'll get
anybody
excited
on
about
Topstep
it. People
TV before?
I mean, maybe.
Ooh, okay.
We have a little bit of a joke in our Discord that we like to fade the house account sometimes.
No,
So,
you don't say.
Oh, come on.
So
Whatever pays, man.
but you know,
No, I think we kind of
It's
set
all
you up
good.
for that one, Dave. We kind of knew that one was
Dude, I
coming.
think
you
the
did.
house
So I
account
had
needs
to hit it out.
I love it. Man, those 40s. We just bounced right off those 40s. 17 points higher. I mean, this is Hoag would be calling this the ATM trade. Just work the 60s, sell the 60s, and buy the 40s, buy the 40s, and
Buy
work
the 40s.
sell the 60s.
Yep. Until it doesn't work.
It doesn't work.
Yeah.
It doesn't
I mean, so like the other thing I look at.
Should we try
during
it?
the day is, like,
Should we
the
try it?
volume.
Should we try selling the 60s?
Sure.
Or is that trade run
Watch it.
out? We got view up at 666.
I mean, yeah, what? Risk 10 to make 20? You know what I mean? It's pretty
Yeah,
tight
that's
range.
kind of- I'm looking at the 5 minute. Yeah.
I mean, I'm trying to like cross-reference larger time frames. Maybe like
Fair enough.
675 could be interesting. I don't like shorting indices, Dre. You know how I feel.
Oh,
if there's no news, I'd much rather just be
short
going long
indices.
because of the passive bids and indices. See, look at it go. Just crushing. Yep. Crushing the 660s like it's nothing.
Wow, you sound like me right there.
I listened to your audio.
We are
Dre.
rallying. We are rallying. We are now trading 61 half now. Markets are shot out of a can. Ooh, now we're back in the 59s.
Oh, maybe. Do you want
Right.
to try that trade then? You want to try it? Short 60s?
Well, as long as we define our risk. If we define our risk.
Okay, we'll try it. We'll try it. We'll risk like 10 points.
Risk, yes. Watch this, David.
Yeah,
Okay, we'll do a risk reward play.
Yeah.
Call it. We'll work the
All right,
40s.
we're short 20,657, just a oneer, and we're gonna risk like $200. It's like 11 points. And let's see if we can get a breakdown of this 5-minute range. Maybe we can get down to 600 and have a 5-to-1 trade here.
600? No. Hold on, we're going to work 40s downside. This is
40s.
Well, we're risking 11 to make 18 or 17. Yeah, we're in a tight range, right? We're short from 57. If we can buy 40s,
let's at least get 2 to 1. We'll do like 636.
Well, I mean the charger's saying 40s, Dolby. I mean, I don't think we should overcomplicate. Like this is a caveman trade.
5-minute. It's a good 5-minute range. All right, let's lower the stop 2. All right, 664. Now we're only risking like 7. All right, let's see if we can get that 40s there. Look at it go, just plummeting, Dre. Plummeting towards our take profit.
Get the 40s, please. Caveman trade. That's right, David S. Complete caveman trade. Just look at the tight range we're in. Dolby times the trade. The range trade extraordinaire. Yeah, we'll sell 57s. Risk 11 to make 17. Keep the math on our side all day long.
Gus likes it.
This is where I always get one ticked. Like I'll have my take profit. And I'm notorious for like, oh, I'm going to reverse right on your trade. I'm like, it's sim. You're like, you don't even know it's there. Just give me the tick.
They don't.
We'll go to break even. Good luck to your Discord on fading this one. We're already
guys. Yeah,
it's going to rip. It's going to hit 140. It's going to hit 641, and then it's going to go back up to VWAP, and you're going to be sad.
Our risk is covered.
Yeah, we're joining you in rehab. Yes, I think I like it. It's just look at the 5 minutes in a tight little range here. Europe has come and gone. Not the continent; they're still here, but the European trading session, they are closed. Theory, but yeah, 20,648 last trade in the Nasdaq. S&P's seen a bit. S&P's has found a range as well. Lower end of the range, around 73s, 74s or so, in the ES upper end, about 77, 78. Right,
the other thing I look at, like during the day, is the volume on Qs and SPY. Like the volume on Q is terrible. It seems to just be, like you guys mentioned already, like waiting for the tech earnings. So I do not like shorting days where the volume is so low, because it just seems like the buyers or the sellers don't show up. And then other than the huge bars, and you're like, oh, and then the buyers slowly buy back up to the price. And then there's a random red bar or two out of the blue. But
might get break even here, Dre. It was a valiant effort. We tried.
No dice.
Just can tend to make 20. No dice. It needs to push down a little bit. It's starting to bounce a little bit early.
Go find those 40s. You're welcome, Mal Trader.
I told the market. Go find the 40s. Just go find them. Get out and push. That's what they say, right?
YM's kind of creeping lower here last trade in the YM. Kind of feel like I've been noticing YM's kind of been leading some of these moves. At least I moved to the upside this morning. YM did not flinch to the downside. It just went up, up, and up. We saw the ES and NASDAQ follow suit.
It's another market that has really nice ranges as well. Nice tight ranges. Not very wicky. Kind of in a big range right now. Let's see. Let's do 30-minute, I'd say. Nice little 30-minute range. Maybe it bounces at like 42,520-ish. High was like 42,650, let's say. So it could be interesting. Keep an eye on it. How's this NASDAQ doing, though?
Rip roaring good time over here in the
coming
NASDAQ.
For you. It's coming for you.
It is. We might get tagged here. But also, it might tag us and just like shoot down to like 500s or something. In true NASDAQ.
Wouldn't be the first time.
Go back down. Come on.
Go to the right spot.
At least it's a free trade right now, right?
It is a free trade. We like free trades.
Free trades. There's 3 outcomes to a trade, David O. 2 of which are acceptable. Scratch and a winner. And even losers if you manage your risk properly. I'm bringing out all the cliches today, David. I'm bringing them all out today.
Yes. A properly sized loss is a good trade as long as you entered it properly.
There you go. As long as you manage your downside correctly, manage your risk. Ring a ding ding. Let's see if we can get.
All right, are you guys going to get this?
I don't know.
It's going to push up the VWAP here.
$2. We got
Get
$2.
us.
Paying those
What did we
commissions.
sell?
We could
And
try
the Gus. All right.
reshorting 66. I just don't like shorting NASDAQ. It's so nerve-wracking. So nerve-wracking. We could try putting the trade back on again and try maybe shorting like 663. It's almost doing a megaphone. It almost is.
Feeling like it?
Well, I mean, if you look at the 1 minute, we're doing higher highs.
I mean, if you're going to do a
We're kinda
range, wouldn't you
coming
want
back
to
down
buy the
again.
bottoms here
Yeah, sure. Oh, we didn't.
We are.
We
instead
didn't
of
buy
trying to short the
640s, so
tops?
We tried buying 40s.
Ideally,
We never
yeah.
got there.
I never really put an order in for 40s. I think we just tried 660s first. But yes,
willing
you're
into
correct, David. We should have. Also, I think we were trying to eye a deeper pullback because we're going into Euro close. And I think we were hands
Yeah.
off because maybe we're anticipating that move down to, say, like 620s. And so that little 5-minute range would have gotten blown out. So that's
I mean, I
why
can
we
see
didn't.
that.
Yeah.
I guess the part I like on the longs is the lower lows, or the higher lows are more extreme than the lower highs. But yeah,
Gold. Got some buyers here in the
in your
gold.
Dorito wedge here.
Yeah, very
Dorito
very
wedge.
wedgy. Have you ever had a Dorito vodka before, David?
No, I can't say I have.
No one can, David.
That doesn't sound
Just besides
good.
the two guys on screen with. Really, no one can besides the two guys you're on screen with. Only Dolby and I have had that Doritos liquor.
I have enough pain in my life. I trade NQ. I don't need to add that as well.
Yeah, you don't need to go to that rehab too. That's not good.
Yeah.
That's not good.
I'm sick on the Doritos sauce, boss. All right, 27.98 last trade in the gold. Someone in the chat said gold is buying up here. Always rise. In the chat saying gold pushing higher. A little bit.
Is it
Uptaking,
now?
I would say.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it'll have,
Yeah, gold's
coming out
finally
of a
getting
nice
out of
little
its little
5-minute
range.
range. Yep, breaking out of that little 5-minute range between 27.94 and 27.98. That looks really strong. Looks quite strong. Try a little gold play, Dre.
Yeah, get long and come back in a week
Also no volume.
and take your profits. And then do it again and buy it. And then in a week, come back and take more profits. Probably get, buy now, buy 2,800, sell 3,000s, and count your money.
Yep.
There's no stopping this thing.
YM's kind of at the bottom of that little 30-minute range we were talking about. Might be some value there.
I think CL is probably your best bet here.
Yeah,
For
maybe a
what's
short.
I watch CL, ES, RTY, and gold in my watch lists. CL looks like it could be setting up for a short, but I don't know. I might try to recover that big move down too.
RTY looks kind of
Just crap
interesting.
day.
YM looks
Crap
good.
day.
There's some stuff out there. What are y'all trading out there, chat? Let us know what you are trading.
Yep.
Curious.
NQ's about to hit VWAP.
Oh, here it goes. Never short a quiet market. Here's another cliche for everybody. Never short a quiet market. I can do this all day. Here we go. 20,006.
Dre's little book of cliches.
This industry is nothing like it. Only this industry. This industry has so many cliches. You could definitely. There's always a counter one to every cliche. Here we're up at VWAP, David O. 20,666. What do we do? What do we do with VWAP?
I mean, we're under, so I guess if you wanted to do your short now, would be maybe
My
where I
short.
would do a short, but
Do your short.
with 680, with 680 being, it's not going to be mine because I'm not going to take this. With 680, you'll stop.
Do yours. I actually got it. It's pretty good.
Well, slight emphasis on your. It was perfect.
Yeah. Oh, that was pretty good.
I am trying to make discipline and take good trades, and you're encouraging bad behavior here.
Right, we have to be on our best behavior, Dre.
You're short.
Best
All right, Dolby,
behavior.
we're not going to do your
the
short.
volume is even worse. Few volumes is even worse. Just like dead. So I wouldn't take a short because the volume is not. Like if I look at my edge and the things that I look back at the trades that I do well on, this is not a time frame I should be trading. Historically, this will be my biggest reds across all my accounts. I'll be trying to force things like, we're moving. Clearly, I can just add on some size because I have less risk. And then you get these stupid 20-point red bars, and you're like, oh, okay, that was cool.
Are you, is that one of your strengths, just being able to spot a day and be like, this is crappy, and leave? Just skip the whole session entirely?
I'm good at knowing when it's a crappy day. I am not good at leaving and not trading it. So that's actually we'll plug a Topstep feature here. The manual lockout. That's primarily why I'm still sticking with my Topstep X accounts. It only takes half a second of fortitude to click the button and okay, cool, I'm done, and I can walk away. So that's why I really like that feature.
It is a great feature.
It is a great feature. I'm gonna make what time we got?
Sure, that short have been up 5 points already. That's wild.
What short do we want?
That theoretically, your short would have been up maybe
your
about
short
5 points, 4 or 5 points right now. I love that line. That's so good.
Well, if you want to do your little short, it's like I'm a kid. You're talking to me like you're talking to your children, David. I feel like you're talking down to me there.
If you want, everybody can make their own choices. We just have to live with some of those consequences. So if we go into them knowingly, it's fine.
David, as a parent, do you have a little book of cliches that you use for the kiddos?
No, I usually just tell them the dad pun jokes. My daughter came with me at me this morning with a pencil, and she said, "I'm armed," and I said, "Oh, great, you have two."
There we go.
She enjoys puns, so I give them back to her.
Nice.
Well
I enjoy
done.
getting the blank stare look back at me.
They'll get it one day.
That will stick with her for the rest of her life. My fiance also has a father who loves puns, and she's carried that through. So also loves puns, and I get many a dad jokes out of nowhere.
I'm a sucker for them. I'm not gonna lie.
They're funny. They're funny.
It's just simple humor.
It really is. All right, let's see
Something
if
to keep you from crying during the day.
100%. All right, see if we can push into the 2800s in the GC. We're about $2 away from that. Not even $1.70, $1.50 now. 27.98 half. All right, gold's gonna make a run for these 2800s again here. Let's see what happens. Seeing anything else really? We did sell off a little bit, man. We are trying to make wine out of water out of this NASDAQ and pretty much this entire power players. But David, you are a power player now. How does it feel? Tell us how it feels to be on Topstep TV and to be a power player. What's that feel like?
It's pretty fun. It's good to look back, and oftentimes you kind of get stuck in the tunnel vision of I had a really crappy month or a crappy week, and you don't ever step back and look hey, actually, how much progress have I made? Okay, great. September was my best month. Trading, made it to the top 100 board. Cool, got a live account. It's just marking out steps of progress. So it's nice to see.
Hey, you said you killed it in September, really? That's pretty damn impressive. September was crappy for a lot of traders out there. You cleaned up in September, huh?
Yeah, I don't know why. September was super great for me. And then I came into October. First week was okay. And then I just kind of chopped myself up the past kind of 3 weeks in October. And so that's why I'm stepping back. This is how I started my September. It's okay, I'm gonna get one account or two accounts, and then go pass it, use that to fund the next account. Just basically cut off and set it this is my budget. I'm not spending any more money this month. And then
I like that.
Just go from there. That way it gives me incentives. So I'm okay, I can't just I'm down 1,500, whatever. I'll just YOLO this eval and see if I get it.
Yeah.
No, I need to not do that because it's hard to break that mentality when you switch back over into your funded account when you've just been gambling and YOLOing in your evals for the whole week. So I passed my evals in September, and then I took a couple days off and just kind of like, okay,
That's
reset, and then moved on.
you still get
That's the
XFA
plan again for
butterflies?
November. No, I don't get nervous about that. It was a bit weird going into the live account. Like, okay, I don't want to screw this up. So I was able to at least trade and get a payout or two from it. And like, okay, figure out how this works. Okay, I can do this. I can get back. I think the weird thing there was like managing the live and the XFAs. And I don't know if I'll do that again. I think I might just trade just the live account when I have it. Because you get in this spot where it's like, oh, I took all my good trades on these accounts, and now I need to go force the trades to get to my goal in the other account. And so that's basically what happened to me.
Dakota was talking about this months ago, where when you have multiple accounts, you're kind of spreading your kind of like your win losses across different accounts. And so you might have some accounts that just take all of your L's, and you have other accounts that take all of your wins. And so it can be kind of weird trying to do like your, I don't know what you would call it, not necessarily risk management, but it changes up how those wins and losses get allocated across the accounts just based off of like what your trading system is. But that was pretty interesting. So I think maybe sticking to that one account might have some merit.
Yeah, it would. You know, also would have had some merit. You know, also would have had some merit, David, was that little short of mine would have had some merit. Oh, anyways, with that being said, we got shoulder tap coming
You
up.
still wouldn't have got your 40s.
I know. I just have to bust your joke a little bit. Anyways, we got Jack and Ben coming up next. It is a David Green Wednesday. Get those questions in. The form is pinned to the top of the chat for David Green. Then we got Alex Ferreira coming up later this afternoon. Then we got Power Hour to wrap it all up. Anyways, we got Shoulder Tap coming up next. David Owen, all seriousness, thank you so much. Thank you for sharing your journey with us. Dolby, I'll see you in a little bit. Take care. Shoulder Tap coming up next. Let's go.
Hello, trading world. Welcome to Shoulder Tap. This is the section of the show. If this is your first time, I imagine most of you it is not your first time, but let's say it is for this. This is where me, Jack, I'm joined by one of our risk managers, in this case, Ben, who happens to be my favorite risk manager. And we go through our live traders' performance. We critique some of their trade reports and see what they could be doing better. Or in some cases, the cards are perfect occasionally and tell them good job. The shoulder tap is from the old days where you get a tap on your shoulder from the risk manager. I've had this happen. If you were dangling around your DLL and still in a big position. With that, Ben, how are you doing today?
Yeah, Jack, we've got two more classical shoulder taps to talk about today on the trading cards. But overall, I'm doing well. Happy that Halloween's tomorrow. I'm looking forward to the broadcast, and we've got Roast My Trades tomorrow. I think that'll be fun. So if you're not familiar with the segment, occasionally we do a Roast My Trades as well, where we put out a form and have received a number of submissions and are getting some content together to poke a little fun, Halloween fun at some of the trades, all from volunteers, not picking on anyone. So looking forward to that, and we've got a lot to talk about today as well. We'll kick it off with some updates on.
Right before you get started, like Jerome Powell, I have a noisy dog. I need to close this door real quick, and also we have a form at the top pinned right now for group coaching with David Green, which is next. If you got questions, send them in there, and we'll have David answer them. I will be back in 5 seconds, starting right now.
While we wait on Jack, we're going to cover some of the live trader updates. Overall, the live funded traders at Topstep are a little bit more red than green. It's very slight, pretty much right down the middle today. But the brightest of the green P&Ls are a little bit more muted than typical, Jack. So relatively somber day overall in the live accounts, but house account currently down 4,500. Rips, one of the bright spots, up $4,000 today in his live account. Deanna up 250 at last check. Dakota took the daily loss limit today. Nick for a tick, not trading the live account. Marvin up $5,600, locked in. Good to see. Michael T up 4,800. Benjamin up was up 4,300 earlier. Ended up taking the daily loss limit. Hate to see that. Artem up 4,300. Antoine up 3,300. Sidara up 3,200, and Diana has a nice $5,200 profit in her account. So definitely a good day for some of our live traders. Quite a few have hit daily loss limit as well, and then there's a whole lot of mix and match in between. So that's the update there, and we've got some trading cards to jump into, and got a little bit of a soapbox that I feel compelled to get onto towards the end. We'll talk about, but for now, let's move to trading card for Michael is the first one.
All right, let's get on that soapbox. Let's do it.
All right. So Michael's one of our live funded traders. All the trading cards here are going to be live accounts. Trading with us in 150K account size. As you see, the average daily P&L being negative, but there are some bright spots here. I think a lot of room for improvement, though. There's the winning trade and winning trade percentage compared to the reward over risk. That very basic formula is out of whack. So we are, on the whole, after 21 trading days complete, seeing that relationship yielding negative. Now, day to day, trade to trade, there's fluctuations there, obviously. And one of the positives, one of the bright spots from this trade report, Jack, is I think when I was going through it, I was left with the opinion that Michael's definitely payout minded. And what led me to think that was several of the things here are, meeting that minimum criteria of $200 profit or more for the day to, get towards that next rung, that next payout. So that's good. Having someone that is focused on being able to achieve payouts, I think that's the right goal. That's the right mentality. At a certain point, you do need to generate new profits, new, higher account balances in order to have more money to pay yourself. I think that is the missing component here, and in no small part because a lot of the more recent winning days are just that. They are trying to reach that, $200 to $500 benchmark to qualify, count towards the next payout. But then the losing days are daily loss limits. And so you're losing significantly more than what you're making in a given day. It doesn't take a rocket scientist to realize that's not a winning formula. There has been a $30,000 payout from this account. So Michael's already, sort of on cloud nine from a trader perspective from this account, having only been in the account 21 days and taking a $30,000 payout is excellent. And I want to give credit where it's due in that regard. But ultimately, the past is the past, and working towards, replicating that, even if it's a $3,000 payout or a $300 payout, being able to do that again and then keep the account and grow it over time should be our next point of focus. So I like booking profitable days, but letting those at the average daily, average losing day being in excess, 10% more than the daily loss limit means probably taking decent sized positions close to the daily loss limit for the day. And that's just not responsible trading. And these profits aren't outpacing the losses in the most basic sense. Michael's someone that we have full faith can, produce results, obviously. He's done it thus far, especially in the XFAs that were ultimately called up to this live account. Has just been struggling to a degree in this live account, and we want to see him, move back onto a track where he's profitable. I think looking at, what is my weekly performance would be a good, refocus. Take a step back, say, what is my weekly performance in this account, not just in a given trade or a given day. That can give a little bit better perspective and I think increase the account balance in this account. I've got a little bit more to say here, Jack, but any takeaways that you have right off the bat here?
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely a lot of context here. Michael T ain't just any Michael T. Kind of like how I mentioned Balkaran earlier. Michael T is a big time top step trader. Along with Balkaran, top 5 all time right now in lifetime payouts, lifetime plus current accounts. I mean, Michael T, it looks like right here, it looks like he took out a $35,000 payout, and then before that was a $27,000. He is definitely very good at doing that, and I'm kind of torn. Where, like, on one hand, I do encourage people. I wish more people would, when they have big days, slow things down and make sure they're eligible for the next payout. But I kind of am with you, where I'd like to see Michael kind of take it to the next level. I mean, Michael could, if he wanted to focus on this, he could be our number 1 trader. I mean, right now on the big board with these accounts, he's number 22 on the big board. Yeah, but still playing around with that loss limit a little bit. I don't know. You said you had more to say here. I'm doing a lot of deep dive.
Yeah, keep looking. And this Michael T is definitely, of the Michael T's at TopStep, an exceptional one. Someone who's paying himself regularly. Again, that's the most important thing, I think. But in this live account, there's still ample balance left. Just need to be responsible about the way we are picking our shots, I think, is the best way of putting it. And whether it is the winning trade percentage or the reward over risk, there's definitely room to shave some additional edge into that. And he's proven that he's capable of doing that. So it's more, I think it's a lot more up here than it is having an actual, absence of strategy or trading edge. We're kind of past that point. It's more about, treating this account with respect and giving it the space to, not hit that daily loss limit early and possibly miss an opportunity later on, or, scaling into the position you're wanting rather than taking the big bite off the bat. There's a bunch of different ways to kind of reduce your risk as you take your best trade ideas and then giving those room to work out. So just wanted to, again, treat it more like a traditional shoulder tap. Have seen some underperformance in this account from Michael, and we know that he's capable of outperformance here. So just want to see some changes, whatever those look like. We trust him to make those. And of course, Michael, if you're listening, reach out to the risk team. We're happy to talk to you about, adjustments to the risk parameters, talk through a strategy with you, whatever the case may be. And we want to get you back on the right track and then ultimately, expand those risk parameters if you find yourself, pushing account balance highs and really trading lights out. So that's where we are right now with Michael, and we will continue to watch closely.
Awesome stuff. All right. Well, who do we have next on the docket here, Ben?
Excellent. Next up, we've got Scott, the trading card for Scott here. And this is definitely a trader in need of a shoulder tap in this live account. Stats sort of speak for themselves to a degree. We don't need to harp a ton here, but just ramming into the daily loss limit and not posting profitability on any particular day. I think a big issue is the volume of trades as well. There was pretty high volumes of trades, at least relative to recent, and then the number of trades, kind of concerningly, has reduced in the last few trading days, but we haven't seen an improvement, right? And it's on its own as a standalone, that might be a welcome development, but we're still hitting the daily loss limit at the same clip, which tells me that the either trade location is still not improved or the size is probably too high on those trades as well. Scott's just not in a great spot in this live account. Candidly, he has done well in his lifetime at Topstep. He's taken significant payouts. He's done well in XFAs, and for even a single day performance, had a really good day here. I think oftentimes this affliction hits traders where we've talked about this so many times, Jack, where you post $10,000 or $20,000 or more in a single day, and it becomes a very quick addiction. You're looking for that in every single day's performance going forward, and most often that road leads to the daily loss limit, and that's what's happened here with Scott. So importantly, we've got a lot of room left. We still have 6 figures in the account balance for this account. So I've got a lot of thoughts about that. Trading in this way is irresponsible, especially with that account balance. We are not going to let Scott, just take this account balance to zero. That's not acceptable, in my opinion, not of the opinion of the risk team. That's our position here. But at the same time, Scott has earned that account, has earned that balance from his performance previously. And what we are going to do is work with him to turn things around, and then hopefully somewhere, in the near future, even open those risk parameters up, give him an opportunity to trade larger. And that was the, mentioned earlier, the soapbox. Interestingly enough, as I was writing up this report, I was listening to the tail end of the last segment, and it was talked about at that time. David was talking about how focusing on, you've got 5 trading combines, 10 trading combines, you've got 5 XFAs, and you've got your live account. That is a whole lot of juggling to be doing, especially on an intraday basis. And it is inherently unfocused, in my opinion. There's ample evidence in our program that focus on your live account will yield results. One one of our top performers, I think the top performer for October, as well as number 8 on our big board, Faye, has a single 50K live account, and that is the only live account, or the only account she has open at this time, and that has been that way the entire month. So, there is, and we could go on down the list. I could give you a dozen other names that are having real success by focusing in on that live account. And Scott has a tremendous opportunity here to lock in, focus on the live account, and really put up some fantastic profits given where he's at in his live account. You sort of already reached the summit, right? You've already gotten to a 150K live funded account at the prop firm. Now it's time to focus in on where your edge is and execute against that, and then pay yourself along the way. So for those, I know that we've kind of entered a weird place in our industry where there's some folks out there that will give you 20 accounts to trade at once if you'd like. That is not a recipe for focus and long-term success. That is my humble opinion. I know that there are going to be people who disagree with that, but I'm looking at thousands and thousands of traders every single day. I've been doing so on the risk team for a year now. And just telling you what I see from those numbers. The people who succeed the most have a laser focus where their best opportunity is, that being this live account of the prop firm. So that's my rant. That's all I've got on that topic, Jack. Feel free to make any commentary here you'd like. Bottom line is we need to turn it around with Scott, and we're looking forward to working with him.
Yeah. Wow. There's some astounding stuff going on here. I can almost the 29th, a day that will live in infamy. I'm trying to figure out exactly how he did this, but he hit the loss limit of $3,000 in a trade that was on for 19 hours. There was just one NQ contract. Now, I'd actually be more fine with that if that's what he was doing every day. Like the sizing's kind of like all over the place.
Yeah.
But at the end, I can only see the live account. He's obviously done some good stuff other places, but this is like Susan walked so that Scott could fly here in this account. I mean, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. How many days are there? It's just that minus one. We have 14 days here. We have 13 DLLs. And one day that was up like 13,500. So it's like a condensed from both sides, Susan, where it's like losing more each day, but also the highs aren't high enough. I clearly, because there's one day where this person was up like 14 and flat and hit the DLL. Clearly they're looking for the big banger, but the way in which you're doing it is either going for a complete statistical improbability, or you're over leveraged, or both. I mean, you're clearly over leveraged unless you're trading one I just don't know what's going on here.
Yeah, and Jack, I would say that part of the reason that Scott was the trader that I wanted to feature when talking about focus on a particular account is this is a trader who's shown an aptitude and also shown a inclination to trade many accounts at once, right? Multiple trading combines, XFAs, kind of if you've got it, I'll trade it sort of thing. And the trading behavior in this live account to me makes a little more sense if you think of someone who is kind of looking one eye on this screen, the other eye on the other account. That's where the focus, I think, could really help us improve, because Scott can trade profitably. We've already seen it. We already know that that's the case. I think it's just a matter of putting your eggs in a single basket and watching that basket. I don't remember which famous trader said that. It might have been Buffett, but seems pretty prescient for this particular case. You're already in a tremendous spot in this live account. I think if we can focus and buckle down here, you could easily put up numbers that rival anyone else at the top of the big board. And just that's ultimately what we want to see. If what I've shared today sounds a little bit harsh, that's because we want to see our top traders succeed. We have invested in these traders significantly, and when they do well, we do well, and everybody wins and provides for their family and does better in life. So we're looking for that for Scott. We want him to succeed more than anything, and we're going to help him get there. So that's all I've got on that topic. I almost called you Scott. Jack, anything else you want to give here before we close out?
No, I think it's about time for us to close out because we got group coaching coming up next with David Green. Want to make sure we get all of that. Alex Ferreira is stopping by later too with Michael in the 1 o'clock hour. So stick around for that. He's going to talk about his trading journey. Ben, thank you so very much for stopping by today for Shoulder Tap.
Of course. Thanks for having me. I'll see you tomorrow.
We'll be back with a special Halloween Roast My Trades. Hopefully everyone's doing good out there. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back with group coaching with myself feeding the questions and David Green on the mic. We'll see you then. We didn't forget about you guys. We're always here in the background. This is group coaching at TopstepTV. It's always next person up. In this case, that person is John Hoagland, an ES specialist trader, the house account manager, Mr. Topstep. How you doing today, Hoag?
I'm doing well, doing well. Great to be here with you, Jack. Always one of my favorite segments is when I get to do the group coaching, so I'm glad to be here.
Yeah, unfortunately, we don't have David Green with us today, but we'll have Green with us later. Don't worry about that. But in the meantime, the questions weren't necessarily Green specific, so we thought me and Hoag could hack these out here. So what do you say, John? You want to get to some questions?
Yeah, absolutely. Let's do it.
All right. Let's take a look at this real quick. This is a good one, a little opinion piece to get us started. This question comes from McKenna. Hoag, how do you feel about scalp traders?
Well,
I have thoughts.
I mean, I started as pretty much a scalper. I figured out pretty quickly that it wasn't really for me. I like to be a little bit more, a little bit longer time frame, take bigger bites out of the market. But I have nothing against scalp traders. It's just not for me. Jack, how do you feel?
I have nothing against scalp trading if it works. I think that there are a lot of people out there with a misinformed opinion on whether it works versus it can theoretically work in sim. You know what I'm saying? And it depends. We've gotten to the point where it feels like anything under 10 minutes now, some people are calling it scalping. When I'm thinking scalping is just a few points here and there, kind of market making almost, which I encourage you to prove me wrong. But once again, I think I said this about someone the other day, is that if you in a live account can truly scalp on the very short time frame, something like the indices, then that is a gift that you need to take somewhere and get paid a lot of money. Turn it into an algorithm, go to Citadel. They'll take your resume in that case if you had the results, and don't let us stop you from becoming the next Paul Tudor Jones.
I guess that's true. I mean, you kind of mentioned taking a few points out of the market, and I guess it really depends on your definition of a scalper. To me, a scalper is somebody that's taken one or two ticks a couple hundred times a day. That's what the scalpers were in the trading pit. They didn't even look at charts. All they did was try and buy the bid, sell the offer. So, a scalper probably these days is probably what you're really talking about. Is just taking a few points, a bunch of times a day. And so, yeah, I guess it depends on your definition of a scalper. It's a good point there,
Yeah.
Jack.
I thought that was a good question to get us started here. Anton asked, where can a newbie go learn more about how options or options expiration can influence a futures trading decision? There's a lot of sources out there for that. There's a lot of, I think first you need to understand the basics of, I guess it depends on how much you know about options, right? I think everyone could benefit for starts by just understanding the mechanics of how options affect futures markets. Let's take the ES, for example. There are options on ES futures. Remember, everything you're trading in the futures market is being delivered in the future, and it's different than the spot market. So there's a lot of options on ES futures. There's also a lot of options on the SPX. And depending on how many calls there are, the makers, calls or puts, the makers need to keep their books hedged. I also see that in the waiting room, Hoag, we have David Green.
I do. I see.
Yeah. So, James, why don't we... You go ahead, Hoag, and we'll replace my ugly mug with David Green, and we'll get him out on the fun.
Oh, all right. Options and how options affect futures is actually something that's kind of relatively new to me. I haven't traded options in a couple of decades. So since I was on the trading floor, I traded some S&P options and some strategies there. So probably not the right person to ask, but there are a lot of websites and services that will tell you where the the high open interest levels are, and we hear people talking about that quite a bit here. Like Nick for a Tick talks about that as well. So yeah, let's go with David then.
Hey, David Green, how's
There
it
he is.
going?
What's up? I apologize,
Hey,
guys.
good to see ya.
I was in a trade in the room, and I just did, the time got away from me. My apologies.
Hey, it
All
happens.
good. There's always room. David,
I
do
can tell you
you
to go back to the last
Go ahead.
question. Usually, with options expiration, it doesn't necessarily mean volatility at all. It just means a lot of volume most times. And when we come to big expirations, depending on what they're in, if they're in the Mag 7, then it's absolutely going to affect the NQs. And if the stocks are in the S&P 500, then it'll affect the ESs. But generally speaking, when we have a triple witch and stuff like that, does not mean volatility. It just can mean a lot more volume. That's all.
There you go. Yeah, so check out your basics on options first, and then I know there's a lot of paid services and other things, but I don't want to endorse anything here that I haven't tried. So hope that helps a little bit there. Next question comes from Israel. Hey, David and Hoag, can you please explain what the difference is between a market maker, broker, and the quote unquote smart money traders? There's a little bit of an add-on here I'm trying to get through. Also, the $1 million question: who are quote unquote they? Who we all talk about? They move the market up. They move the market down. They went the market there, etc. Good question. So, who are these? Well, first, what's up the difference between like a market maker, broker, and smart money? I guess is the question.
You want me to take it, Hope?
Why don't you go ahead?
First of all, market makers do not move the market up and down. What a market maker does is exactly what it says. He makes the market in a future, in a stock, whatever it is. My job, Hoag's job, when he was a market maker, is to just put buyers and sellers together. That is our job. We fill in the gaps when there are no buyers and sellers. That's what a market maker does. But we do not move the markets. The supply and demand is what moves the markets. It's not us. So market makers don't move the markets. As far as what we say, a supermarket maker? Oh, you can take that one because I never heard of it. Smart money.
Smart money traders.
I think generally when people are talking about smart money, they're talking about institutional investors, sovereign wealth funds. A lot of times the bond market they'll refer to as like where the smart money is because it's not as much traded. Generally, I define it as anything that's not retail, probably. I don't know if you guys have a different thought on that.
Yeah, I mean, listen, when you're talking about institutional trading, you're talking about firms that have billions of dollars, right? They're not trading the markets per se at all. Institutional firms are in positions for the long term. They'll do a lot of hedging if they're heavy to one side or the other, but they're not in there like a retail trader is trading the markets every day in and out. They will do things to protect themselves, and they'll look at stocks, whatever. Google came out with earnings today. It had a big bop up in the morning. It's pulled back significantly from there. So you have these big institutions that were maybe long stock that sold some up higher, looking to buy it back now, but they don't really affect our trading on a day-to-day basis.
Yeah, and to bring it back to the options question from earlier, and then go ahead, Hoag, is that everyone's just acting in their own interest, right? They're not like trying to screw you per se, but using the options as an example, they're just trying to hedge themselves. So yeah, it might seem like the market is moving because of them, but really, like say price is coming down and there's a ton of calls at 5,800 or something. Well, as that price goes down, they're going to have to sell to get hedged, basically. So everyone's out for themselves. Go ahead, Hoag.
Yeah. Well, when you're talking about a market maker, a lot of people would say that some of the algos are the market makers. No, they're the ones that are, putting the bids and the offers on both sides of the market and just making and just creating liquidity. And for that, they do sometimes get paid handsomely. When you're talking about a broker is usually somebody that's probably not going to be trading their own account, at least not in the market that they're a broker in. We don't really see floor brokers anymore in that regard. But the smart money to me is exactly what David and Jack were kind of discussing. The smart money is the big money, the banks and the funds and all of those big money traders that are basically just managing positions against other positions. If they have a big stock, let's say, for example, a big basket of stocks, it's probably more cost effective for them to hedge those stocks using futures and stock index futures than it is to actually get out and back in with those stocks. It's a little cheaper. It's a little faster as well, I think. So when we're talking, the smart money, they're never really outright long or short anything. They're long something against something else on the short side. They're always hedging. Where the smart money comes in is when the smart money is in the market. Let's say in the futures market. Let's say the smart money has been buying S&Ps all day. Well, they're not buying that. They're not buying those positions. They're not buying those contracts from other smart money. They're buying those contracts from speculators, traders like us, retail. So that's when we see the smart money almost like bullying the retail traders. If the smart money has a lot of contracts to buy in the S&Ps throughout an entire session, odds are they're going to get the shorter time frame retail traders way too short by the end of the day. That's when we sometimes we'll see those short squeezes, or in the other direction, perhaps a long squeeze near the end of the day, when all of those shorter time frame, weaker hands speculators want to go home flat. They're gonna if they're way short, they're gonna have to turn buyer. They're gonna have to cover those positions, and sometimes that's what we mean by smart money has been buying all day, or longer time frame money has been buying all day. We have to be aware of that because that may create a time frame retail community that is way too short, and when they want to get flat at the end of the day, they'll turn buyers and they'll run price up in basically the direction of the smart money. So, and it's not that they're being bullies. Sometimes they'll have so many contracts that they want to get done in one direction or the other. They try and hide that information, because if the retail traders recognize, hey, there's a really big buyer in this market, well, it's going to make it harder for that buyer to actually get their executions done. So they try and hide that, and the smart money, again, just because they're buying S&Ps and S&Ps close at the high of the day doesn't mean they're making more money on that. They're always hedging against other products, and they're always adjusting those hedges as well. I hope that helps.
There you go. Thank you, Hoag. And since we have time for probably one more question, depending on how long this takes, here's one that's for David Green, the RSI man. David, do you ever pay attention? This is from Sue. Do you ever pay attention to RSI divergence when taking your trades at the RSI extremes of 20 and 80?
Yeah, absolutely. And it happened actually, it was one of the only trades we got set up today, right around 9:30 in both the NQs and the ESs. We just tickled below a 20 RSI in both of them at about the same time, around 9:45. And was when I see that happening. Again, we talked about this a lot. That's when I'm jumping in. I'll go to my 1 minute chart, look for what we call a reversal bar. And if you guys go to your chart, I don't have my charts up right now, but put any chart up, go to 9:45, and you'll see exactly what I'm talking about. 9:40. We were like 100 points away from our closest moving average in the NQs, and we had a gigantic bounce off. There it is, right? So you see that right around 9:40. So if you look,
let me
you
put
see
the
the
RSI
RSI
up there too.
was down around, it was down there around 21. Those are the extremes that I look for. When we see an RSI like that, I'm not going to say every time, because nothing works every single time, but a lot more than it doesn't, you're going to see a significant bounce off those levels. And when we see it, that's not something I'm going to be in a hurry to get out of. I'll put a stop order at whatever the low sale was, and then just try that up, at least until we see a little resistance. It's probably my favorite trade that I look for. Doesn't set up every day. Sometimes every other day or every few days. Sometimes twice in one day. But it's a low risk trade that we look for, and we just try to catch that reversal. And the way we do it, go to a 1 minute chart. Switch to that 1 minute chart. Look for the reversal bar and jump on in with a market order. I think we went up. I don't know. Did we go up 100 points from there? Probably. The low was like
In the S&P?
205.42. Yeah, we went up like 120 points from there.
Oh, you were in the
We happened
NASDAQ.
to
Oh,
catch-
sorry. I have the S&P up here. But
Yeah,
the same thing happened. RSI was down around 20 at 8:40
And the
Central
ES
Time.
is also, right? Same thing.
Yep. You got it.
Same chart, same time. And we had a nice pivot point down there in the ESs when we got down there around 9:40 also. Like I said, it's one of my favorite trades. It doesn't happen very often.
Those are always great, though. Don't you love it when a plan comes together, David?
Yeah. And
Always
look,
a treat.
I've done these trades sometimes and it doesn't work. So the trick is give yourself a nice tight stop order, right? And if it goes below the low sale that it made, I'm out of the trade and then I'll look for it to set up again. But, every trade that we do, we try to put the odds in our favor of working by using our technical analysis. That usually puts the odds in our favor when we see a situation like that.
All right.
In the NASDAQ.
Well,
perfect.
Sorry for the abbreviated session today, but David, thanks for stopping by. Hoag, thanks for jumping in. That's all we got time for today because we got a jam-packed. And David, you'll be back for Power Hour this afternoon, correct?
Yeah, and I'll be here. I'll be here 10 minutes early. I'll make up for the 10 minutes. And I apologize, guys and girls. Just got caught up in something.
Hey, we had a grand old time. So
good.
So thank
I
you guys.
apologize,
Next
Hoag.
up, all good. Next up, we got KV and Nick for a tick coming in. We're gonna do a little bit of trading before a special guest comes in at 1:30 today. So you want to stick around for that. This is Topstep TV. We'll be back right after this break. Hello, everybody. Hope you had a tasty lunch because we're back to the trading right now. I'm Jack. I'm joined by KV and Nick for a tick. KV, welcome on today. How you doing, man?
Good. How are you guys? Week before elections, right? Market's definitely feeling it. We've seen a lot of ups and downs. It's gonna even be more interesting next week, but so far so good.
Next week's
How
gonna
are you guys
be
doing?
off the. It's gonna be off the chain. Yeah, I'm doing
Yeah.
fine. I've already voted, so I got that off the list.
Oh
And
yeah.
now I'm just here to trade some either ES or NQ. We got the house account fired up. Nick, you're back. Is that like a Halloween Fed themed thing?
It
Behind you?
is Halloween at the, I guess, the New York Stock Exchange outside. I'll
Oh,
complete
that's
myself so you can
interesting.
see for a
Is that
second.
an AI thing?
Yeah, that's that's the fun of today's world, where I can just make an AI background image in about 30 seconds before I come on. Just what kind of mood am I in? Do I want Janet yelling at the casino? Do I want Jerome Powell on a beach? Whatever it may be, we'll see in the future.
Well, I can say from a friend of mine, it won't go unnamed, that you can't use their voices in a lot of programs. Some of them you can, but some you can't. With that, the markets, the equity indices have been selling off over the lunch hour. They kind of found a bottom here. We're getting a little bounce in the ES and
Yeah.
NQ right now. ES, we're at about 58.62. Do either of you have any trades on right now?
I'm flat personally.
I am flat, but I did take another short off of, I guess, yesterday's value area low area, kind of that 670s spot. I took it for like a quick 22 or so points. So now I'm up 9,600 in my XFA from the
Nice day.
8,300 I think we were on fast market. So I'm gonna lock it out because I got to go to a tattoo appointment here in the afternoon anyway. So that'll be
What
the
are you
last
getting
trade for me.
finished?
We're gonna keep working
Something
on
new?
my sleeve.
Okay.
You know, sleeves, man,
Very nice.
they take hours and hours and hours and hours and hours of sessions. So it's like, even if you think you're done, it's all mapped and done. It's like, no, you got to go over it again and again.
Is the
So,
tattoo
more
going to
fun
be
for me.
Halloween themed as well, Nick, or no?
No, not Halloween themed.
Let's give you the same background there. Just we'll give a bunch of money. We'll figure out how much to anyone in the chat that wants to get a tattoo randomly made by AI. That sounds fun to me. KV, you got any tattoos?
Oh man, I have been thinking about tattoos for years. Never actually took the courage to do one. I just feel like I'm gonna regret making one in a
Yeah,
couple of years,
I know that
but I don't
feeling.
know.
I'm
It's
just
so
indecisive.
far I'm clean. Probably been thinking
I can
about tattoos.
barely.
Yeah. since-
Yeah. Well, let's be decisive about something here. If anything catches your guys' eyes, let me know. I guess I'd be maybe a little bit biased to maybe a long right now in one of these indices, but I'd like to hear what you guys think.
So far, I mean, it has been a neutral day. Looking at the morning price action, I really thought we were gonna go for the gap from last night, right? Tried to,
Yeah.
but kind of failed, right? And then we're back into the ranges. We've just been hugging view up all day. The trade that I'm looking at personally would be a pullback up to the view up area for the Nasdaq, so it'd be around 640s, and then probably see if we have sellers at that area once again. Was looking for a similar trade in the mornings. Buyers just pushed through today high, so didn't take that trade. So obviously, waiting for confirmation first around that area, but yeah. 640 year zone, if we can get some sellers for another move lower there.
So you're waiting for some maybe better price than getting long right now, or are you just
Yeah.
looking for the shorts if we get up around VWAP?
Yeah, the bounce could work here, right? It just doesn't look like the best trade location to me. Could work. It just, in terms of risk and the reward, I just don't see it. Oh, I could probably
I tend
put
to
my risk.
agree. We can wait a little bit. All right, everyone's flat. We have an abbreviated session today because at 1:30 we have the CEO himself coming on with a special friend. But that doesn't mean we can't get into some trouble or lack thereof in the meantime.
We are
A lot
pushing
of
up
buyers.
here.
A little more.
Yep, a lot of buyers coming in here.
Apparently, GC air horns by a tick.
DC air horns. Yep.
New all-time high in
Congrats,
gold.
folks.
Look at gold.
I mean, what a move off the kind of mid-morning low around 10 a.m. 10 a.m. Central. Just shot
Yeah.
out of a cannon since then.
The trends have been much cleaner on gold lately compared to like the Nasdaq ES. The trends have been clean if you're able to hold. It's slower, obviously, than the Nasdaq, but if you are able to maintain those positions, sit on your hands, the uptrends have been relatively clean.
I think we had that live trader that's had a few days straight of like 5 to 10K kind of days trading nothing but gold. Just catching the whole trend.
Faye is a gold bug. Faye also just entered the top 10 on our leaderboard. We've reviewed her a few times on Shoulder Tap. She has one of the cleanest cards you've seen. Just the numbers are great. They're repeatable. I've never met Faye. I've never talked to Faye, but damned if I don't appreciate her trades.
It's only gold as well?
I believe so, unless I'm confusing her with something else. But her main squeeze is gold. All right, continue to drift higher. Kind of tested the top of that 5-minute bar from 1250 in the NQ. Let us know in chat. Well, first, before you let us know, in order to chat, you got to subscribe to the channel. So hit that like button, subscribe. I'm supposed to say that every once in a while. Been informed NVIDIA's pushing up. Okay, that sounds about right.
Yeah.
NVIDIA is still one of the 2 Mag 7 down on the day, just down a little under 1%. But it's back above 140.
Shrunk zone right here on the Nasdaq. We had the strongest bounce, I would say, 11:17 New York time. That was the demand turned into resistance at this point. If we can break through, we might see some more cleaner upside up to VWAP at least. That 640 area, which is the next stop. Yeah, pretty strong zone here.
Must say, indeed, it is tempting.
John S says, how do you use your anchored VWAPs? Mainly just trend highs, trend lows, guys. Pretty simple. If you're able to identify those trend highs, trend lows, that's basically where my anchors are going to be. Obviously, the longer the trend, the stronger the trend, the stronger that anchor VWAP will be as well. So basically, where we rejected a few moments ago before this session, 150, right, was this anchored VWAP from this downtrend that started around 1250, right? We're kind of hovering around that area so far at this point as well. Let's see. Much more buyer pressure right now, though, so let's see if we can go a little bit higher to that 640 zone.
Calm before the storm. We got Microsoft earnings after the bell today. Sure to rock the NASDAQ. Who else is reporting today? We got Microsoft and we got Meta.
Yep, those are the big guys today. We saw a huge influx in volume yesterday before the close as well. And it was just AMD and Google. So I believe power hour today should be even more volatile with those two reporting after the market.
Yep. We also have Robinhood, Coinbase, and everyone's favorite dumpster diving stock that I missed the boat on at $4 is Carvana reporting. Carvana, I'm not kidding. I have receipts of me kind of tongue-in-cheek joking, but also technically looking at the stock from truly from a technical analysis perspective and seeing like, well, it's either going to bounce here like at 390s, 380s, $4, or it's going to zero. And then, specifically talking about trying to take a long, and then that was pretty much the low of all time. And now it's at whatever, 180, something stupid. I haven't even been looking.
At
I'm too frustrated
211.
by it.
So
Yeah.
just so you
Carvana
know,
is up
since
that much? Oh my god.
Exactly.
Oh my,
Carvana
oh
is
my
up,
god. I
it is
did not.
up 20 or 30x since early 2023.
Yeah.
I still remember
It was
when it
one of
was
those
$4.
moments where it's like something as stupid as like, well, let me throw $500 lottos for like 2024 like leaps, just something into the $50 range. Like, hey, you never know, something, because I just couldn't bring myself to throw a couple $1,000 long at $4. Nope.
Whenever I have
Hate
FOMO
watch it the whole way up.
on those sorts of trades, of which I have many, I famously, just a couple of years ago, I bought like the bottom tick in Facebook stock, which there hasn't been any splits or reverse splits since then. This was below $100.
Like 49, right?
Around 90.
Right,
it
around
90?
90. I bought it. I sold 100 calls. I made 20% on the position in like, I don't know, a week. And I was like, Jack, that was a really friggin' good trade. I'll take it every time. And then it haunts me when I look at its price now. But what I
Yeah.
remind myself is that there is no friggin' way in the world that I would ever be holding Facebook to $600 from that position.
What
That's not
was
how
the
I
time
operate.
where every company that announced layoffs, the stock just started pumping? That was the time period where the layoffs started happening, and literally every news that said layoffs, the stock just followed through. Obviously, Meta was one of the biggest. I think they did 2 or 3 layoffs, and just skyrocketed. But yeah, definitely unexpected. Unexpected on Meta there.
He gave up his little metaverse, although Nick says they're still doing a lot with that. Dancing around
Allegedly.
2,600, allegedly. I'm not saying it couldn't be the future, but I don't want to live in like Zuckerberg's metaverse. Somebody cool started it, maybe.
Are seeing sellers try to step in here again?
Mm-hmm. Didn't quite get to the 640. I mean, uptrend still in play. The uptrend that we started at 141 there, New York time. That's still in play, but not the cleanest uptrend either.
I've been accused of salad hands. Damn right I have salad hands.
I mean, it was hard not to have salad hands like in the post-COVID run-up of some of those stocks, and not be like you were, Jack, which is I think I was on a couple of stocks in like end of 2020, early 2021, which is like I made 30 or 40% in like a week. I'm going to just cut it and move on to the next trade. And meanwhile, it goes to, from 40%, it goes to 400% in, 6 months.
Well, you never know, right? At the end of the day, you never know. It's like you look at stocks like Peloton, for example. They're up. They're down 95% since that time. So you never know which one of those companies actually holds. And then Peloton is literally 95% since the COVID highs, right?
Didn't they
People still
report this
hold it,
week
probably.
too?
Do they have earnings as well? Yeah, yep, they do.
They have earnings tomorrow morning before the bell. Maybe a nail in the coffin. Or maybe Peloton's the next Carvana back from the dead.
Oh my god! Imagine. Did Carvana
I have no
declare?
idea. Chat. I am not
Carvana,
watching. I have no idea about their balance sheet. I've got no idea what's going on in the Peloton world. I will say that.
Did Carvana declare bankruptcy back in the day, or were they close to declaring bankruptcy?
I think they were close, but it was there was something there that gave me my thesis of like they're not gonna go to zero, and this is about as close as we may get. And there's no hint of a reverse split or something else going, or they're going to dilute. So it kind of just made sense to potentially long down there under 5, but I don't remember. It was such a dumpster dive type of trade. I'm like, I'm not doing this.
And we getting some resistance. 2,600 here. I'm not going to say what I own, but I made some bad decisions that I've been completely bailed out of in the past year or so. And I recognize my luck and will not push again. All right, we're down through 2,600.
Yeah, that was
Pretty
very
light.
short-lived.
It's gonna roll over.
That's why, again, the longs. Look how short-lived that was, right? Didn't even get to view up.
Maybe we'll finally tap Hoag and my level down at 530 again. Waiting all day for it.
Day low is about 543-ish.
Mm-hmm.
If we break 543, the next level I have is 515 actually, if it happens. But I feel like they might just hold this day high, day low range.
Yeah, that was what I was looking for, that 530 kind of flush of that level this morning during that initial dump we had off the open. But now I don't know. Be curious if we go try to retest it. It looks like buyers already came in, whatever, back at that like 550, 556 type spot before what was that? About lunchtime. Yeah. So
ATR as well,
defend it
guys.
again.
Not sure how many people look at the ATR, but we're at 50% New York session ATR right now. So we've made half of the move. So we have another half of this move, either up or down, depending if we break day high or day low. Interesting yesterday as well. We literally started rejecting around 3:30, so half an hour before the close. As soon as we hit that average ATR, I'm looking at the last 14 days as well on NASDAQ. That's where the sellers actually started coming in, because it was a strong uptrend yesterday. I didn't think of entering shorts until we hit that ATR, which actually worked pretty well. So there is potential for this to move into the next hour or so for power as well. But let's see if buyers or sellers are any stronger today. But there is room.
All right, as a reminder, in about 10 minutes, we got a very special guest coming in with MP to talk about their trading journey. Will be exciting. Nick KV, do any of you guys ski? Snowboard?
Never. I have ever
I
done
snowboard.
that.
I snowboard. I just I have not been as healthy shoulder knee wise the last few years. So I went this past winter for a bachelor party. And fell once trying to avoid a toddler. You know, when you get towards the bottom of the slope and you're kind of heading back to the lifts, and it just gets a little chaotic with a lot of people. I just wasn't paying attention, kind of cruising, and of course fell going like 3 miles an hour, if that, and landed kind of hard, popped my shoulder out, which happens because I need surgery on it. And that was pretty much the end of my that was my trip. That was basically like Saturday afternoon, and I was like, I'm gonna call it. I'm not gonna ski or snowboard on Sunday either. So, but I do enjoy it. Just haven't been able to as much. So I've had to be a little more careful not to fall.
How long would it take someone to learn how to snowboard? Or like snowboard probably is easier, right, than skiing?
Skiing's easier to learn, is what I've always been told. Like you can kind of get up on skis and pick it up. Snowboarding's been hard. I've always been told by people that it's harder to get very good at. Like you can be a half decent skier, I think, with less effort versus I think jumping on a snowboard and being successful. It's just a different way of balancing. But I guess it depends on your background too. If you know how to skateboard, if you know how to wakeboard, things like that, it probably would come very naturally to you. I don't know. But I also grew up in Southern California, going to the mountains and like Big Bear and Mammoth and stuff too. So I grew up snowboarding. Skiing was not the first thing that was offered to, I think, a lot of Southern California kids.
No, nor in Illinois, unless you want to go to Wisconsin and ride a conveyor belt up to a 50-foot peak. Muted. Bounce back up, NQ.
Yep. Again, uptrend that we have started a little bit before 2 p.m. here, New York time. Still holding. The pullback was a little bit too steep. Not sure how many people in the longs are still holding the longs, but a little bit steep pullback there. Still, again, the way to view up is getting closer and closer, right? 640 on NASDAQ. That's where we might find some more sellers coming in.
Might put one on NQ if we get a little bit more of a pullback here. We're going to be going soon to our guest, who is very much not afraid of danger when it comes to snow sports. Catch my drift?
Yeah, this is my 1 hour of the day that I absolutely hate taking trades in. I don't really have a good read either way.
It's post-lunch, pre-power hour, right?
Pre-power hour and then pre-Meta and Microsoft earnings.
And that as well, yeah.
Which, as I recall, last quarter, Microsoft spooked a bit, if I remember the after-hours move. Someone can correct me. Didn't we have a nice, scary-looking flush, like right after Microsoft reported, and then we had one of the most bullish days I've ever seen the following day?
Yeah, I think you're right on that one.
Well, I go back to what Tuckman was saying the other day in his preview for this, is that, Tesla, and now Google did impress, but all the other Mag 7 companies are kind of like near all-time highs. They got to release some pretty good numbers to move the needle. So if you're trading a non-Topstep account where you're, could be holding a trade through these announcements, watch out in the NQ. It's going to move stuff. That's for sure.
No matter what happens, we will be on to Thursday once again, where we just have to wait. As always, Apple tends to round out this week, and we have to wait to see what Tim Apple decides to tell us. Usually, whether it was a good week, bad week, it tends to fall onto his shoulders to make the decision from there. So we may even get more consolidation, regardless of how good or positive or negative it is, because we're just back to, now we're waiting for Apple and Amazon to report. So the range trade may live on another day. I'm sure Dolby's in the chat somewhere, very happy.
All right, James. Well, let us know when we're making this transition here. Selling off again back to 2,600 in the NQ. Better riveting. KV Nick, thanks so much for joining us. Sorry we didn't have the whole hour to contemplate buying this NQ.
It's okay. As I said, this is probably my least favorite time to trade. So no worries to stay flat, wait for power hour, wait for a better opportunity, and wait to be entertained by the next segment. It sounds a lot more interesting than probably me and KV trying to find a trade for no reason right now.
Trying to force this,
It'll
right?
give us,
the market,
it'll
the market
give us,
does not listen. Yeah, the market does not listen.
Does.
The more you try to find a trade, the more it doesn't come, right? But yeah, thanks for having us on, guys.
Yeah, awesome stuff. And maybe in a half hour, things will perk up for the power hour here. Nick Vertick, one of our top funded traders here. KV, the man of patience, the patience man himself. Always a pleasure to see you guys. Thanks for stopping by. And right now, I'm not going to pooch the surprise, even though I kind of have to some extent. We're going to take the quickest of breaks. This is a brand new transition, hot and fresh, I think. So we're going to dip out right now, and we'll be right back with the Top Step guest. See you then.
Hear us okay? Oh, loud and clear, everybody. Welcome back. How cool was that video right there? Joining us right now, we got the Olympic silver medalist, 3-time X Games gold, 4-time Dew Tour gold, 10-time FIS World Cup gold, and to add to the mantle, newest Top Step partner, Alex Ferreira, sitting alongside Michael Patak. What's going on, fellas?
Andre, you're always giving me the best intros. I appreciate that.
Andre, there's snow out here. There's snow out here. We were just outside.
We saw that. We saw that on the cam overlooking the mall there in Snowmass. We got Hoag joining us as well. Jack, too. All right, guys. What have you guys been doing in the Aspen office over there?
We've been catching up. Yeah.
Just chatting. Living and
chatting.
learning.
He had a great trade. He had a 5-lot trade in gold today. I know we've been watching gold. I know gold's been trading around its highs. Besides the fact Alex is all about getting the gold, he also was telling me about his gold trade today. I don't know if you want to talk anything about that.
Yeah, absolutely. I actually realized it wasn't a gold trade. It was a NASDAQ trade.
NASDAQ trade.
Apologies.
Oh,
but
that's
it was a 5-lot on a sell.
it's even more wild. 5-lot of NASDAQ.
It was definitely a little crazy, but it paid well.
So how you been trading?
I've been trading okay.
Okay.
I blew up a few more accounts, but I'm still learning and I'm still finding my strategy.
When you blow up accounts, blowing up accounts is happening right now, whether it's somebody's personal brokerage account or whether it's somebody at Topstep. Blowing up accounts happens. What are you doing when you blow up accounts and you've had this happen? What do you do next? Do you take a little time off? There's guys that will take time off. There's guys that will journal. There's guys that will go right back into it. What'd you do?
I mean, currently I probably should take a little more time off, but I'm going right back into it, and I've been journaling a ton.
Okay, you are journaling.
Yep, journaling a ton, reminding myself where I entered, where I exited.
Do you have a Topstep notebook?
I have a Topstep notebook. Okay. Yes, I do.
Just making sure
Absolutely.
You have all the gear. All right.
Absolutely, I do. Yes.
So now we were walking around Aspen. We caught up on for a nice little chit chat up on Ajax Mountain. Again, there's snow on there, Dre, so we are getting snow here. We're feeling it. He starts the season, really, his training and kicking everything off tomorrow, right?
Yeah, tomorrow we're heading out to I got to go to New York for a cousin's wedding, but we're heading to Austria for a training camp, and then we're out there for 3 weeks, and our first event of the year is the first week of December in China.
Game on.
Yeah, hell yeah. Sorry, so tell us about your schedule. Tell us what's on tap. You're going to Austria for 3 weeks of training, you said?
Yep, that's correct. We're going to a place called Scharnitz, Austria. They have an airbag training facility there. It's this giant plastic in-run, and then you jump off this jump into a huge airbag facility. And then from there, we're going to a place called Kaprun, Austria, and they have a resort called Kitzsteinhorn, and they have built a half pipe for us, and all of the world's best snowboarders, skiers, men, women will be there.
Hey, we want to know the difference between the half pipe and the super pipe.
That actually, there's no difference.
Okay.
It's just Super Pipe is the name of it for X Games, I guess.
That's just the name. Oh, so it's an X Games Super Pipe.
Yep, exactly.
But in general, okay, they did their own little branding.
Yep.
Very X Games of them. Yeah.
That is very X Games of them. Yes.
Cool. Very cool. Well, I got a question for you. So for this 3 weeks of training, is it all pre-planned? Is it all regimented, or is it kind of, you kind of feel it out and you go from there? What's the plan going into training?
Andre, that's a good question. It is mostly pre-planned, but with the inclement weather and snowing and ice and different conditions, sometimes you have to just go with the flow and be flexible with it. So it's pre-planned, but it's also a little bit flexible as well.
Does hitting that what is it, foam pit, or is it an airbag, or what is it?
Airbag, yeah.
Airbag. Does that hurt?
If you land improperly on the airbag, yes, it will hurt. Absolutely.
If you landed properly on the hard ground.
Yeah, our sport is unforgiving, that's for sure.
Yeah, right.
Some stuff. All right, well, let's take a look at the NASDAQ here, guys. We'll get into trade. We'll go from trading to training, skiing to trading as well. Hoag, last trade in the NQ, looking at 20,599. Let's talk to Alex what we're looking at here. Perhaps a trade. Alex and Michael, are you guys looking at charts right now by any chance?
We are looking at charts. We can move that over.
Okay.
We can move that to that screen too.
Awesome. Let's do it. We were talking about maybe if this goes a little bit lower, we get a better trade position going into the long NQ. I just want to say hello, Alex. First, I love that I was top left on the screen there, and I'm top now. That feels very good. What's more of a rush, the half pipe or 5 NQs?
Hello, sir. And maybe 5 NQs, honestly. They are very similar. The stress level was high, that's for sure.
You guys were talking about blowing accounts, and after being in the industry for so long and blowing as many accounts as I have, I really wish I had like some sort of an airbag or a foam pit that I could have fallen into.
God, it would have saved us a lot of money, wouldn't it?
It's funny that you mentioned that. In some ways, you could kind of equate Topstep to being the airbag of ski training, right?
Very nice.
Loans, you're going to be able to, not lose $30,000 accounts of real money. Come to Topstep, you learn in a safe environment, have a good, positive community. around you while trading. So, Hoag, let's take a look. Let's get right into it here, Alex. Last trade in the NASDAQ, 20,600. Hoag, what are we looking at here in terms of price action, movement, volume? What are we seeing?
Sideways day.
Well, Alex, go ahead if you have something that you want to say about that.
Yeah.
It seems we're on GC right now.
Oh, we are on GC.
I didn't even check.
Got gold on your mind. I like it, Alex. I like where your head's
I
at.
know. Can't get it off his mind.
Love it.
We actually had that
trading goal
conversation
today.
We actually had that conversation, Andre, that you just said about the practicing in a safe environment, all that kind of stuff. So all the crossovers there. Working on new strategies, new techniques, new tricks is done, not on hard ground.
Yeah, not on the pure ice.
Yes.
That's what's great about the combine is that you can test your strategies and go from there. You're not doing it live.
Are you testing anything right now, or you have this? We talked about too earlier about how he this isn't his window of trading hour, so he has that window. What time is it?
Between 7 and 8 a.m.
Mountain time?
Yeah, Mountain time.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Cool.
Yeah, I was thinking that I'm testing a lot of different strategies right now, but right now it's if I'm going to go through the stress and the chaos of making and opening a position, I want to make sure that it pays out good and have some good reward on that. So yeah, I've definitely been trading in the 3 to 5 lot range lately just to feel that reward.
You got a 50K?
Yep, that 50K account.
Whoa, you're profitable on your 50K. There you go. By a cool 900.
Yeah, this morning was good. Just one trade, and then you get to relax, and I locked myself out.
Oh yeah, there you go. Yes. Oh, then you locked yourself out?
Yep.
Oh hell yeah!
Immediately locked
He's
myself
taking
out.
advantage of the manual lockout. It's a good thing to see. Manually,
Alex, what
too.
does your
not forced.
Alex, what does your journal look like from today?
My journal, it said I'm stressed, and it said that I think I entered at, what did I enter at? 726 is when I entered in that trade.
You got short.
It was a quick trade.
I called my trading like sharing my stream. You said stressed. I would say that in my journal. I would write that out, and that's kind of how I call it my stream of consciousness. Like when I'm in a trade, I would just put on there like if you're feeling something, say hey, it's starting to feel like this is gonna hit my profit target, and then it comes right close to it, and then it starts going off of my profit. It starts feeling like I'm pissed off now. I didn't manually take a profit target, and I'd write all that line after line. I felt that was a good way. How are you journaling? Is it just kind of like after the trade, during the trade, or how what's your journal game?
It's usually directly after the trade, but I had never thought of that you can do it during a day.
It gets your thoughts, and you're like, then you can reflect and be like, I always write prices. So then you put your price and say, about hit my target, and then now I'm feeling upset because I didn't get it. Now it's back to break even, and then you kind of review that after. It's just an interesting way. It's called stream of consciousness, like journaling.
I like that.
Yeah,
that's really good. Hoag, are you journaling?
Alex, yeah, when I'm actively trading, I'm certainly journaling, and it's something that I think a lot of traders say that they're doing, but they're probably not going to do. But Alex, on the Topstep TV site here, we've got a emotional journal, which is a little bit of it's a template where you can kind of just make little notes about things that are going on mentally, physically, and emotionally during, before and during and after trades that you might find some use for. I'm going to put that emotional trading journal link in the chat right now and take a look at it, because all of these things that you're feeling and things that are happening inside of you and physically and mentally and emotionally during trading are affecting your decision-making process. And you can find some patterns in that, when you're feeling a certain way, you may recognize, I've seen this before, I've felt this before, and I know what to do. And another nice thing about doing that and being really serious about this emotional journal is, and I know that you experience this in many areas of your life, we all do. There is a difference between impulse and intuition, right? There's the impulse that says, oh, I got to get into this trade right now. But it's the intuition that you really want to pay attention to. That's your real edge there, is having and building that intuition. And being able to recognize the difference between the two of them is a gift, and it's something that takes time to work your way through. So think about, getting involved in some emotional journaling while you're trading. And if you ever have any questions about it, I'm more than happy to talk to you about it.
Oh, I appreciate that. I will definitely reach out.
Mm-hmm.
Stuff, guys. Hey, quick question for Alex and Michael in the chat. How did you guys meet?
Cloud9 party.
Cloud9 party. That's right.
Of course.
Of course. Yeah, I was at we both were as a private party up at Cloud9. Next thing you know, it's later in the evening, and you and I were just right next to each other, and then we just started talking.
Yep.
And then we started talking about skiing, your career, what's next, all that kind of stuff. And then I said, let's get together after this. And I don't think at that time I mentioned too much about Topstep. And then
didn't mention anything about Topstep.
Didn't mention. Okay, very cool. All right.
Is that true? Not a thing.
That's true.
Wow.
Usually,
not a word.
Usually I monopolize that conversation big time, but no. And then followed up, and then I think we started talking about the trading side of things, and that's how I recall it.
Yeah, that's exactly what happened. I think you had a few more drinks in you than I did.
Yes, I did.
But besides that was a perfect recollection.
I was definitely prepping for the evening. He was prepping for the 2026 Olympics. So we were in different mind states at that point of the evening, but no, it was fun. And then after that, you and I and Dre, we had lunch, and then we started understanding how Topstep and becoming a trader and going for the funded level, which is the gold. We have the gold seal. You can see it behind us. It's really Topstep's always said, hey, we want to get to the very top step of trading, top of the podium, and then you and your trading and your professional side and be an Olympian. And where you're trying to go to get the gold, it just all made sense in that lunch with you, me, and Dre.
Yep, it made perfect sense. Mm-hmm. And you guys were cool off the top.
Yeah, well, you were cool too, yes.
You passed the vibe check. Good to hear. Good to hear. All right, guys, let's take a look at the markets. Last trade, 20,608. So if we do see some movement, Jack, I don't see anything right now. I've got the NASDAQ up at the moment. Keep an eye on gold if we see anything going on there. We do have gold continue. Hey, Alex, we do have gold continuing to make new all-time highs, what seems like day in and day out. So when we do accumulate some more gold medals, just know that those are going to be worth more tomorrow than they were today. So just something to keep note of.
Well, we were talking about melting them down. Well, earlier, we were saying with all the gold medals you have, we just melted this down and sold gold, made it a gold bar and sold the highs right now.
Hey, that's one way to go.
Physical.
Yeah.
All
right, so let's talk about this partnership here, Alex. Your partner's here now with Topstep, and let's tell the people what they can kind of expect. You're going to be all around the world skiing with the most elite athletes on the planet. So what are we thinking here moving forward? You're going to do some weekly check-ins. How's your trading? How do you fit trading into your training schedule, I guess? Or how do you fit trading around your training schedule?
That's a great question. I'm going to do the best that I can because I'm in a lot of different time zones all over the world. And I'm going to try and stick to my training time zone while I'm in these different parts of the world. But obviously, that's kind of impossible when it's like 4 o'clock in the morning in China, when it would usually be 8 o'clock in the morning here. But I'm definitely going to do my best. And what to expect is a lot of gold on the slopes. That's for certain. And a lot of trading gold. A lot of trading gold on the platform as well.
Well, just even staying in tune with it is good because your primary focus is, of course, your main objective here is to dominate this ski season, get gold in the 2026 Olympics. But your time zones are going to be different.
Yeah.
So you're not waking up to trading. No, everything. So this will be kind of a tough one for an athlete to be doing this. If you're traveling around the world, I can see like people carve out time.
Yeah.
But so this might be a little bit of a challenge too, which is, part of the game.
Part of the game for sure, because it's also challenging going up and down with the fluctuations of money and your physiology when you are trying to prepare for a big event physically. So I've been learning a lot about that and trying to balance that lifestyle and the competitive competition edge as well.
Yeah.
Stuff. All right.
Well, trading is a marathon, Alex. You've got plenty of time to continue to trade for the rest of your life. Take your time, be patient. You've got this.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
So that's too much activity today, huh? Nothing's moving. A lot of sideways action.
We're starting to see some buyers here, Jack, in the NQ. Last trade's 20,620.
We were looking for maybe the NQ to get back to VWAP here. We were looking for better trade location. Didn't quite get it. Still a little bit of an uptrend here. On a pullback, I might be interested in that. Alex, so you were short the NQ this morning?
I shorted the NQ this morning, yes.
Does that feel weird as an Olympian to be shorting America? Like, there's got to be a disconnect there,
Yes,
right?
it's crazy. It's funny that you asked that. I was thinking that. I was like, well, I'm kind of betting against all my existence, everything that I know. But it needed to be done.
It needed to be done. That is the discipline it takes.
To win gold and then let everybody know that you're short only the equity indexes in America.
Yeah, that's right.
The scandal.
All right. Yes, last trade in gold smack dab at 2,800 even right now. We got NASDAQ still chopping around. Now pulling back to 20,613. Hey, MP, put your trading hat on real quick. I don't know how close you got those charts in front of you, but this morning we got chopped up a little bit in the NQ. Put your trading hat on real quick. What are you seeing in the NASDAQ? Just looking at it, very quickly. As you switched offices from the Snowmass office to the Aspen office, what are you seeing right now, MP?
Let's center, or let's, how do you auto? Yeah. Mine has a button that automatically
reset chart.
20,614 last trade. Get high of the day 754, low of the day 542.
We haven't done anything. All right, the NASDAQ, besides the sell-off, here's where we got smacked, Alex, today. This little V-shaped recovery is vicious. Vicious in the, we'll play a little John Madden here, is very vicious in the NASDAQ world. This one right here. So you caught the sell-off because this is in the morning. This is at 8, yeah. So here's the sell-off. And then just as vicious, I probably use a different color. Vicious move.
I think Alex actually got short pretty much close to where Nick for a tick got short this morning. That was really good trade location.
Yeah, these are the V recovery. I don't know what's going. We're seeing these a lot. We're calling them the V-shaped recovery, or it just happens where you get these big sell-offs and then it just stops, pivots on a dime, and just makes new highs. Now today it didn't make new highs, but it definitely is a hard trade. After you got out of your short, it became a hard trade because it put on the short squeeze right here. And the short squeeze is when everybody's short, you covered your shorts. Clearly you got out, which is smart during this sell-off somewhere. And then it firmed up. And you would think it would continue. So people kind of look at these sell the rips on days that were trending lower and it does a little pop. But this is a hard one to hold on to because you're looking at what, 540s, so all the way down to 540s, and then this rally took you up to the 690s. That's a hard one to hold on to. So that's a short squeeze, is kind of what a lot of people would call this activity from right here to here. And it's a 150-point short squeeze.
Yeah.
So even if you're 20, you risk $100. Is 10. Say you risk $200 on a one lot. That's 10 points.
Yep.
So there's a lot of getting stopped out. If that's the type of trade, and if you widen it up, that's getting stopped out with big stops too. So I thought today was a tough trade, but you caught it on the way down, which was a momentum play.
Very, very nice, Alex. Starting to get into the trading world. Okay, well, while the markets are kind of trading sideways right now, I do believe that we have a little something queued up. So why don't we roll the clip, Alex? Tell us what you think. Let's do it, guys.
Teaser.
Love the clip.
Teaser.
You guys are on
What
it.
were those? Alex, what were those tricks called?
That was a left double cork 1260, left cork 900. It's a little Chinese, I know. It sounds crazy. But Andre, by the end of it, you're going to know some of these tricks.
You teach me skiing, and I'll teach you trading, and we'll be boys forever, Alex. Got it.
Yeah,
The chat's loving it. All right, so nothing really popping right now. But Alex, for those that are asking, we get the question, what is Olympic skier? What does it have to do with trading? What does trading have to do with Olympic skier? And at first glance, people be like, yeah, I get it, or I don't get it. But why don't you tell us why you thought that Topstep was indeed a good fit?
Honestly, I feel like it's a good fit because there's a lot of crossover. I'm saying a lot of the same things, right? Like you got to have discipline in the athletic realm. You got to have discipline in the trading. You got to be really determined and consistent in my world, and you got to be really determined and consistent in this world, or else you get broke off. Same thing. Losing money is like getting physically injured too. It hurts. It hurts a lot. So I just felt there was a lot of good crossover, as Michael did, and it's really exciting because I get to learn something new in the process, and hopefully I get to teach you guys a little bit about what I do as well.
And MP, why did we think that Alex would be a great partner with Topstep?
Well, I told him this as a washed up, burnt out 1 year in college football. I got the little sneak peek of what the next level talent is. There's next level talent when you go from high school to college. There's way next level talent when you go from college to pros. Alex is a pro skier. He's the best in the world. And when you see, and when I first met him, we were talking about when we met, regimen, routine, diet, all that kind of stuff. He was in a totally different mind state than I was at a party that would have been very easy to go into the other mind state of 99% of the other people that were there. But he stayed focused and determined. He had like regimen, routine that he was going to do the next day, the following day, because he had this long-term goal. So that in and of itself, having that conversation, how pro athletes in general get to their high-performing state, how us as traders, I've been evaluating traders forever, we see the best ones with their mind state, their routine, their discipline. There's crossover there all day long. You could take it from a professional musician who has the same one. You could take a professional poker player who goes out there and does not go all in on every hand, that knows when to strike and when their opportunity is right. I think with Alex and what he's accomplished, it was a perfect synergy, perfect fit, and it's different and unique. And then also he likes to trade, so it was just like that made it an easy fit. Yeah.
Very cool. We're very happy to have you part of the family, Alex. Hoag, we're starting to see some buyers here again, trying to push up against this 620 level, 20,620 in the NASDAQ. Well, maybe we can take a trade. What do we think, Jay?
We're seeing
buy to send it to VWAP.
There you go.
Yeah, I mean we're seeing a rising wedge here. If we can get a breakout, above that with some volume, I could see us getting back to overnight session VWAP up here at 655, which would be.
What do they call this trade pattern right here? Is this a bear flag?
It's a rising wedge typically because the highs are the lows are higher lows and the highs are even. This is going to be a breakout to the upside type of trade, which is a little bit kind of contrary to what I believe the short time frame context is. I mean, we've been putting in lower highs, lower lows, lower highs. We've put in a higher low now. We're putting in higher lows, in this rising wedge. So if we can get a breakout and see some pretty decent volume on a breakout above this trend line here, then I could see us getting a pretty decent move up to about 655. Basically, VWAP. We've got the recession VWAP here coming in at 20,633, which would be maybe first out for some of the contracts, and then a full out at the VWAP at 2655. We got to see a breakout above this for this to become valid on some decent volumes. I'm watching it right now.
I guess what might keep it from being a coin flip is the risk reward on each side. If it's juicier to try and if it breaks out, go to the VWAP, or to take the lows to break out new lows of the day or something like that.
Yeah. I mean, if we do take out this trend line, then it could be a short.
Yeah, it's coiling up. I mean, when it starts to get these the wedge, it starts to get tighter and tighter, and then you kind of do typically see a bigger move happen. Sometimes it's a head fake though too. You know, the head fakes where they look like it's going to continue to the upside because it's tightening up.
Mm-hmm.
But a lot of that is just time and reps and seeing a lot of different conditions in scenarios that the market throws at you.
It's really coiling.
It is really coiling. It does look like we're seeing a little resistance, Alex, right? Resistance is we kind of can't break through a level to the upside. It does look like 620, 20,620. Seems to be met with some resistance. Every time you hit it, we do seem to pull back or come off of that into 610, 605 area. So we are up against that 620 level. So some range traders, shout out to Dolby, would be thinking perhaps you take a short up here. Maybe if we get into the 620, 621. Last trade 615. Something
Could be a
some
cheap
range
short.
trader- Yeah, cheap short. Maybe we can get in there.
See, here's the cheap short right there. Here's the breakout. I'm trying to get short here. All right, we're short 3.
Perfect.
Really, what price?
What price?
611 and a quarter. We're going to put a stop in above these highs here. Current risk total for 3 contracts is 735. Now, if we can get some rights, we can build some volume.
635.
Yeah.
Right.
623 half is where the order that shall be unspoken is right now.
Oh, okay.
You want to see some volume come in on this breakout below this.
Okay. I was kind of short, 611 quarter. All right, looking for it to move down here. Perhaps down to the 600s, Hoag. What price we targeting to the downside?
530s, Andre.
530. Oh, that magic number. We've been targeting that number.
Yeah.
Let's
go big.
Yeah, we've been talking about the 530 level quite a bit. So the 530 is 20,530. It keeps coming back to that level. And the more you start watching markets, and if you stay focused on one, the more you start to understand what price. Because I mean, what we're doing is price discovery all the time. The markets are stocks right now. The stocks right now. It's an auction process. So right now, buyers and sellers are
volume on this.
Are getting in and out, always creating a price. Two people buyer determines they like it this price. Seller thinks it's too expensive or they want out. Blah blah blah, and then there's price. So that's always price discovery. It's really fun about trading. It's always two different people's opinions on what the price is.
Seeing a little bit of volume coming in now. This is good. Come on, everybody, get out and push.
Here we go.
We got push. Yup. Last trade 610, 609's trade now.
So we've been hovering around this 530s and just keeps coming back to it. So that's why when you watch one product all the time, it's very easy to get comfortable with. It's easier to stay in tune with that to know what it likes to trade around price points, and then eventually, it makes new highs, makes new lows, but at least you're in tune with that one.
Right.
All right, Hoag. Hoag's saying we need some volume. Hoag, tell Alex, what does that mean? We need volume now on our side.
Yeah, well, we've been kind of holding this trend line, right, Alex? And on a breakout, we want to see an increase in volume in that direction. And we are seeing a little bit of a spike in volume after our breaking out of this trend line. That's really what we want to see. More volume in a particular direction indicates possible continuation in that direction.
Mm-hmm. Let's see.
Last trade 20,608. Now back into the 610s again. House count short from 20,611 quarter. 607's last trade. Looking for it to push downward here. Tilt 50-50 across the board. SCL showing a little bit heavier tilt. 72% long.
We have no idea how this is going to play out. We just have to take the trade. We got the breakout. We're seeing some volume. We have no idea how this is going to play out. We know what our risk is. And I could see revisiting the low of the session today on this trade. Quite possibly.
Let's
do
it
here, Alex. Alex, what are you thinking here? See us getting short
Push it
here. You made
down.
some money being short.
Push it down. What goes up must come down.
Love that. Love that. Let's try to push here. Again, we got power hour coming up here in a little bit. It's top of the hour here.
Yeah, Alex and I got to get rolling out of here. He's got a pack, Dre.
Where the hell are you guys going?
Well, he's got a pack.
I got a pack.
Yeah, he's on.
Howdy.
All right.
He's on leaving on a jet plane.
Quick question, Alex, before you get out of here. Do you pack heavy? I mean, you pack like super heavy, like 2-3 suitcases? What's that look like? You pack all your skis and stuff, or do the sponsors do that for you?
Yeah, when you're a skier, you pack heavy all the time. Absolutely. I got the ski bag, I got the big duffel, and then I got a backpack. So 3 bags.
Very nice. Very, very cool.
How many pairs of skis do you take with you?
This time, I'll bring 4 pairs of skis, and then my teammates will bring some more for me.
Oh, shit.
So like 6 pairs, maybe?
Wow.
Nice.
How many boots do you bring?
2 pairs of boots.
2 pairs of wow, you got everything double down.
2 is 1 and 1 is none.
2 is 1 and
I like that. Redundancy, Michael. Redundancy. I love that.
Smart guy. Smart guy. The reason why he's where he is.
Coming up here on time. Alex, please leave everyone with some parting words. Again, we're very, very glad to have you part of the Topstep family, but Topstep partner. We wish you greatest of luck on your journey to the goal in 2026 and your training in the meantime. Alex, go ahead. Parting words, please.
Great. You're the bomb. Thank you so much, Topstep, for having me on team. MP, you're the best. Hoag, love ya. Great to meet all of you new faces as well. I'm going to continue to do so. And yeah, trade well. And
Wishing you the best as the season kicks off. Wishing you the very best. It'll be very exciting to watch you rip it.
Much love. Thanks, boys.
Awesome stuff.
We'll be watching.
Guys. All right, let's get out of here. We got Power Hour coming up next. Hoag, keep us posted on this trade. House account short from 611, quarter last trade 604. Power Hour coming up next. Let's go. Thanks, Alex.
Topstep was created from an idea born out of the trading pits in Chicago. The idea that we could provide traders education, access, experience, and capital to use in the markets. A decade later, with tens of thousands of traders in over 100 different countries, we know exactly what our traders want. That gave us another idea, to build a platform specifically for our traders and their unique needs.
Wait, a trading platform and an evaluation company in one? Does that exist?
Well, it does now.
Introducing Topstep X, the first of its kind trading platform built by and for futures traders, creating the first end-to-end ultimate trading experience. Topstep X is purpose-built for your unique needs, using over a decade of insights, customer feedback, and experience. Featuring integrated licensed trading view charts, our proprietary trading indicator, the Tilt, a built-in trade copier, our own dedicated data feed direct from the CME, and even a live stream of TopstepTV. And get this, with our extra fast connection, once you sign up, you are trading within 30 seconds. No connection instructions needed. It's web-based, so you can use it on your Mac or PC, with a dedicated mobile app for iOS and Android coming very soon. We haven't just built a trading platform. Topstep X is a fully immersive trading environment, and it will continue to evolve with new features, becoming your go-to source for trade execution and funding, education, community, support, and even entertainment. Oh yeah, never pay any commissions on Topstep X. That's right, Topstep X is the only platform in the futures industry that has no commissions. Experience the future today.
Right, it's Wednesday. You know what that means. It's a David Green Wednesday, joined by Dakota in the house as well, coming off the heels of that Alex Ferreira segment. That was very, very cool. House account was short from 611 quarter. Did close it. We're seeing some buyers right now. The NASDAQ coming in. Hoag, where do we close out at? I believe it was a winner. Let's go.
Right around 580, I think, 575, whichever it was. No, it was well over a 2-to-1 reward over risk. I did only want to take 2 off and leave a runner on, but I had
all good
an execution error and I got out of all 3 of them. But it doesn't look bad now.
That's lower than market right now. It was a good, great trade. I seen the guys take it.
Great
Beautiful.
trade. Beautiful trade.
Out nicely, indeed. All right, Hoag, before we get started, we'll get David Green's thoughts and Dakota's thoughts, as well as some trading recaps. So, Hoag, do we have a Delta update before we get Power Hour started?
S&P Delta minus 3,000, NASDAQ Delta minus 800. Nothing really all that impactful in that.
All right, guys, let's go to Dakota. Dakota, how's the trading been going today?
Andre, I am probably going to end up taking karate lessons after today.
Waxed on, waxed off. What are we talking about?
Just getting chopped up, man. Chopped up. In my live account, been getting chopped up. I did pretty well. Still testing out a few strategies in combines and XFAs. Did really good in my personal accounts. I'm so happy today. We've been selling off. I have some NVIDIA covered calls at 42 that I don't want to get taken away that expire today. I want to keep my NVIDIA, so I'm happy that we are just under 42, 142.
All righty. Mr. David Green, welcome. Saw you
Yes,
group
sir.
coaching earlier. What kind of levels are we liking for trades? You did give us a level in the green room for the ES. Please let the people know. What are we thinking here in the ES for levels?
Now, I have a 49 bid out and a 66 short. So long 49, short 66. That's my current orders that I have out there right now. Kind of sitting in the middle of everything right now. Those are the levels. Yeah, it's been a pretty quiet day for us. We had a really nice trade earlier that we talked about on group coaching when we got our RSI all the way down to 20 earlier this morning. In the NQs and the ESs, actually, they're both set up. Other than that really nice trade we had this morning, there hasn't been a lot. Haven't been very active. Kind of just sitting and watching. We got Microsoft tonight. We got Meta tonight. So we know that is going to really affect, especially the NASDAQ futures. And that they're coming out in the afternoon. So I'll be watching after hours, see if we get any big moves off of that. And pretty quiet day. Just being patient and disciplined as always.
Do we typically see a move right before earnings? We have earnings tonight, as you said, after the bell. And so how is going to be the last 30 minutes of the day? Yesterday, we rallied going into the earnings. Today, I don't know. Sometimes I feel like we do rally. We tend to rally going into some big events before we get there. So I'm curious to see how today is. If we could rally the last hour of the day.
Yeah, just keep your eyes, like I said, keep your eyes on Microsoft and Meta. They're gonna lead the NQs. If those start rallying towards the end of the day, the NQs are gonna rally also. So.
Indeed. All right, real quick, you know what I'm about to say? 10 minutes into Power Hour. I do it every Monday through Friday. Upper left-hand corner of the screen. Hashtag Power Hour. Hit us up at TopstepTV on X. Share your battle station setups, some swag, cool memes, performance dashboard analytics, whatever you want to share with the community. We'll turn that around to everybody in about 40 minutes or so. So let's get back to the markets, though. Not much on the Delta. Also, count did just have a nice $1,800 winner. Who says you can't make money during the lunch hour trade, guys?
Yeah, that was good. That was the trade. That was it.
What was the trade? We do have some buyers coming in here. Dakota, any levels you're looking at?
Actually, no. To be honest, I mean, besides the ones you guys have already talked about around these 615s, and then of course the low of the day. So I seen Hoag had a nice, flagging pattern, triangle, Dorito, whatever you guys want to call it. Right here, where the highs are like 615s, the teens in the 600s, and as far as I'm watching this market, we are either going to stay in this range until the earnings after the bell. If we do break above it, then yes, I can see us returning. Maybe have a chance to run these mid 600s, and if not, we break down and see new lows of the day.
New lows of the day. Lows of the day on the NQ. Low of the day on the NQ. We got 20,542. 542. Low of the day. See some buyers step in here. Hoag popping back up to this 20,600s. And buy those 60s right back to the 600s. Do we go to the well again if we get up to the 620s, Hoag?
That is the question, isn't it?
That was a good cover at 580.
Yeah, I
great
just
cover.
wanted to take you and let it go, but it actually was pretty decent. So, hey, that's all right.
Three bar
NQs we got.
Happy little accident.
Like 611, 633 could be a spot for a little short ski in the. I mean, that's where my 65 EMA is. If we spike up that hard, 633.
633. Thank you, David.
Yeah, I can see that.
And that's where we've got session VWAP coming in as well. 632 and a quarter.
All in agreement. 630s. Man, there's some volatility this morning, though. Right at the open, it was 100 points down, 100 points up.
All right, pushing higher here. We're trying to take it above these 600s. 20,600. Last trade, 597s. Got one eye on the gold. Took a peek above 2,800. High of the day, 2,801. Those are all-time highs. Last trade, 2798.
Gold's at highs. How about crude oil? So we have that gap from Sunday night, that massive gap down on crude, and we tried to fill some of it. We just peaked above $69 a barrel and immediately rejected. I'm curious if crude's going to try and fill any more of this gap, maybe to where the low of Friday was, which is going to be around $70 a barrel, 76 or $68 a barrel, maybe $70 a barrel. But that gap is just it's bugging me, and I know everybody else is seeing this massive gap in crude as well.
Yeah.
Seems like gold goes up every day. Didn't it used to be that people bought gold when the market was going to go down? Boy, has that changed.
Yeah, the big wall was $2,000. Could not get through $2,000. And boy, when we went through it, there was no looking back. Now we're on the march to 3,000. End of year. But yes, David, just up and away.
Not stretched on any of the charts I'm looking at either. Not even on a daily chart.
This would be one where if I wouldn't be surprised if we flatline for the rest of the session.
Dakota, I'm here. So what does that mean?
That means
that means we flatline for the rest of the session.
Goes the follow, yeah.
We've had some good trades on Wednesday afternoons. But yeah, yeah, it's afternoon. It's hump day. People sitting on their hands waiting for the earnings to be coming out after the bell.
Yeah, I don't think anyone wants to make big bets on any of these things until after these earnings.
Mm-hmm.
Like I said, late in the day, we could get a big move up or down, depending on what they do with those stocks.
Yeah, I'm okay if the market just stays right here. Like I said, I have those Nvidia covered calls. I don't want to be filled, or I don't want to be called away from me, and so let's just stay right where we're at.
For those who don't know or who are confused by that, Dakota, you sold a what?
Nvidia calls. I just saying that I own Nvidia, and I don't want Nvidia to go higher than 142 before the close of
Otherwise,
today.
they'll take some of the stock away that you're long.
Yeah, and since hindsight, I'm bearish the Nasdaq right now. Bearish to neutral the Nasdaq.
Bearish, gotcha. Right, it's back down to the 585s.
Bearish the Nasdaq.
Bearish Nasdaq. Looking like got some sellers coming in here. ES as well. Dow tried to take a peek to the downside. Yeah.
Off that pullback. Do we like that short where we just kind of turned there?
I kind of do, Hoag. I like for an opportunity to break for a lower day.
Low day. Hoag, we're talking about that push to the downside.
Yeah, that was the target for the short we just took was pretty much low a day. I said I could see it getting there. That pullback was pretty tasty, though.
Oh, there we go. Where do they want to take this sucker? David Green, keep an eye on those 49s in the ES. Any levels or areas of interest in the NQ, David Green?
Yeah, let's take a peek. And we have a lot of price action around 61. So
what?
I think if 61s are broken, we got a lot of room to the downside. So I'm kind of leaning short too with you guys right here.
All right.
I mean, I'd like to see a rally from here to get in short. 61 is a lot of price action. If we break that,
there we go.
What are we looking for?
ES is looking heavy as well.
Sure is. Here we go,
What do you think for an execution on a short in the Nasdaq? What would be a good level?
I think that was it when we had that pullback up to 600.
That was it.
Yeah, I mean, 2,600. What is it?
Yeah.
20,600.
20600 now could be the nice resistance. If we spike up 25 points now.
We'll give it a run here.
206.0,
I could see 85, 86 be an entry for a short.
Okay.
I still have a buy out at 49 if we spike down in the ESs for a trade.
I can see that too, I think, Dakota. What do we think about a long down here?
Hey. It's worked a couple times, no? Dakota, what do you think?
I don't like a long.
No long.
If anything, 62. That's 62's got a hold. If you were even considering it, that's about the spot. That's down 20 from here. I mean, bounce off that.
It's last week's high. 562 even.
We're at 86 right now.
Long. So, all right. Are we looking at taking this short up here around 86, 87?
Yeah, I'm okay with taking a short here at 86, 87 area.
Okay. We are short.
I'll jump into a short. Yep.
85 half.
And
Short 3.
I'm short there as well.
Short 3.
Dakota, where's the risk?
60. I'd say 602. 602.
602. Above that high. Got it.
House account short 3 times. 585 half NQ. Dakota, same price?
Yeah. Yep. I'm at 85 evens.
85 evens. Very good.
It'd be an add if we could break below 82.
Add the downside.
Right.
Still 50-50 right now. We want to push this lower. Again, low of the day, 20,542. Definitely some room to the downside here. Do you want to send it lower?
Dakota, does the earlier low of the day and the higher low that occurred around, I don't know, 12:30-ish, that higher low give you any kind of caution against seeing if we can get down below that level?
Not really. To me, I see these as kind of equal lows. Now you could argue like, hey, 5 points, 10 points, 15 points. It's not. It's a zone, and it's just all three of these look equal to me. But it could be important to someone, and I could very well be wrong. It's just the way that I personally view my the market.
Cool, man.
Cool, man. We're talking like X gamers out here, Hoag. Cool, man. Send it, man. Man, when he was talking about those tricks he was doing in the half pipe, like a cork 12, yada yada. I'm like, man, it's wild stuff. Here we go. See if we can push
some of
lower
our
here.
tricks, Andre. We're
doing jargon back and forth. Like, this is resistance, this is support, this is cork 1080. Like, so we're both talking different languages here, but it was a lot of fun.
You guys got to see that double bottom into a daily loss limit.
Go.
Top it off with a rage quit reset.
Dude, he took a
We want
short
to break
on
72s.
72s? Okay.
72s we want to break on a downside. Then we can get some nice follow.
Downside.
61st break would be even better.
Looks like you might want to go here.
Let's go. 530s. We're going.
530, baby. The magic number.
Yeah, that's been the number of the. Okay, I'm okay with moving that one order that shan't be named to 590.
590. The order that shall not be spoken.
Send.
Right.
Hey, there's double A. You got 530s. We were just talking about a double A. Also, while we're at it, double A, tell everyone to go click like, click subscribe to TV.
Now we just need this market to do a double twisting gainer.
Twisting gainer to the downside.
The Lindy.
Stop the landing, Hoag.
Yes, the triple Lindy.
Triple Lindy. A Rodney Dangerfield triple Lindy.
Nosedive. Come on.
Nosedive.
Break of 61s would be nice.
Again, we got Meta, Starbucks, Microsoft after the bell. Right now, house account, short. Dakota, short. The NASDAQ.
Man,
I would cover a little.
I was just saying. I was just going to say. I remember the first time I did a helicopter on skis.
Okay.
It was amazing. It was amazing.
Land it? Oh yeah.
Yeah, I landed on my face 5 times before I did it.
It hurts, man. It hurts. I don't know how he does it.
I have never been on a pair of skis in my life. Never.
I mean,
it's exhilarating.
You got to land the trick the first. There's still that first time you actually do the trick. You can do the airbags and the trampolines and the foam pits all you want, but there's still that first time you actually have to do it. And it's pretty wild. Very cool that he's a partner with Topstep.
Yeah, I liked your guys' analogy between the foam pit and the airbags, comparing that to like a Combine XFA and a live account.
Yeah, that was cool.
Right,
the idea is the same.
It is. We go 570. David Green wants to see a break through the 61s. Last trade 573, 572s now.
Let's see it.
Push.
If I had multiples, I'd cover a little at the 61 area and then let it break through.
Okay, what do we got? We're short 3.
Yeah,
I'm okay with covering one at 61.
One bid on one.
Gonna,
one bid on one.
Put it on the bid when we get down there.
One bid on one.
Bid.
Here we go. Billy Joe in the chat. Shout out to Gina and support. Awesome job. Hell yeah. Gina, good job.
Mike?
Live phone support,
I'm
right?
guessing. Are Meta and Microsoft coming in a bit with this down move?
Here we go.
Can't see.
Pull it up.
Now they're kind of hanging.
Here we go. Come on.
One bid on one. One bid on one. Looking a little heavy, Microsoft and Meta.
That's why this is coming in a little bit here.
Yeah.
It teased us.
What we got.
Oh,
Buyers are going to try to defend it down here.
We got 65s, right? All right.
We got 85 half.
I mean, we just hit a low at 65.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. 65 and a half.
Here we go. Yep. Cruise continue to drift higher here, targeting those 69 evens. Right now, all eyes on the NASDAQ. Don't have you.
These little bounces are.
He's going to be successful.
Yeah, we're right back into the 80s.
Couldn't smack us to the 61
Volatility's
cover a
picking
little
up.
bit?
Volatility's picking up.
Yes, it is. Is this real? I'm seeing here in the ES. I don't know if this 500 lot's real on the 58.57 bid. 58.57 bid 500 times. I'm not sure if it's real. Seems to be. There's nothing surrounding it, so this one might be real.
Look at it.
You think, JD, they put in these big orders just to get the retail to buy it up? Sometimes.
Sometimes.
You think they? Yeah, I do. Let's see if they push it here.
I think so. They'll do anything for liquidity.
I do too.
They spoof.
All right, Coach Jay says it is real. Thank you, Jay. Yeah, and 500 bid, 58.57 bid 500 times downside ES. See if the market wants to go grab it.
Yeah, it's volatility is starting to pick up. The closer we get to the close, the higher it's going to get.
It's getting less liquid as well.
Those go hand in hand. That's why we got that email for the live accounts.
Take a look at the tilt here. Nothing really in the equities, at least.
Okay, if we break back down into those lower 70s, then that order could be moved to break even.
And we're still making lower highs, so that's good for the moment. 89, we made a high. 83, we just made a high, so that's good.
We could move that order to break even, Hoag.
The order that shall not be named, break even. No risk on the trade now.
Yep, risk-free going into the power last 30 minutes right before earnings. That's the way to be. That's made a decent enough pivot.
Let's see if this ES wants to go grab those 58.57s. Jay says, yes, it has not moved. Or it is real. I agree, Jay. Thank you, Coach Jay. Make sure to catch Coach Jay, Coach Paul at the buzzer here after power, about 45 minutes. We'll be talking about the earnings, I'm sure. Yeah, that order sticking out like a sore thumb.
The S&P is 3,800 minus 1,300 in the NASDAQ now. Delta getting a little bit deeper as we continue to try and push lower.
Let's do this. All right. Yep.
All right.
On the hour just hit. See some. What do you get injected here? See if the sellers want to sell into this little pop.
ES has bounced.
50 lot just came in there in the NASDAQ. That got filled.
I seen that. That was really quick.
That was. Just vacuum towards it.
I always, every time those come through, I always wonder what they're doing. Are they taking profit? Yeah, I'm just gonna take some profit for being short earlier.
Same, Dakota. Are they getting in or are they getting out? Or are they hedging?
That's why people always say, here
we go.
There's not necessarily a winner and loser on every trade because you don't know where people are in.
True.
Exactly.
Let's go. Come on.
They're just getting out. They've been in it for 3 months.
Good trade.
Last trade, 20,570. Buyers trying to defend these 570s, guys. How many more bulls do they have in the chamber?
Okay. I bought one for the break. I just took one off.
Okay, good.
We're
Good.
short 2.
I like it.
How's short 2? It's 28 minutes, 18 minutes till MOC.
Yep. No matter what, I want to be flat before MOC.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. That's Dakota's rule. Flat before MOC.
Yeah. Why risk it?
Yep.
It's a common sense rule and a good rule.
Mm-hmm.
There's always exceptions to the rules. You guys learned that that Series 3. Trust me. All the rules and regulations. For every rule, there's 10 exceptions.
Well, rules are made to be broken.
Yeah.
Buyers, every time they try taking up to these 73, 74s, sort of say, nope. Big tug of war going on right here in the NASDAQ between 20,570 and 75s, call it.
And the little resistance up is 85, so break even is good now, if it goes that way.
All right, now getting in the 77s.
Man,
his royal trades, freaking 570s. His royal trades, we're with you.
Seems like we're working awful hard to not get very far here.
Yes,
We didn't have
it's a
those
super
earnings
thin
coming
order
out.
book.
We didn't have those earnings come out. I think we would have got more follow through the downside if it was just a regular day. We still might. Still making lower highs.
You look at the depth of market on the NASDAQ, it feels like slow markets.
It's thin.
Single digits, up and down.
Thin. Times are they going to try to take this higher?
A lot of 1s and 2s.
Yeah. Yeah.
Pull up the ES.
We could push the
ES.
market 5 points if we want.
Smack a 50 banger.
50 lot?
Yeah, and then just have a 50
prices.
lot buy limit 10 points lower.
All right, here we go. We'll give it one more shot in the
Come on.
60s here. We go 67s trade. Can we get in the 66s? 66 trade.
Are we still thinking about taking one off at 61?
I'm going to say no. You took one off already, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
One
let's see
for the
how we
break.
react when we get down there. Because if we
Yeah.
get there, this could just fall out of bed.
Crumble.
Yeah, we can move that one order that
Mohammed's
not be named to 79.
Monkey's falling out of bed.
568s now. I'm not going to make this easy, fellas.
79.
Nope.
You just go in a straight
This
line.
is how
79
you
is the order
properly
that
trail
shall
that
remain
order.
on.
This is a good example of how to trail this order, or at least how I love to trail it. You give the market room, and
Stops
you just
down
trail
here.
it.
There's got to be stops down
So
here.
you're probably looking at the trail on a 100-tick chart. Am I wrong?
100%. Okay. Yep.
Swing high. That's the other side of it.
Now we want to break a
Stops.
60.
Shall we stop just beneath 60s? There's got to be.
All right. Are we ready to buy bid on the break?
Okay, watch this. Hit these stops.
We're ready to
Pop
buy
these-
bid, and I've got clip size 1.
Pop these.
Love it.
suckers.
Love it.
Pop them. Should have got him right there.
All right. Buy bid
Go.
at
I bet.
Got the bid is in. Just.
Did it fill?
No fill.
Just missed it.
We called the bottom.
Shoot,
Yeah.
Here
Here it goes.
Now we got it.
Here it goes.
There we go.
Got it.
All right. Well done. All right. Short one now. Nice trade.
How often does that happen?
Oh no. You'd be surprised, Hoag. You wouldn't think it's very often, but sometimes it feels like more often than not.
All right, guys. Next target, low of the day, 20,542. House count short from 20,585. Dakota, you're still short as well, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, here we go. And we keep pushing lower here. ES has not caught up with the NQ. Neither has the Dow. This is pretty much
No.
That makes sense. We got Meta and Microsoft after this. So tech is going to be the star of the show, center stage. Let's go, Dakota.
I I think it would be a shame if we close out before it gets to 5:30. Hoag. So I vote for trailing this thing down with the idea that this gets to 5:30. Because if we close it out early and it gets to 5:30, then yeah, we'd be kicking ourselves.
We could be at 5:30 in 10 seconds.
There we go.
True.
Track and
I've
forth.
got an
Here we go.
order to buy one at 5:32 in the orders.
Nice.
Okay.
Just a little short of where we think it might go.
I like it. Hey, this has been a fun power hour.
About it, huh?
Yeah.
Really
Kind
get
of
a
weird.
little movement, a little action.
I'm actually going to close my buy back my calls I sold. I'm going to do that right now. Not risk.
1,553 last trade. All right. The Dow finally woke up and said, hey, the other two are selling off. Well, we should as well.
Yeah. 49 is a big level in the ESs. See what happens if we get that.
All right. Nice.
I'm going to go now.
Beautiful.
See where they want to take this now. We got some Series 3, I believe. We told you we have some Series 3 coming up. We also have hashtag Power Hour goodies coming your way. And earnings after the bell. Microsoft, Meta, Starbucks. Let's see, Coinbase. Who else we got? DoorDash.
See, who said I can't short the market now?
We got behind you.
It's hard.
Good.
Yeah, we just have to have a bare background.
Still making low
It's the only time
highs.
I've ever seen the Bears win. It's in the markets.
Come on, bro. Where were you? You had to, huh? Really? You just had to. Get out of here, man.
Oh, I just
I
got
know
that.
I've got it coming now. I know I've got it coming,
man.
Dakota.
I have to do it when we can because what's going to happen is we're going to just Love's going to fall apart and we're going to lose to him.
Okay, last
Resistance now.
569.
81 resistance.
like putting in
81.87.
targets.
81.87 if you're looking to get back in short, but it's late now.
Yeah, that's pretty dang bullish for that run and then right back up.
It's because I put in the target.
Yeah.
They know. This
They
thing could
know.
go right back down in a minute.
It could.
We spike up quickly to 87. I'll show it a little bit.
Markets are like poltergeists. They know what scares you.
It's almost Halloween.
Yeah.
Join us for
You
Halloween
might see a
tomorrow.
couple.
Tomorrow, right? Yeah, that's right.
You guys
I'd
have
see
your
a couple of
outfits.
poltergeists around tomorrow.
Do indeed, Dakota. Do you?
Yeah, it's a commander's uniform.
You just can't. At least you got one person laughing. You got David. You got a one-person
Why you
audience there,
getting mean,
Dakota.
man?
You got a one-person audience, man, and it's
Yeah,
working.
okay. I got to while I can. I got to get it while I
I
can.
love it. I love it.
I don't have a
wow.
uniform picked out. No, I don't have.
Dude, that Hail Mary.
Mean.
The Hail Mary was brutal.
That was unbelievable.
It's ridiculous.
Look what I found. Oh, hey, Dakota, in the chat earlier, I remember you saying 3-bar reversals were working nicely. I know you had a hard day in the live.
Yes.
What were you seeing?
Yeah, I could show it while we're finish this order up. But man, yeah, 3-bar reversals were beautiful today. Especially on the 5-minute chart where after the open we had that nice sell-off, and then the 3-bar reversal technically didn't come until we had a nice bounce, but that worked out. But then on the short side, the 3-bar reversal was right up here, right around 670 this morning. That worked out really well. And then the very next 3-bar reversal was right here around 640, and then that one worked out well. And so after that, I was getting chopped up. But the very next one was another 3-bar reversal, and it technically worked out good because your stop loss is on the opposite side, and then we sold off here in the afternoon. So there's 4 3-bar reversals today, and each one of them worked out really well. But then I got chopped up.
And we're out.
There we go.
Flat.
Yep.
What are you flat?
Good trade.
I'm flat. I'm flat.
Yeah, we're flat.
All right, let's.
That's right. Who do you think you are?
There we go. Pete Weber.
My man.
My man, Pete Weber.
What a quote.
I have a bowling pin signed by him.
Is that right?
Nice.
In case anyone's
Nice.
interested.
You know, he's one heck of a horseshoe player.
Well, Walter Ray
That's
Williams
true.
was the
No, Walter Way. Walter Way. Yeah. Wrong. It was Walter
he
Way
was
Williams
phenomenal
Jr.
at horseshoe.
Yes.
One of the best
He's
in the world.
horseshoe player. Yes.
Yep.
Right there with Francis Allen.
Talking some bowling legends. I like this.
Well, there's a 3-bar reversal to the long side if we're talking about 3-bar reversals.
Yeah.
There it was.
Show him, Dakota.
Right. Yeah, right here. Right here, right now. So the last 5 minutes, we went down to the 46s. We rallied all the way back up. And so it's officially a 3-bar reversal right there at 71.
Do we take it so close to
No, it's too late now. It's past. Stop loss would be at 543. Entry at 571. That's pretty wide entry, and with it being like 15 minutes to it's too late in the day. This
Just
is a
missed
good
the
example.
87 short.
Yeah, we did.
Just missed
It's
it.
a good
Got the
example of
84.
timing. Not every technical pattern works. Time of day is very important, and location.
Pretty much.
Timing is everything.
All right, well, everyone's flat. Hoag, can we get a P&L update for the board?
$2,812 positive.
All right, Dakota. We update yours
That's
as well.
right where I'm at, 2769.
Very nice.
But-
All right, very cool. Everyone's flat. Got the thumbs up from David Green. We got the seal of approval from David Green. That's what you need here on Power Hours of David Green Wednesday. Click like, click subscribe. We got David Green in the house. While we're at it, we asked for hashtag Power Hour submissions. How we asked for all the way back in Fast Market. So we gave you guys all day to hook us up so we can hook you up. So Gabe, how are we looking on hashtag Power Hour?
You know, we are looking pretty good. Out of 10, there's some more comedy today than I was expecting. So I'd give it about like a 9. I'd say a solid 9 today. Yeah.
Right.
Well, let's kick it off. I got a couple good ones for us. First, I want to give a shout out to, we got Deanna keeping up a really good green streak in the XFA.
Oh, there we go.
Giving her, showing her some love. But in addition to that, wanted to point out that actually, Dakota, I heard you were joining or potentially thinking about joining her for a London session. Is that
I
right?
sent
Are you
that
gonna
as
stay
I was
up
coming
night?
on here.
Okay, all right.
One of these days I will. Yes, one of these
I
days.
gotcha.
There's a good example of I'm trying to be active on Twitter or social media. So you guys probably get to find out first if you are following me.
Well, A for effort on keeping up with social media. You've been going back and forth with Peter Brandt. You know, I'll just keeping it going. So I'm loving it.
Yeah, I mean, I don't mess with the little ones. I just jump right in and start beef with like someone like that.
Legends.
For whatever reason.
Oh yeah. Well, that's what I got so far. We have some comedy moving in now. We got Carl Hungus. Now we got 2 from Hungus today, so he's just pumping them out. We got a Summer Slam edition, Chicago. We got some familiar faces. I'm gonna see if I can zoom into this a little bit just to kind of get a better view of who we got. So I think that's Dakota up top, if I'm not mistaken. and then you got and then you got Jack down there in the bottom center. You got Coach Jay also looking snazzy with the little King's cape. Yeah, MP off to the left. You got Andre down in the bottom left.
Undertaker.
And just killing it on those.
Love it. Great job,
Hungus.
Hungus.
Absolutely. And we'll just back to back it here. We got Meet Your Presidential Cabinet loading up with the vote to talk here. We got me down there for transportation. We got Nick for a tick shouting out for Texas. Jack is CIA apparently. I don't know how I feel about that though, Jack. I think you got thrown under the bus in that regard. But yeah, nice looking cabinet. I'm not gonna lie to you. You got rips up there in the top left for defense.
Oh,
Andre for energy. Yeah,
what is
Robert
that? Oh,
for
Department of
technology. Hoag for education. That seems like a good cabinet. I'm not gonna lie. Tim even made the cut. Look at that.
Yeah.
I don't know how that happened. but
Nick
Tim
for
even made
Tickets,
the cut
Texas.
there.
Oh, looks like Danielle is the running mate. Danielle will be the vice president. Love that.
Solid VP tick.
Yeah.
Yeah, great looking cabinet there, Hungus. I love it. And then we've got Jeff. This is a pretty solid trade station. I'm not gonna lie to you. If I had that view every day, I would probably not even be looking at the charts. But yeah, great looking setup. Waiting on these elections to come and go so the equities finally break this range. Luckily, oil and gold have been all right. Shout out to you there, Jeff. Appreciate the pick.
Nice.
Now we got Hefe. This was from yesterday. I figured I'd show this anyway. Popcorn Day was pretty fun yesterday. If you didn't catch it, go back and watch the recording. I think you'll get a good kick out of that. I'm digging though. I really resonate with Donkey down there in the bottom right. It was just a blast. Just always happy. Just getting, just back here cracking up at everything that was happening. But quite the day. Shout out to Leppy the Leprechaun.
I like these so far, Gabe.
Yeah, man. And then we got a double duo from Hefe again. What is the low when you're always at all-time highs? Either you got indicators, technicals, or psychology versus just buy the damn dip. Or
buy the dip.
BTFG, as Dakota would say. So
yeah, I'm
that's what I
happy
got
my video didn't get posted yet. I sent a video into Slack after I sent a picture and then a video.
I got it ready.
Oh,
my finger's on the button.
It's fine. No,
push it. Push it.
Push
it.
I never
Right,
mentioned it.
Do it after MOC. We got MOC in 90 seconds here.
All right. All right, we'll kick it back to you for MOC. I got the video ready. You let me know, Andre.
We have
says, send it.
Series 3. Series 3. Change the topic.
Yeah, after MOC we could do it for sure. We got Coach J did point out we do have some liquidity to the downside here in the ES 58.53. We got about a 600 lot sitting there. Doesn't seem to be moving around as price changes, so that does appear to be real. Again, 640 on the bid, 58.53. Got MOC coming here in 50 seconds, 5-0. Coach Dakota, tell us who's on slow markets this evening.
Me and the late great Coach Jay. I'm excited to have him on. He's on Wednesdays. It's always great conversation. It's must. You can't miss that one.
Must see TV.
Must see TV.
I know the late great Jack. Did you hear that? The late great. I'm like, wait a minute.
I know.
They're in the lead here.
He's older than I am.
When do you think people die?
Hey, depends on location.
In the
10
Oregon
seconds.
Trail
Hoag,
over
if you can hit us with the MOC when it pops across there. Yeah, we're gonna go.
You got no problems, Jules.
I tried to catch
I'm
myself.
on, mother.
Right.
All right, here we go. MOC, hit us.
We can still see those 530s, Hoag. Those 530s can come.
I'm watching.
Nothing.
It's magnetic.
Nothing yet.
Still waiting.
Yep. Yet.
Got no problems, Jules. I'm on the mother.
So see that 700 lot to the downside, Coach J. Yeah, Coach J. WTF just happened. Tune in to slow markets to find out.
I use that way out of context. I was going to say great, and then the show's coming late, but there's no coming back.
I've been there.
Yep.
Definitely have been
Your
there.
mouth is
Caught up in
say what
midair.
your brain's thinking.
This will be zombie J tonight in honor of Halloween.
Did they cancel the market on close today?
Seriously.
I'm still waiting for it.
Earnings. Yeah, I don't know.
Looking a little heavy.
What's it now?
Well, they hit it. What was it yesterday? It was about minus 2 billion sell side.
Is that what it is?
It was yesterday. No, yesterday. Sorry. Yesterday was minus 2 billion. Sorry about that.
530s, 530s incoming.
Still not seeing it.
Got it. Plus 240 million S&Ps, plus 40 million NASDAQ, minus 280 Dow. Again, plus 240 million. Nah, it's nothing. One big nothing burger. Plus 240.
There's the MOC. 2 minutes late.
I might as well not have announced it.
That was not
In the markets. Yeah. That's
all right. It's just under 8 minutes to go here on Power Hour. You see Jack in the green room. He did come in off the top rope there when Dakota said the late, great Coach Jay. Jack just couldn't. This is an opportunity to sink his teeth into that one. So what's up, Jack? What brings you here right now?
I've been ordered to come back. I was on lunch, minding my own business, having a sandwich, and I noticed that you said that Series 3 hadn't come yet. So I have to get it. So if MP asks tomorrow, I can't tell a lie, Andre. You know that. So what do you think?
True. Let's do it.
Jay.
Well, at least 3 out of 5 of us have already passed the Series 3 here. So, Andre, get it done with so I can get out of this purgatory of asking questions. All right, here's your question for today.
All right, go ahead.
It's all because of you. If a silver and gold trader enters the following order, if October gold trades 13.20, sell 10 October silver at 19.20. What type of order is this? An FCO, a switch order, a basis order, or a scale order?
If October gold trades sell 10. I think it's got to pull up.
What are you Googling it?
Yeah, he's asking Chat GBT.
I think no. I just put it in the. It's either A or B. It's this switch.
I have no idea. I would say switch order.
Switch.
So let me tell you something. This is why you got to read the book.
Chapter 2.
I would say
this is a bit
basis order.
This isn't a little bit counterintuitive. So, Hoag, what do you think it is?
I'm leaning with Dakota with basis order.
So the only thing to me that matters is sell 10 October silver. The rest is just nothing, right? Why does it matter whether it's a silver or gold trader? Why does it matter if October gold's at
because that's the type of order. Let's see the answer. Yeah.
What is it?
Let's see the answer here. It is indeed a basis order. The important part, Dakota, is this is all one order. It's an if-then. So the order in the second part isn't executed. It's different products. It's not executed unless the condition is met in the gold. And that is called a basis order, which is it's just what it's called, guys. I didn't name it. A scale order is when you're scaling in. A switch order, Hoag is right, is switching the contract month, rolling over. It's basis. Even though that, basis means something else, but that's what it is.
Thank you, Jack. That was chapter 2. That was so long ago. I gotta go back. So long ago. All right, 5 minutes left.
530s.
530s.
There it is.
Damn.
520s.
Never a doubt. Just like when we filled the gap on Monday. Took all damn day, but lo and behold, we got there. Got to the 530s in the NASDAQ. Now pushing into the 20s. Where do they want to take this? New lows, 525s, new lows. Some buyers coming in.
Ooh, man, this is setting up for go ahead.
How many people, Andre, laughed when we took that first short during the session with Alex? How many people laughed when I said our target is 530?
They're all laughing. Yeah. I like when you spike the ball, Hoag. I like when you spike the ball. I love it. 20,000, 519. Yeah. Here
We're well below 530 now.
Yeah, we are. Yep.
This thing's setting up for going to be an interesting earnings event. We'll see.
It is. All right.
Great trade. That's a great power hour. Like, I mean, it doesn't get any better than that.
It was fun.
Well, it could get better, and that's because I have a video ready to play. So I'm going to go ahead and end the day with this,
guys-
just because you
I
sent
should
it
never
to us.
said anything per day. I should never said. Okay.
You should have just never had access to Slack. So you should have had somebody take your phone when you were on drugs. That's what you should have
I
done.
had Nick
honestly.
and them disable my live account, but yeah.
Should have locked you out of your Slack. It's okay. All right. Well,
On
you know
Sim
what?
Slack.
Take
Thanks
care,
for being a
everybody.
team player. He's out. He's out. I don't want to watch it.
I don't want to watch it.
Okay, I just woke up. They took out how many teeth did they take out for me? 4. Okay, they took out 4 teeth.
The third time
And and I was going to tell everybody the secrets of trading is you just have to buy the dip. You might have to close out with a loss, but then you just buy it again. You might 15 contracts, but not all at once. You might have to do like 5 and then 5 more and 5 more. And then maybe even get up to 50 contracts if Hoag's executing, because he's a good executor. That's all you have to do. That's really the secret. There's not much else to it.
I love it. I love it. The dude's talking about 50 lots. He loves trading. And even when he's drugged out of his mind, he's gone.
Trading. Incredible. All right, we got pushing here.
Andre, we were talking like the ultimate Dakota luck was that day where he was out because he was drugged up, and he said that he would have got murdered on that trade, I believe.
Yes, he would have. Yes, he would have. That's what it was, Charles Chapman. I know. I'm not gonna make a big deal about it, but yes, I was looking. Yes. Moving on.
Be careful. If anyone's trading after hours, just be careful with the earnings.
Absolutely.
That's on the internet forever now, guys.
All over the place.
All right, let's make sure we got the outro covered. We got 90 seconds left here on Power Hour. Works did sell off. We finally got to those 530s in the NASDAQ. Catch a bit of a bid here in the gold as well. Can we push into the 2800s? Last 60 seconds of trading. I always pull up the ES ladder just to watch the action, watch the fireworks. Watch all the volume come in right now. 60 seconds left. Here we go. Oh, what's that?
This is gonna be fun.
Been disclaimed.
Yes.
I need some popcorn. We'll watch this after the earnings come out.
I think Softy's right on the bell. Meta might be a little bit afterwards.
Yeah, it's 5 minutes after.
5 minutes after. Okay, 30 seconds. Here we go. Will we continue to push lower here? Jack, did you see the slack? 20,527. Last trade low of the day, 514. Popping. 10 seconds. As always, David Green. It's David Green Wednesday. Thank you so much for joining us. Dakota, great to have you back.
I saw it.
Tomorrow.
I
Check
saw
him
it.
out on Slow Markets. Hoag. Nice trading there this afternoon, huh? How about it? Anyways, that's it
Good
for
trading.
the day. Shout out to all the bellers, but right now I'm going to throw it to my main man, Jack, Mr. Series 3 himself. Jack, take us out of here.
Thank you, guys.
Also, yeah, stick around for the Alex Ferreira video after Jack takes us out of here. Thank you, James. Go ahead, Jack.
I won't hold you guys too long. Thanks for stepping around. Andre always informs me I'm doing this about 90 seconds before, so we'll keep it brief so we can watch some ski flips because that's what's great. All right. Tomorrow is Halloween, and we have a spooktacular set for TopstepTV starting at 8 a.m. per usual. JD is back in the house. We got Real Deal Zach and Coach Jay joining for Power Hour, not Power Hour, Fast Markets. Andre, JD, and Andrew T will be here for Power Players. Ben's joining me for Roast My Trades. We already have the victims lined up. Robert's doing group coaching. Robert, JD, Coach Jay, and Deanna will be trading at 1. And then we have Andre, Dolby, Francis Green, and Hoag pulling it down for Power Hour. There might be more forms. We'll see. Get those done so you have a better chance of getting on one of the VIP teams. And that's about it. Get ready for those Microsoft earnings. Unemployment Friday. Lots of cool stuff coming up this week on TopstepTV. So relax now. Go do something else. But first, watch this sweet-ass video from our man Alex. This has been TopstepTV. We'll see you tomorrow morning. Goodbye.
I've never felt so good in my life. I'm on an absolute roll, podiuming at every single competition during the year.
5.75 for the kid from Aspen. A tremendous showing.
And this is our 5th contest, and I'm feeling like I'm on cloud 9.
First thing with this system is the wind starting to 20 to 30 mile per hour range with gusts easily up and over 40.
And then in one fell swoop, literally 1 second, and my whole season, my whole world flips upside down on itself. I thought for sure I had broken my ankle, at least torn some tendons in my ankle, maybe have torn my ACL in my knee, and all the work I'd put in was coming to a screeching halt. When the doctor read the MRIs, it looked like he couldn't even believe the screen. No ligaments were torn, and I couldn't believe it. The dream is still alive. It had really only just begun. And I knew that I needed to work so hard in order to make it happen. My life 100% consisted of healing, day after day. Wake up, 7:30 sharp, morning meditation, PT exercises, eat breakfast, oatmeal, blueberries, physical therapy, an hour, hyperbaric chamber, an hour, Novathor bed, 30 minutes, drive to the gym, stretch 20 minutes, bike 20 minutes, workout 45 minutes, hot tub 20 minutes, drive home, sauna with visualization, every run over and over again. Heat, ice, heat, ice, heat, ice, over and over and over again. Go to sleep, do it all again. Wake up, 7:30 sharp. The only thing on my mind, the only thing I could focus on, the only thing I could possibly do was get better. Feels like the bone and the bone. I'm gonna do every single minute detail that I possibly can, because if I leave anything on the table, I'll regret it for the rest of my life. The day after I got injured in Mammoth, I was probably at 30%, exactly a month and 2 days after, close to 100%. I'm feeling like me and me more and more every day. Wake up, 7:30 sharp, repeat, every day, every day. The reality is there's no roadmap to tell you, okay, I can do this trick right now, or I can't do this trick right now. It's like, how do I feel? Okay, I feel pretty good. Can I do a 540? Okay, can I do a 900? Okay, I can do the 900. Can I do the 900 the other way, to the right?
Getting better, everyone. All right, switch those up. Nice and big, good takeoff. You got this. Come on, baby.
Backwards to the left, switch left. That feels good. Can I do backwards to the right, switch right?
Fuck.
But that hurts pretty bad, actually. Can I do a double? Because I won't be able to compete the way I want to without being able to do a double.
Right up 12. Same trick I hurt myself on in Mammoth. All right, I got this. I can do this. Whew. I was freaking nervous for that.
There's a difference between going to the Olympics and just going, and then going knowing that you can do something great. And I'm nervous because I know I can do something great, and I believe I will, but it hasn't happened yet. I'm excited,
I'm ready, I'm prepared, but yes, I'm nervous. And I think being nervous is actually a benefit. It makes me more focused. Can I do the left side double cork 1620? My heart's pounding out of my chest. Never been so nervous in my life. Oh my God, am I going to be the same? Am I the same? Can I do this? Does my ankle feel good? So many different thoughts running through my head. What if I fall here? If I fall here now, this is going to be really bad. But if I land, I'll have so much more confidence in order to bring it into the Olympics. Okay. Boom, drop in. Take off. Land. It's like, got it. Got it. And that was the moment I was kind of thinking to myself, this is doable. I believe in myself again. This is good. This is really good. I can do this. I got this. I am this. Man, today was so much better than yesterday. Just wait till tomorrow. That's what I tell myself every day.